PKA 577 with our guest Jericho, always a winner. Taylor?
This episode of PKA brought to you by Blue Chew, Lucy, and Lock and Load, the best cones in the entire world. Check them out. Also use code PKA for anything else you get from GorillaMind.com. High quality products over there. So,
Tucker, when I saw you with a guest, I was pretty psyched. Tucker shows are always good ones. We've had a couple good guests lately, thanks in part to Hot Load Zach. I appreciate that. Some new guests. I don't know, I feel like we've been on a bit of a hot streak, guest-wise.
Ooh, let's not jinx it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is like unironically the worst episode you guys have had in a long time. Like I just get up and leave.
No, we got that out of the way the other day.
Yeah, I forget how many weeks ago it was, but we had a below average episode.
Well, you can't win them all. I'll tell you that much.
Not every episode can be the best one we've ever made.
You can't have a truly tremendous episode if there aren't some stinkers in the bunch, you know?
Right, because then the average is just way too high. It's honestly, it's a good ego check for the show to suck a little bit.
Every
it
now
is.
and then.
Even Mark McGwire had to cheat sometimes. Well, all the time.
That I doubt is true.
That he cheated?
Mark McGwire, he's definitely on steroids.
100% was on steroids.
Are you sure?
I don't agree.
Woody thinks John Jones is on steroids, though.
Mark McGwire cheated.
This
is like an undeniable.
I was only like
the Big Mac hit a lot of homers.
I was like 10 years old when I would go to Cardinals games and see him. And like one time we sat down real close to the dugout, and I remember like seeing all the other baseball players, and I'd been to hockey games, and so it's like being like, these guys don't look that tough compared to hockey players. And then I saw Big Mac walk out there. That was at that time in my life at like 9. That was the biggest man I'd ever seen in my life.
He was a brick
to this
shit
day,
house.
I remember seeing his forearms and like. He had like 5 different striations in it. Like there aren't even that many striation lines of muscle in your forearms. He added some extra ones.
I worked at a place called Leon's Men's Store while Mark McGwire was hitting all those homers. This is relevant because at this men's store, I knew my hat size. And when I learned the circumference of his forearms, and they were pretty much the same, it was like, the fuck? His forearms are my human skull.
He's got a 7.5 inch forearm diameter. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he's definitely, it's kind of weird because when you say Mark McGwire, the first thing that mentally pops up is not a picture of his face, but a close-up of his bloody ankle, right? Like
that's not him. That's a different guy.
Kurt Schilling, by chance?
Yep.
Oh, I am thinking of Kurt Schilling.
Okay.
You're right.
I know the
completely different guy. No,
I heard that sock is in the Hall of Fame.
Is it really?
I think so.
Well, clearly Kurt Schilling not that famous. If I'm conflating the two, one of the two, whether
this is Kurt Schilling's fault.
It is.
Yes. Kurt Schilling isn't famous.
One of those two people moved across the street from my friend's house in high school, and they invested in a video game company, and it went bankrupt really quickly.
Kurt Schilling.
And that's all.
Schilling.
Is it Schilling?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So who the? I remember seeing Mark McGwire.
So Mark
play...
McGwire was a big guy. He had a lot of home runs.
Yeah.
Kurt
No, I
Schilling's
remember.
pitcher.
I saw him play versus Sammy Sosa in Chicago.
Yeah, that was the big thing.
Year.
McGwire versus Sosa, Cards and Cubs. That was fun.
Out of all the
don't ever
cheaters,
remember.
he's by far my favorite. Like the 3 big ones, like
You're a
Bonds.
John Jones fan.
Well, no, I'm talking about baseball cheaters.
Okay.
So he's my favorite cheater of all time.
This guy. Yeah, I totally remember his facial hair.
My favorite cheater of all time is that guy who memorized all of the things on that 1970s game show and fucking ran it.
That is the top cheater of all time.
That's number 1 cheater guy. That guy's fucking awesome. Second only to the guy who memorized all the prices for the items on Price is Right, and then also ran the show.
I like the one, the game, I forget the name of it, you might remember, but while you play, you say no whammies, no whammies, no whammies, and then hit the thing.
The spinning game, yeah.
Okay, so he memorized the pattern that the blocks would go to, and he didn't go for the best one, he went for the least risky one. And he just played, he could infinitely.
I like this.
Yeah, it was called Press Your Luck. There's a whole there's an old Opie and Anthony video in you can find where they make fun of it as it's happening. And apparently once he got the top prizes for this show, $2,500, $3,000. If you got a trip to Hawaii valued at $5,000, you won big that day. And this guy was playing it like a Magic the Gathering combo. He was stacking vacations. He had like $60,000 in 1971 or whatever, and like the entire back end of the show were panicking because he got to $110,000. They don't have $110,000 to give people. That's the entire next year's budget of all gifts. And so
it says that he won 110. That number's actually right.
Yeah, I remember it. Yeah, he won $110,000, and they made a rule that he personally could never come back.
I choose to believe that Taylor's intelligence is autism. That's
it
where
is
I'm going.
just remembering things from, if there was an old Opie and Anthony clip on like long division or like on algebra, I would have done better in middle school, but alas, no way. Yeah, I love when people get the best of game shows, which can't really happen anymore. Like it's all randomized.
They're too good now. It was because like back when we had Norm, who was just like really good at board games, kind of a nerd, designing the show, right? Much easier to figure out. But now, I mean, these things, and they have insurance for the shows too. So like literally the payouts aren't, network TV is not giving you $1 million. Network TV is like, fuck, the 1 in 10 happened. All right, give us the $1 million. We'll give it to them. And here's your, whatever kickback.
Yeah.
So, it's
They should
cool.
have insurance as I think about it. Like the show shouldn't be incentivized to control the outcome. The show shouldn't hate it when people win or love it when it should be a little more honest.
Well, it's this. They have insurance for any of those like $50,000 half court shots. Like all of those things are probability insurance, and they just shop it around and find one company who's like, yeah, sure, we've done the math here. We had Tony in the back. Look at the probability of a fat woman like crushing a soccer ball 80 yards into the small hole. Like some of the ones they would wheel out for the Baltimore Blast indoor soccer arena. I was like, you guys are really just, maybe you guys don't have insurance, because they'd be like, stand at half field. We've got this person in a wheelchair. She's going to kick the ball through the perfectly sized soccer ball hole 15 feet up. And you're just like, I play soccer, love the sport. No shot I'm doing that 1,000 times. There's no way.
Can
There's
someone
a
else help?
hockey
Can
one.
they give her a running start?
Yeah, but like the hockey ones are a little bit more 2D, right? Like puck goes on flat.
Okay, that's a fair point on the 2D
Yeah.
thing. And it also isn't exactly the size of the puck. There's usually a little space. But here's the trick. I feel like I could make that shot 1 in 5, 1 in 10, something like
Really?
that. If the ice were clean, but it's not. The players have just played there for a period, and there is like snow piles and shit that you're sliding the puck through. It's tough.
That would be hard. The video I remember with the hockey one is some grandma getting it by sheer luck,
Right.
which is always great. Good to see
Yeah,
an old person
I have
ruin
to-
it.
If you've never like held a hockey stick before, you would find yourself less competent than you predict. Yeah.
It's a different kind of motion, even if you've played like golf. It's not the same level of like if I got to choose my ideal sport, right, with soccer, which I played for ages, even in my prime, if you had given me a target that's like 5 feet up and roughly the size of the soccer ball, it's just like even if I'm spot on 100% of the time, it's still gonna like rim out half of the time. It's just too small of a hole.
It should be the other way. Instead of a hole, you should have to hit it. Then you
like a target.
Then they just be throwing money at people.
Like you need
Yeah,
a target.
but here's your $5,000 in your discount to Morgan Stanley's like group. I don't know.
Dude, I was in an environment not long ago, and people started throwing the football around. I'm like sitting on a bench, nervous, hoping they don't throw it to me. It's like, I was a swimmer, right? Like all of us can't throw and catch. That's not really our thing.
It's not even
catch it.
throwing and catching. Like I can throw and catch
Yeah.
every other ball. I cannot throw and catch I can catch a football, but I can't.
I
throw
cannot throw a football. My hands aren't big enough. I can throw a baseball. All right, like great at that. I can kick a soccer ball. I can catch a football. I cannot throw a football, nor can I accurately shoot a basketball. There's just something about the amount of different angles my body needs to work to accurately throw a basketball shot up. Like it's not in my bones.
There were girls throwing the football around. 2 of them. They both threw spirals.
Oh no!
Fucking way am I going next?
Oh no! Oh,
What
no.
more do we have if they're taking football from us? Huh?
Have you ever seen that GIF on Reddit of the chick in the street and she fucking backs up like 3 steps and fucking chunks a football like 100 goddamn yards? And every dude on the block is full of people. It's college kids partying, and every dude there is just like, whoa! Like she threw it so fucking far and hard, and like I can throw one to the point like if you're 15 yards away, but like I can't make it like do the spiral thing and go 30 or 40 yards accurately. Never.
Yeah, me
No,
too.
It'll
can
become like
we
a
can play
wild
catch.
duck.
I didn't
Yeah.
go to school for that.
If you're 10 yards, I've got a fighting chance of making it spiral or spiral-ish. But if it's 30 yards, like you said, you're gonna think I kicked
Dude,
it.
I
And it's
remember
never-
it was like it was
It's
7th
never
grade.
gonna be that tight spiral with any mustard on it. That ain't never happening.
No.
In 7th
Yeah.
grade football, like it was the first year I'd ever played, and like it was the first year pretty much anybody played. And so they were having like little like, all right, go over there, and you know the coaches are in their different stations. Like the big fat kids, it's like go to the defensive line guy, or the just not like we had Owen defensive coaches. Go to the line guy. Go to the dad that volunteered to do linesman because he played in high school too. And then like if you wanted to like see how well you could throw it, like, and up to this point in my life, all my sports that I played seriously is hockey, 100%. And so I wanted to go see if I could throw it. And I threw it so badly. I should have known after watching the guys in front of me throw it, like, man, it's like these guys have done this before right just now. And I threw it, and immediately he's like, Taylor, you're tight end. Go meet up with him. So I got to be a tight end, which like
Hey,
they explained
pivotal.
to me as they explained to me as such a really exciting position where they're like, yeah, it's multifaceted. You're like a Swiss Army knife, but it's like
That's true.
but we're also playing middle school, and so you're gonna
Oh.
get a pass to you once this year. Other than that,
You're basically a nimble blocker, all right? And we're gonna throw you in front of faster kids, and you're just
Yeah.
gonna stand there.
I was
could've been a
the
running back.
least fat kid, and so that's
As
where
a
I
big
slotted
guy
in.
who's hard to tackle, I kind of want to give you the ball and see how many guys it takes to bring you
I
down.
also that was their thought. Also, I had the most success as a wide receiver. I was the biggest wide receiver in the league by a good bit, and like I just would dominate these cornerbacks. But it was once again maybe one pass was thrown to me every 2 games. Because you just don't run a passing game in middle school. It's all just running.
You're right.
Every single thing when they were running in, like, and I was playing defense. We didn't have a lot of players, so I played everything. And so I played what the fuck is it? Linebacker? Yeah, I played linebacker on defense. And every single play, you just hear people yelling, "Sweep! It's another sweep!" And so then it'd be like, and so every play, give it. What are they going to do this time, coach? I think they're going to give it to their fastest kid again, and it's going to be a sweep.
Yeah. Because listen, by quarter 3, I never played football, but by like quarter 3, I'm looking at even like the fit guys, and I'm like, oh, he's gassed. If he gets four yards beyond the line of scrimmage, he's scoring a touchdown. Like there is nobody capable of chasing down the skinny kid. It's just
you need
like
a soccer player on those teams so that you
Right.
can have some energy in the fourth quarter and everybody else is gassed.
Which is why it was so funny to me that like I had a couple friends who transferred off the soccer team when they realized that they weren't technically good enough or like stamina wise there for soccer, but they could kick the ball pretty decently. And if they got called on the one in every 3 games, because you go for it on 4th and 17. Right, or like 4th and goal, no matter what, you're not kicking a field goal because your best field goal kicker and the guys who are supposed to hold the ball, there's a lot of things that go wrong at the professional level, and it's certainly going wrong in middle school and high school. So like people who kick the ball, period, rarely get it. But that was all the kids would leave soccer. They'd go over there, and then it's just like, what do you do? Well, kick the ball really far. Like if you ever want to punt it, that's what I'm here for.
Yeah.
I really like high pressure jobs. And I can't think of one that's all right. So there's jobs where your life is on the line, of course.
Right.
But NFL kicker has this special place where his life is kind of on the line. If he misses a few of these in a row, he's out of the league.
Yeah.
That's all it takes. Like maybe 3
Yeah.
in a row, and that'd probably be it if we think about it. Like three medium ones.
It's even more. I am biased because I'm a Ravens fan, so I have literally the greatest kicker of all time on my team currently.
What's his name?
Justin Tucker.
Okay.
How old is
He's not
he?
who
Do you
I'm
know?
thinking of.
Is he
He's
one of the older guys?
33.
Perfect.
He's
I like that about
youngish.
kickers too. Those guys in their 40s, they're in the prime.
Yeah.
The pressure doesn't get to them
Vinatieri.
anymore.
That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah,
That's what I thought you were
Adam
gonna say.
Vinatieri was the other one that everybody like. There's a couple others like Dan Bailey and like even like Greg's the leg. I can't remember his name.
Yeah.
The guy who previously had the longest field goal. At
Wait, did he have a
65
fucked
yards.
up foot?
No, there was a guy who had a half foot that kicked with a special flat like boot, and he would just toe it.
My
and he
high school
had the
gym
longest for a
teacher
while.
was in that play. He was on that
Really?
team. Yeah, he was like I don't know what he was, a lineman or something, but yeah, he was part of that field goal kick.
That was I'm pretty sure that was like 62 yards, and it was the longest for ages. And then some Lions guy kicked it 65 yards, and then this season Justin Tucker kicked it 66 yards. And it's just like watching these people, and he did it for the win too, but like watching any kicker after you've seen the other side where you had kickers miss it from 23 yards, like shanking it, just like unprovoked errors. And to have somebody who is objectively the best at their game, like it's been 10 years now almost, and every morning I wake up and I pray to the God that gave me that kicker, because it's just, I can't imagine being consistently good at anything for that long. 10 years where you're just capable of 50 yards and it's for the game. And you're right, if you miss a couple of those, people say you might want to move on. I think Vinatieri came back, maybe not him, somebody came back out of retirement and missed a bunch of shit last season, and it removed him from like top 3 most accurate and put him at like number 7. And he was like,
Oh, that's a big
rip.
error.
Yeah, and he's like all right, well, that was probably, maybe I should have done that.
Yeah.
He probably had plenty of money, their NFL
Yeah.
contracts at the end of his. Have you guys ever tried to kick a field goal or a
Yeah.
free kick? Or anything?
Yes,
Yeah.
but it's hard.
How'd it
They
go?
would the guys with like the guys who actually did it would practice. Like while we did gym, they didn't have to. If they were on the football team, they could run drills. So like they would be over there kicking it. And I tried to kick like they were doing field goal practice, like first and goal, like the extra point. That's what I mean to say. And I just couldn't figure out the elevation and the windage. I could get one or the other. It would go straight and not high enough, or it would go high enough but wide. I only tried like half a dozen times or something. But also, like the approach is more awkward than you might think. Like figuring out where you want your left foot to be when you like drive your right foot, and when to start pulling your right foot back. I don't know. It was a bit of a dance.
And the worst part too, I think, about all this, because we oftentimes, because our field was next to the football field, is we'd have water breaks and they'd have water breaks, and somebody would run over and be like, "Hey, hold it real quick. Let me hit a field goal." And most of the time, even though you could conceptually hit the ball hard in the direction you wanted to go, you're right, the run up was weird. Sometimes your friend would like run at you. And you're like looking at the guy running at you, and there's 11 of those dudes on the other side, and you have to make sure you're kicking it above these people while not getting hit. It's like a lot of trust in a lot of other people to make sure that you can just hit the ball straight. That's why it's hard.
I think there are a couple of humans who can hit like 70-yard field goals in a perfect environment, like indoors, without an offensive line.
Perfect, holder.
But almost no one can do it during a game. Because and I think
it makes sense.
Maybe arch it higher, and then
it's called defense for a reason, you know. And I don't know if you've ever noticed, like, seeing how the defense, like especially in clutch situations, are just diving as high as they can and getting their hands in the air. That ball is moving. It breaks their fingers sometimes.
Yeah, you can see it.
Is that a thing that happens?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
you can see if they like barely touch the ball, it like,
or if it jams their finger, like that ball is fucking moving at the line.
The gloves that you used to have as like when you were in middle school for soccer, if you were a keeper, would have reinforced ridges on the back so your fingers wouldn't bend backwards if you got a shot ripped at you. And it just catches
rules
the tip.
on those gloves. Like, is there any reason I can't come out with like giant #1 foam hands?
Oh,
it'd probably be frowned upon.
Like pine tar or whatever.
It's Johnny Big Hands again. Let's pack it up, kids. Let's go to Pizza Hut. We're not playing today.
That's a good question. I don't know if there's
there were no rules around hockey goalie pad sizes for a while. They just look like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man in there with their giant gear.
It's good they made rules against that eventually, because it was ridiculous. On the last thing on the field goal kicking, like I said in middle school.
Can you name a player for Zach to pull up?
Oh, fuck! What's the name of the Tampa Bay Lightning goalie? Giguere, Giguere.
Thank you. Maybe Zach will
John
find this golden
Jean
tag.
something Giguere. But
Is he a
anyway,
Frenchman?
yeah, I think he's French Canadian. A lot of players are. But yeah,
Yeah.
my middle school football team, we were so short on positions. Like I said, I also was the kicker.
Oh, no.
And the way that started is because like early, like one of those first practices that the coach, in looking back, this coach had no interest in being the football coach. He just was the gym teacher there, didn't really care. And he was just like, all right, everybody line up. So-and-so is going to hold it right there on the, yeah, that guy, when he would go down, he had his jersey tied or his chest protector tied up. So when he went down, it stayed the same height. So it just rose to his ears. And they were like, this is fucking absurd. But he did really well because he did what he could.
What an asshole.
he did well.
Hey,
Anyway,
man, quack.
so like one of the first days of football practice, he was like, all right, everybody go kick, and we're going to see who naturally can do this. And I got, I think 2 or 3 in a row. First time ever trying it, like extra point. No one was making them, they were shanking it, and I hit it. And I was like, maybe I am a natural at something with football. Got like 3 in a row. I'm over the moon. I'm so excited. And he's like, you're the kicker. And I'm like, all right, fucking tight end, wide receiver, linebacker, kicker. I'm the whole thing. There's
He's got mass,
If
and
you
that's
don't
what
show-
matters.
There's 17 of us.
If Taylor doesn't show up, they can't play.
I'm not acting like I was some ringer. A lot of us were wearing a lot of hats because there were like 16, 17 guys on the team. And then like we got kind of our positions assigned to us in the next practice. He's like, all right, when we score a touchdown, extra point. We're going to run that right now a few times so you guys know how to protect Taylor when he's kicking. And I thought in my head, I was like, I just do what I did the other time. Don't think about it and just kick it. And I swear to God, I missed a dozen like in a row to the point that like after maybe like 7 of them, the coach like came over and was like, well, come on, just kick it, man. Just kick it. And I could see how exasperated he was as an adult because I felt like I was going to get in trouble, and I kept missing.
Oh,
He should have been like, clearly this kid got 3 lucky kicks last practice. He doesn't know what he's doing. You ever played football? No, I played hockey my whole life. Okay, so you're probably not a natural. At one point, like after maybe a dozen of them, he just comes over and he goes, "What are you doing?" I still remember exactly the intonation of his voice, everybody on the line on both scrimmage sides staring back at me because we can't move on from this drill because I can't make one. Because he's like, we're doing the drill until he makes one and we secure the extra point.
No.
But he goes, the defense is barely pressuring anymore. Just to give
They're
me
just
space.
gassed. They're just like,
The line is up there doing
dead.
this.
Oh, all right, good.
Come on.
They tried to deflect it in. Alley
It was horrible. It was horrible, but no one else could still kick well, and so they moved me off of that, and I just did place kicking instead.
Oh, no,
'cause-
they still let you kick.
Distance wasn't the problem, just any sort of accuracy whatsoever. I did a lot of
Yeah.
unintentional onside kicks. None of them panned out. Oh, topped that one. It's just right there. Oh, God.
What if
So many
your coach
embarrassing
took that
moments.
as well? Like your first kickoff, you kick an onside kick, you guys immediately recover. He's like, "Holy shit, we're starting the game with possession." All right,
Yeah. All right, we're good.
He
here.
recovered his own
See that boy?
onside kick.
Taylor doesn't need leadership. He just knows what to do. You're standing
Oh,
over there
man.
like,
It's
I
a
hated
fun
playing
part
football.
of the show's history that you hit puberty at like 8 and had a beard at 10, and I hit puberty at 18 and had a beard at 22.
And I hit puberty at 18, and I can't grow beard.
Touche.
Well, if you would have hit
We have
puberty
a winner.
earlier, you could have been marginally better at middle school football.
Clear. I wake up in a cold sweat, wondering why I did not do that.
Do you guys remember did you guys play football at that age? Like Tucker, you
Yeah.
said you never did.
I never
like
I
Pee Wee
remember
football? Yeah.
like middle school age, like 12 or whatever football, like
Oh.
being scared of certain teams we'd go up against because it'd be like, we're going to play so-and-so high, St. Mary's. Don't they have that guy Thompson who's been held back twice?
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, I think he's 6'5". No, that was last year, a cool 6'7" now. And it's like every time, what are they gonna do?
sucks.
Sweep to Johnson, sweep, and he's just getting blown. I remember that specifically. The guy wasn't 6'7", but we got blown the fuck out, like 3-52, because some guy was just too big to be knocked down by children.
That's like Derrick Henry's high school, whatever. Derrick Henry is probably the most dominant running back in the NFL. And he's just a giant mountain of a man. And like you'd watch the replays of his high school, and you're like, well, yeah, naturally, there's nobody that could physically stop the guy. So he's running for 5 touchdowns and 500 yards every game. And you've just got to think to yourself, like the kids that are just showing up, like the quarterback, like that poor kid was like, I can't wait. We're winning all these games. Surely people are going to look at me to be a quarterback in college. It's like, what are we doing again? Handing it off 42 times to Derek. Okay, that's great.
Yeah, you've never thrown the ball. Why would they scout you?
I mentioned it. I swam with a guy when he was 12. I don't want to exaggerate his height, but it was like 6'3" or 6'4" at 12 years old. And it was a team that had people of all different ages. Like, it wasn't an important team. Anyway, what was fun is he had to bring his birth certificate to every meet because other teams' parents would challenge that he was actually 12.
Good for those parents. Make him show.
Make him work for it.
Yeah, before you paralyze one of these kids, you're gonna have to show
swimming,
that you drove here.
See, but I don't like help me with this though. How does a birth certificate actually prove their age, right? I guess this says that a kid named John Smith is 12. This is John Smith. Hi, I'm John Smith. There could be a little lie somewhere in there, maybe.
I consider that too. What's better though? He doesn't have a driver's license.
I don't know. I'm going to need some DNA evidence before that Mongoloid tackles my kid, though.
Does Mongoloid have another term? Is that a term for somebody with Down syndrome?
Yeah, it is a less. It's a pretty not ideal term for.
Is it?
That's why I chose it.
I don't even know how to say it. Is it like racist or something?
I mean, it's equating people who are from Mongolia to people who have Down syndrome.
Oh, I'm not sure if that's accurate.
I was about to ask: what is a person from Mongolia called?
Mongolian.
I'm almost sure I'm not that.
That's not what I call them.
They are not Mongoloids. If you're from Mongolia,
here they are.
You're a Mongolian.
I'm pretty sure.
But you know.
Wait. I was trying to think if there's a scientific background for the word Mongoloid. I'm like positive there is. But you thought that Mongolians were called Mongoloids?
Well, that's the bit, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it was. It used to those used to be like they had like Mongoloid, Caucasoid. Like they used to like use those terms. And like a lot of them, I bet like the guy who came up with that at the time was like, it's time to get a little more tolerant, guys. I'm tired of us just referring to these people as subhuman scum outright. Let's call them Mongoloids. And everyone's like, this fucking snowflake progressive, can't handle the hard language.
So Zach posted here, offensive, dated, a person belonging to the division of humankind, including indigenous of South Asia, Southeast Asia, and the Arctic region of North America. So Mongoloids, East Asia, Southeast Asia, and Arctic. And then another offensive word for Mongoloid is a person with Down syndrome. So I guess you don't say that.
Not anymore. But time's a flat circle. It'll
come back. Just wait a couple decades.
So the one that has to do with where people are from is offensive and dated, but the one with Down syndrome, I guess, was just always offensive.
I mean, yeah, just in general, calling people who have Down syndrome Mongoloids.
That's incredibly rude.
I'm just trying to figure out where.
Well, not to their face.
But like
their weird little face.
Jesus Christ. that one offended my sensitivities.
Yeah, that was a good one.
You'd never be that mean. What other
Taylor,
words
I have
we
done seconds of show preparation, and I want to tap into one of your superpowers. This might be not fun. Can you spell? I'm going to start easy. Misspell. Spell misspell. These are the top 10 most misspelled words.
MIS. Ooh, this is weird.
This is weird, but it should be exactly what you think it should be.
Is it one S?
Why would it be one S?
MISPELL.
There you go.
Wrong. There are two S's.
Really?
Yes. Why would there ever be one? Miss.
Because he said it was a
misinterpret. If you misinterpret, all right, spell, that word starts with an S. So you misspell has to be two S's.
Taylor,
You don't, like,
everyone here thinks
apostrophe
you're
that
dumb,
shit.
but not me.
Not me.
I
had
think
no,
you're
I don't know any of
Only
these
him.
words.
But that was the easiest one. What's
Kyle,
the
do
next
you
one?
want
Well, that was tough
No,
because he
I-
said it's
I
a
do not
commonly
want
misspelled
The
word.
next
and
one
so
I
you
think is
He psyched
actually
you
the next
out.
one's hard.
He
The one
psyched
after
me
that's
out.
easy.
well, shit.
Taylor, let's hit you. Spell Pharaoh.
PHAROAH.
I think it's AOA.
AOH.
Kyle got it.
AOH.
What?
It's
Kyle
AOH.
All right, you know what?
Man, I'm
having
not
fun
good
with
at
this,
these
and I'm
commonly
giving it to
misspelled
Tucker
words.
because I think he might get it. Tucker, spell weird.
Okay, well that's easy. Everybody knows how to spell weird. You got it. It's not harder than you think.
WEIRD?
Yeah, but it's E
Why-
before I, so people get it
Yeah,
wrong.
but I mean, that's what's confusing about it. I mean, I don't know, when I just picture the word weird, it shows up like that in my head.
Pharaoh and the previous word, whatever
It's
that
like
was.
it's like Wednesday. When I read
Misspell.
Pharaoh, I read Pharaoh. I don't know. It's weird.
Here's one I can never spell, and I've just given up on remembering. Restaurant. And it's just-
Restaurante.
Have you ever seen that bit by Patrice O'Neill when he's
No.
talking about like Patrice O'Neill? Go watch Elephant in the Room. He died like 10 years ago. One of the funniest comedians
Rip.
ever. He had a bit about spelling and how bad of a speller he was. He's like, I love my mom, but if some guy comes up and puts a gun to my mother's head and says, spell restaurant, or I'm gonna blow her head off. I'm gonna go, Mom, I love you more than anything in the world.
I mean, yeah.
But it's like restaurant.
Do you guys want any more, or are we moving
It's
on?
restaurant. Yeah.
I do want one more, but
R-E-S-T-A-U-A-R-N-T.
the worst part about restaurant is like I watch Seinfeld, and like every
A-U-R-E-N-T.
episode it flashes the word in front of me, and every time I see it, I go, "Remember this time, dumbass. Remember this time." It doesn't stick.
R-E-S-T-A-U rant.
I think that's correct.
Yes.
Restaurant.
Restaurant.
This one's
Restaurant.
hard. They're all hard,
Restaurant.
but doable for Kyle. Intelligence.
INTE. Are there two L's? Let's do two L's. Is it two L's? I'm going with two L's. LL. Okay. IGENCE.
Kyle got it. That's right. Nicely done, Kyle.
I'm pretty high too. Like, that's why that was so difficult. I'm like picturing letters pop up in my head.
I think this one's hard, and I'm going to hand it to
that
Taylor
one is kinda hard.
because he's kind of the.
No, this is an
ace.
all play. This is an all play.
Taylor, handkerchief. Handkerchief. I don't even know how to say it.
See,
but-
well, you gave it away by correcting yourself.
Yep.
Oh, did I? Okay.
The hard part was the chief part.
Yep.
Not
is it
for
a
me.
chiff?
Well,
Is it a
this-
chief?
There's plenty of hard parts in this word for me.
Is it a cheat?
HANKERCHIEF.
Kyle nailed it. Did
Yeah,
you cheat?
it's hanker chief.
No.
Yeah.
Like,
The
right.
only
But
thing I'm playing with is this.
well, my dad always said handkerchief. And I'm sure a lot of other
do.
people.
Yeah, I think that's what I would say.
So
They'd
it's
spell it
kinda
like
confusing
chef at
when
the
you-
end instead of chief.
Yeah.
yeah.
Ooh, or that.
Most of these words I don't even know. Gobbledygook? Anyone want to try it?
What the fuck? Nobody's like, hey, no gobbledygook.
It was number one.
Gobblety.
G-O-B-
Gobbelty. Gook.
That was actually pretty far off. GOBBLEDEGOOK.
Gobbledygook.
Gobbledygook. Gobbledygook.
You know what that word is like?
I didn't know that was a real word.
You know the injector in Kharkov, the obadobolos that no one pronounces correctly ever? It's the same
Say
shit.
it again.
Obadobolos. I just say it quickly so that it doesn't matter.
Nobulos.
Oh,
I
that's a
don't know.
drug in Tarkov. Isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah, that's what I was saying. It's another one of those words.
Yeah,
you're not
I was
gonna-
But
sorry,
can you
I just-
spell it?
yeah. I knew
It's
you could do it.
obadoblabos.
It's something like that. It's the extra bose on the
It's
end.
definitely OBODOBOLEOS or some shit.
It makes your mouth do some stuff it doesn't normally do with words.
I'm gobbling.
Yeah.
That turned out okay. That was all the words that I actually knew from that list.
It's
There are two
way
more I don't
easier
even
to
know.
spell a word if you pretend to write it than if you
Yeah.
just start saying it. You
Oh,
know what
yeah,
I mean?
if I had a
It's
sheet
like
of
you
paper, it
you
would
get
be
ahead of yourself with
tremendously
muscle
easier.
memory and then you just spell it.
Have you ever actually, and I mean this without a hint of irony, watched the spelling bee
Yeah.
ESPN champ? I was watching on an airplane, and yes, I was drinking heavily. It was cross country, but this was the year where they had 7 tied people because they just could not get anybody out. They were on like round 7 of overtime, and nobody would lose. And I'm sitting here just like they're throwing words out and asking for etymology of things that have 17 syllables, and I'm like, refrigerator's about as far as I can go in my head. Was just like things that make no sense grammatically, and it's just I love it. I'm dyslexic,
I watched that
so it's
show,
hard.
the spelling bee, in awe of
Yeah.
everybody involved, of the kids that can spell the words, of the adults that can pronounce them. I'm like, how do he do that? Like, when they just read the etymology of it correctly, and I don't know, there's like Greek root words and stuff like that they hand out. I couldn't do any. I could work the camera maybe.
When I see it, I see a massive waste of time and talent, because you have these clearly intelligent children who are like, they're probably a little weird in one way or another.
Yeah, they're definitely a little
so that they're good at this, but their talent is being focused into a really stupid fucking thing that has no financial future in life. There are no adult spelling champions, I've noticed.
That's true. It's not
and if
That is true.
there are, I know who Kurt Schilling is, but I don't know who can spell onomatopoeia. Like, I got no fucking
You know
clue.
what? You're right. It kind of goes the way of like women's lacrosse. Like once you leave school, I don't even think anybody even realizes it's
women's
a thing.
sports as a whole.
Hey, the WNBA is crushing. Oh, tennis. I mean, golf. You know what?
Yeah, tennis and golf.
The
ones where
times
you
are
can
changing.
appreciate
No
their
longer
figure.
are that funny. All right, would have been a banger in the 90s.
Well, I forgot about tennis and golf. Those are real
And fighting. Oh my.
Oh yeah,
fighting was a good
MMA is
one.
incredible. Yeah,
Dude, if there's
I
a
would
chick on the
wager
card,
sometimes.
her sex doesn't really play into her popularity for me at all.
No.
It's the backstory and the fighting and the winning. And
No, I like those chicks because they're badass. Now, I will say this: ugly is ugly. I don't need pretty, and I don't need handsome. But if ugly is there, I'm gonna laugh at it. Like there's a couple of those men and women, and we're making fun of them, and there's no sexism coming into play. We just think they're really fucking ugly people, and we don't like them on our TV. It's like,
on
get
a
out of here,
related
show.
note,
Put a bag
I
on
feel
its
that
head.
bad tattoo choices are right there also.
That's an endemic in the fighting world.
Yeah,
It is an endemic. I think it's an endemic in not just the fighting world, but a general. You see this trend a lot with anybody that has I'm gonna say, lack of getting the shit kicked out of them by their parents or something. I don't even know how hard my sister hid her tattoo of the adoption symbol from my mom for like a good bit.
Was she
because was like,
adopted?
yeah.
What does it
and
look like?
it's a heart and a triangle. And because she was like, I'm gonna get this, but like I'm still not really sure she's gonna be cool with it or not. And I'm like, yeah, it'll be all right. Don't worry. But in my head, right? Versus I'll look at like some of my friends' tattoos that they have viciously tried to cover up, hide, whatever. One so far has got your entire arm completely covered in black ink from like the forearm down.
Oh, what were they
and I'm
covering up?
just like, well, yeah, I mean, just not great. Yeah, see, harmless, but
The Deathly Hallows.
I thought that was the logo for the Viva La Band.
I saw
right,
one
no,
that had some
him,
color. It looked a little
him.
bit-
Right.
Isn't that him?
I saw it and I was like, you like him? And my sister's like, what? And I was like, what?
Huge Jackass fan, huh?
Yeah, really love that.
What was the tattoo of the guy's arm that he had to go full?
I
black
actually
ink?
don't know. I didn't see it prior to but when he blacked it all out, he was like, yeah, and it was really awkward talking to the previous tattoo artist that did my arm because he was like, hey, like, what's going on with that? He's like, yeah, I just painted over your art. Sorry.
I decided I like my arm entirely black.
Well, because then you can
Frostbite.
tattoo back with white and do negative space. And he just decided that whatever tattoos were under there were not as good as the idea of potentially doing something down the road.
Was it something like racist or
No.
Oh,
It wasn't
okay,
like
okay.
anything wrong or scathing. It just
Ah,
I
okay.
think it was maybe done in an inebriated and or less than ideal state.
I feel like
okay.
the artist should know he's that bad, right? If the guy
You
couldn't
would
live with
think
it,
that, but
yeah.
in many a field, tattoos and otherwise, a lot of people just think that their art is artistic and not bad. It's just not for everyone.
I
so.
guess you're saying there are musicians that exist in that space
Yes.
as well.
Oh,
Yeah.
for sure. And you're like, this is just awful music. And they're like, no, it's just, you just don't like it. I'm like, stylistically and everything else, yes.
You have no talent.
Yeah. But
But Don't knock on the way I
sometimes-
bang pots and pans together.
Yeah.
It's something special to me.
And then, of course, some random person ends up popping off, and then you look like the idiot because you're like, no, you're awful.
Dude, I just went to the bad tattoos Reddit top all
Oh,
time.
Jesus
that
Christ.
is.
And this is brutal. Like seeing some of these stresses me out. Like thinking about having it on my body. The top guy all time apparently took a picture of some other guy's very good looking tattoo and said, I want that. But I had a picture of the guy's nipple in it. And the guy he asked to duplicate it put the guy's nipple on his arm.
Yeah.
And so he's got a terrible rendition of this with a nipple. This is, I'm so glad I don't have any tattoos.
Oh my god.
I mean,
Have you
I
ever
really,
seen,
I want one. Or
What would you get,
but-
Tucker?
Yeah.
I'm really
I wouldn't
curious.
know. I wouldn't know because it's one of those things where I have a bunch of friends that have. I have friends that have very well put together sleeves that all flow artistically into each other. I have friends that have very cool small individual tattoos that are just random whatever. I just like the idea of a tattoo, something that you either like or that means something enough for you that you want to put it on your body and like it's remembered that way.
Every time I see a cool tattoo, it's for girls. I saw one I liked not long ago. It was just a word.
I didn't know they
and it was grease or
gendered.
something. It meant like health and wellness. I don't know. But it was a word like behind her neck in the center. And it's like, that's just a girl thing. I like ankle tattoos. I like the fucking thing right below your ear. I like wrist tattoos. Dude,
For
I'm gonna
you,
come
you
back
like
with a
that?
goddamn
Yes,
tramp
for him,
stamp
he
and be
wants
like,
them.
why are you?
I was ready to give you you just like some weird placements.
Those
They're
are
very
girl tattoos places. Like
You can get it on the
under the
ankle, but
ear?
it has to be pretty far along. Like if it's a guy with the only tattoo in its ankle, it's kind of wrong.
It's weird.
But if he's
you can
already
get
got a
wrist
sleeve and a
too.
deltoid or something.
So
Yeah.
have you ever watched? You're watching Practical Jokers, where they end
Yeah.
up with this punishment. So like, one of the guys' punishments once was to get Jaden Smith's face tattooed to his thigh,
That's so
and
tough.
and they must have hired like a real fucking artist because it's photorealistic. It's one of those photorealistic tattoos that you look at and you're
So
like, oh my god, this guy's an artist. So then maybe a year or two later, I guess he lost another challenge, and his punishment was again to get Jaden Smith's face tattooed to his other thigh, but slightly aged now. Like current Jaden Smith, like for 2008 or whatever.
No
So like
way.
in a recent bit, the bit is
I would
there's
be so not lose.
sometimes it's easier to lose and take the tattoo than to do what they were going to make you do.
But isn't it usually saying something that you don't want to say?
It's
'cause
usually saying
awkward?
something really awful to someone. Sometimes it can be like insulting them in
But a
kind of an awful
tattoo
way.
is pretty rough.
Well, he's got both thighs with Jaden Smith's face on them. So a recent bit on a completely third on a third episode that's
So
completely
good.
separate. He's like, yeah, that's one of them. Yeah. So
He's
he's
got
like,
the Wi-Fi brow.
I think that I don't know if that was the one who was in this bit. So there may be a second guy on the show who also has 2 Jaden Smith tattoos. There may be 3 in the bunch, but he's behind the desk and he's writing an email and he asked this stranger, she's the one the joke is being played on, would you listen to my email and let me know if it's, buttoned up and ready to send? And she's like, sure, I'd love to do that, people. And so the email is like, the tattoo that you put on me is not what I asked for. This is not my son. It does not look like my son. I will hurt you and your family in ways you can't comprehend. And he's like, do you think I should send it? And she's like, well, what are we talking about? And he stands up and pulls his pants down and shows her his left thigh. And he's like, the worst part is, and she's like, that is not your son. Because first he shows her his son, his real son, I think. And then after that, he's like, the worst part is I went back. He said he'd give me one for free. Something like that. Shows her the other thigh. That is not your... I would be pissed. So you think the email's ready? See, they have to convince this lady that email is ready to be sent off, even though it is a threatening, unprofessional email. So he came up with the whole bit about and she's like, I'd be pissed. Yes, send it.
Dude, I love Impractical Jokers. I think that's a hilarious show. Did you hear Joe? Everybody agrees Joe's the funniest guy on the show.
He's not my favorite,
leaving.
but he's
leaving the show.
He's the guy with a pot belly.
Personal reasons. Yeah.
Well, his wife and he split, I believe, and that group is very tight. Like they've been high school friends, from what I understand. And they were high school friends, I should say.
What do they like? The wife more? Like, why does he have to leave the show though?
Yeah, I don't know.
I
Maybe
think that's
what he did was this, and they kicked him out. They're like, I can't believe you fucked Debbie's friend like
it.
that.
It seems from the outside looking in.
To be clear, Taylor can fuck anyone he wants. He still has a place on PKA.
All
Oh,
right,
thank you.
I would.
You too, Tucker.
Thanks. I mean, hey, I'm not dating anybody, but
Kyle, you need to stay loyal to I don't know who.
Everyone. It's loyal to everyone.
Anyway,
I'm bummed
I
out that
interrupted your story.
I'm bummed out that show's going away. It sucks.
Oh, the whole show's going away.
Well, the show. I mean, they said they're gonna keep it going, but without him, it's just not the same show. He's the funniest one. He responds to it the best. He's the one who it's hardest to embarrass. He goes
might be my
further than
least
the rest of
favorite.
them. What? That's wild.
So first of all, I saw him do a bit the other day where he's improv is excellent. So the bit is that he has to get strangers to rub lotion on him, sun lotion on him in the park. And he's a disgusting looking man. He's got this huge beer belly and he's wearing a Speedo, I think. And by happenstance, he gets recognized by a fan. Now the cameras are hidden. And the fan is like, "Are you guys filming out here?" And he's like, Nah, I'm getting some sun, bro. Like I'm a big fan. It's like, great. Hey, you want to hang out? Yeah. He gets the fan to start rubbing but he's like, no, keep going. Every time the fan stops, keep going. And it's like 1 million SPF. So he's being painted white. And by the time the fan is done, he is completely covered. I mean, every fucking inch, like his face, like his arms.
Wasn't it an
just
Indian
white.
guy?
And they're unknowing. It's. I think they're in Central Park. I don't know,
Yeah.
but think like big park where like ladies lay on towels and bikinis in the park. They're all watching this go down and giggling. Like they think it's the most awkward. It's great.
How is he your
keeps
least favorite though?
Because the
current.
little guy who's bald is awesome. I like
Murr's
him.
my second favorite. He's great, but
I
Joe's
really
definitely
like-
number one.
I really like the big one. They're all kind of big except for the bald guy. But I don't know how to describe him because they all look so
Sal-
similar. They're all like older, chubby guys with beards, with dark
Is it
hair.
the one that's
They could all be Game of Thrones.
He looks
characters.
very Italian.
Oh, Sal,
Yeah,
the one
I
that
guess
like
that's because he's
like
Italian.
always whines about his punishments the most.
Yeah, he's a good actor. I think he's very expressive.
Which
with his
does,
face.
I
Yeah.
think that he, it can be a bit annoying when they give him punishments that are just leaps and bounds easier than what they give Murr because they just bully Murr with it. But Sal knows that like by throwing a fit, that like he's basically like oh yeah, they're never gonna come too hard at me because I'm giving them entertainment just by throwing a fit over something minor.
You know what? One of the more
he makes out
embarrassing
like a
ones.
bandit, not having to do anything hard.
One of the punishments run the gamut, but like some of them are embarrassing, some literally painful, and some are just weird. And one of them that like checks all three of those boxes. I think it's Murr, the bald one. They had him get a prostate exam in front of like a group of men, like and women, like an audience, and they're talking about prostate health. And the premise was that he has volunteered from the crowd to be prostate examined. and he has to volunteer, and he gets up there and he's like, "Dude, look at your hands!" And he puts his hands up next to the other guy's hands, and it's like when a girl, it does this shit. It's like when you grab your girl's hand like that.
No!
The doctor goes, "Don't worry about that," and the doctor's like, "Drop your pants," because they tell him, "Don't drop your pants. Refuse to drop your pants." And he's like, so the doctor has to forcibly like get his pants off, and at first he won't bend over, so the doctor's kind of having to like bend him over, and gives him a prostate. I've never had a prostate exam. I thought they went in and like poked once and like, "Oh yeah, you have one," but they're like massaging lobes of this guy's prostate, and he's just like ah. And,
Wait, dude, after
they finish, and he stands up and he's just like, I did it, and the doctor goes, but the truth is you can never be too sure. So I thought we'd have a second opinion today. Bring in Dr. Mike. And Dr. Mike comes in and he gives him another prostate exam.
They should get that arm wrestler with the giant hand.
It's so fucking fun. Like, and that became so funny that like now, like in seasons after that, like the doctor was very funny in the way he played it off. And so they had him become a recurring character. And so randomly at the end of Murr punishments, it'll be like, "Murr, you have to go give a sex ed class to your parents or something." And then at the end of it, he's like, "Am I done?" And they're like, not yet, prostate exam. They sent him in and he's like, are you serious? Again? I've had 6 prostate exams this year. And then just at the end of it, they just pop a face. It's so
I
fucking
got
funny.
brand new pants today, and I'm in genuine risk of peeing.
If you haven't watched Impractical Jokers before, it is such a funny show.
But
I
they
love
fit.
What size are they?
So I bought 34s and 32s. The 34s fit, so this doesn't bode well for the 32s, but I haven't tried them.
Wow. I'm a 32, Woody.
You're smaller, I guess.
Yeah.
It's
I'm
hard,
just impressed that your form fit is similar to mine. Or gross. I'm grossed out at myself is really what I'm trying to say.
I'm really wide in the hip bone structure, so 32 is super bony for me, but I think achievable.
Yeah, I got childbearing hips. So
Yeah.
Yep.
You
Me
don't
too.
do
Big
any
wide.
cardio either. Like you could get
Hey,
there.
It's all diet
I
control. Woody.
walked for like minutes yesterday. It was
3 minutes.
it was 2 days before that, but this week I did walk.
That's fair. That's fair. The walking is huge. Like if you get 10,000 steps a day, you'll be in size 32s in 6 weeks for sure.
How many calories does 10,000 steps burn?
what
It depends on how much you weigh.
10,000 steps.
Oh, I guess that makes
It
sense.
depends how long your legs are.
Is 10,000 steps like for the average person? That's like 4 miles.
Probably
here we
3 or
go.
4 miles.
I have 13,697 steps today, which is 7.1 miles.
Did you run or anything? Like,
Oh.
how did you get so many steps?
I just walked I live downtown, so I just walked to do my things. I walk
Walking's
5
part of your
miles a
life.
day. I have a
Okay.
dog, yeah, so I walk 5 miles a day average. Some days more, some days less.
No.
Well, that's
I try
better
to
than
do
running.
I try to do 10 a day. It's really easy because I do those walks after every meal. But when I was like really cutting hard, I was doing 15 or 16,000 steps a day. But you know, that was on top of like cardio every day too. So it was silly.
I want to walk more often. It's easier for me to do it in the winter. Like, I'm just more down with it. In North Carolina summer, just going on random walks
That's hot.
is a commitment. And there's 100% there has to be a shower afterwards. It's a thing.
Yeah, you just get sticky.
Yeah. I just walk through a neighborhood, you know, like on the sidewalks, and it makes one of those giant, you know how neighborhoods are now, like those communities. So you're doing this. It's kind of a cool, like, I get to see what all the neighbors' shit looks like and peek in their windows when they're not looking and stuff.
Sure.
Hey, anybody who
gather
says
some
they don't
valuable
do that is a
information.
liar.
Oh,
Like
yeah,
that
dude,
is
you totally do that. You find out what's in their glove box, center console in their car.
I sit here and I look into all of the windows that I can possibly look into. I'm this close to buying some binoculars and really diving into the.
Hey, if you get really into it, talk to me. You're gonna need some thermal equipment.
And the gun.
I mean,
Guns too
And a
loud.
crowbar.
Taylor.
when I first moved here, the day that I moved here was the last day of the World. Well, one of the final games of the World Series. The Dodgers were playing in, and so I noticed that the guy in the apartment complex across the street from me was watching on his big TV, and I didn't have internet, but I did have my Canon G30 with extended zoom and an HDMI cable and a monitor. So I plugged it in, and it was like watching in 360. Like, you could see the ball, you could see the score, you could see everything. But that has to have been the most like poverty level shit, because I don't even care about
Expensive
baseball.
camera.
Yeah, but I mean, well, yeah, it was like it was like everybody's go-to camera for ages. But I was just like, I didn't even care about baseball. I was just bored. No internet sucked.
Yeah.
No internet
does
always sucks. When the electricity goes out, I'm just like, hope it comes back soon. Or what will I do?
Yeah, what else was
Internet
supposed to-
here, even when the electricity's out. Like, so the internet
Really?
usually tends to work. Yeah. And all the Wi-Fi and routers and stuff.
Do you
are-
have that redundant? Because FiOS, when we had it, had a backup pack thing that they installed that was like 48 hours of power to the internet, as long as like the grid wasn't damaged or some shit.
It just tends to work. And then in the house, all that stuff is on. We have our own uninterruptible power supplies for all the equipment. Mostly because it's not
cool.
that rare for us to get like a 1 second sort of brownout.
Mhm.
And when I did the show recording, it would be tragic if I didn't have all that shit set up. So
Yeah.
I invested in it.
Yeah,
that's for the
okay.
best.
Do you guys have like those LED lanterns? Like any of those in case power goes out?
I got a blowtorch.
Those well, I mean, that's going to be
Very
difficult
inefficient.
It's very difficult for lighting.
Oh, I've got tons of propane.
Energy
You'd be surprised.
Hey,
Your whole
I gotta go take a piss. Let me just take the blow.
We have a cigarette lighter in cardboard boxes. What could go wrong?
I've seen Indiana Jones. I think I'll get to the bathroom.
Dude, speaking of like,
I don't follow.
I'm making a torch.
Okay, I see.
You're gonna make a torch. That you were talking about like the starting a fire. So, oh, go ahead.
Remember when Wings power went out and he posted a picture? He's like, power's out. And he had brought in one of those propane like turkey fryers and had the open propane burning.
Indoors.
And we were all like, you'll die. You'll die. Like, how old's the tweet? Like,
Did he fall asleep with that on?
And he played it off. He played it off like, oh, I was just kidding. But I think that we saved his life that night. Because if he'd gone to bed, he'd have died.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you cannot light a propane heater indoors.
I mean, if he was lucky, it was very low on propane. But even then, that's so funny. I didn't know about that.
There's a picture of it. It's really
if
funny.
you don't know, it seems like a good idea.
Yeah, like I'll tell you what scared me the other night. Like I never know on my fireplace when the flue or whatever is open versus closed. There's that switch, and like both options seem equally likely to be a closed or open like position.
Yeah,
and I'm standing over it like, I mean, there's some heat coming in the room. There's supposed to be heat coming in the room, but is all of it coming in the room? Is some of the am I gonna die? Like so I just hang out in the living room and I'm like, am I getting a headache? Am I getting a headache? I am a little sleepy. And it is late. Let's just turn the fire. I end up turning it off because I can't. I'm staring at it like it's killing me the whole time.
Need a little space heater.
Yeah, no, because then you're like, oh fuck, what if I go to sleep and then it falls over and my blanket catches fire because my feet got to be toasty right next to the electric space heater.
Then you burn to death.
I would wake up from that though. It's that silent death of carbon monoxide in the night that would.
You know what? If I'm gonna go, I'd rather go that way though, right? Like you just kind of faint into oblivion.
You know what I heard about recently?
Carbon monoxide detector should protect you though, right?
If it is up to date, mine's 25 feet into the ceiling. I don't know if it's beeping or not.
Mine's actually close enough.
We have
I have a really tall ceiling.
In here and where I live, the code is to have one next to like every water heater, every fireplace. My house is, I don't even know, 5 or 6 fireplaces or something like that. So we've got them like all over the place.
Man, that could kill the whole family real quick.
Yeah.
Everything up.
You need canaries.
Speed run.
You can save a lot of money.
Poisoning any percent.
You could save a lot of money on carbon monoxide detectors if you just got a few canaries.
Yeah.
Then you got to take care of
it would lower the carbon monoxide detector expense account.
Absolutely. And their eggs are delicious.
You know how
I just
it
feel like the
go
upkeep is more.
You'd be like laying there in bed, and they'd be freaking out, and you'd be like, "Those fucking birds!" And then, and then you'd be like, "I'm so glad those birds shut up."
That is exactly what I would do.
I know that's what I would do, and I wouldn't know until I woke up in the warm embrace of hell.
Until I woke up dead.
Yeah, that would be a pretty good way to go. That's like when you see in movies. Like when there's a character who's going to commit suicide, it seems like the most often like caught in the act suicide in movies is the garage car running more than anything, and that would be the most pleasant. Like beheading yourself or something.
That's what I was going with. I'm so glad you said that. Did you read the article about the guy who wanted to commit suicide, but he didn't so he built a guillotine in his bedroom, unbeknownst to his father who lived in the home, and like some secret compartment of his bedroom. Like he put up like a false wall, I guess. I don't know.
He was like, I'm planning on this thing.
Oh, I did hear
built
about
a
this.
guillotine. But he built it into his bed somehow so that he took a bunch of sleeping pills. He set a timer on the guillotine, like a mechanism, and he went to sleep. And the timer went off, the guillotine came down, cut his fucking head off.
Jesus Christ.
I gotta know, like, was it pneumatic? Like, how'd it get that much oomph? Right?
Just gravity, like the old ones.
Yeah, but the guillotine, the old ones are like 15 feet up, and those didn't always do the job.
I think they did. I think that was pretty. I would go by guillotine.
I hope he had that shit on like a pneumatic piston that just went.
He's got blank 12 gauge rounds.
Yeah,
like
no.
Two 12 gauge rounds go off like that thing in Jurassic Park.
It's a car like airbag.
You want to kill yourself, and so you set up a Saw-style shotgun to all 4 corners of your head.
Listen, that's cowardly.
Too.
That's so cowardly and messy. Yeah. If you're gonna off yourself, make sure that you do it in a convenient way for other people.
That one guy,
you shouldn't do it at all. But that,
I mean, you shouldn't. I'm not advocating, but like, yeah.
But that is the shittiest way to do it. Leaving your bloody head in the room for someone to deal with.
Yeah, your
what an
parents
asshole.
that care about you, anyone, even if you live alone, the poor person that has to morgue your body.
Tucker, do you know about the guy who made the suicide helmet?
I think maybe we've talked about it.
All over it, facing inward, and like a mechanism that makes all the bullets fire at once into the helmet.
Are you making this up? This isn't Saw, right?
No, it's real. This exists.
I just feel like that's a very messy way.
He wanted instantaneous death. Like
I just think that there are more efficient.
If he wants instantaneous death, I could teach him to fly a
lethal
paramotor.
injection
Not that big a deal.
I'm just saying, like, if you know. It's just if I feel like if that was an option that somebody were to take, at least like maybe keep yourself put together enough that like that people can look at you after the fact. I don't know.
Yeah,
I saw a euthanasia video the other day, and the guy like said goodbye to his family, and then he drank something in a cup, and he faded away in like 2 minutes and just went to sleep.
Damn. That sounds so depressing.
I mean, I never want to get to that point. Yeah, I never want to get to that point, obviously.
I mean, for his family, like watching someone you love just die like that would be so sad. That'd be horrible.
Yeah. I just think watching somebody die, period, is awful. Would not know because I don't, very lucky to not have gone through that gamut quite yet, but it's coming.
You've never seen someone die on the internet?
Oh, I've seen that, but it's different.
Yeah.
Like nobody that I've known or like really loved and cared about has died in my adult life.
I thought you had avoided like bad internet videos.
Oh,
somehow.
I've seen the worst shit, man. I remember that. Yeah, I've seen the worst. Two guys, one hammer, all that.
Like you haven't seen it lately though. Like that, at least me,
because I've avoided.
Yeah,
that.
I don't seek it out.
Literally, when I watched
popular, Yes. The beheading video. Maybe there was a guy in the New York Times.
That is exactly which one I'm thinking about.
With a big knife.
Mm-hmm. Gurgling.
If that's still happening, it's not getting popular on the internet. I bet it's still happening. I bet there are people. Yeah.
No.
It's not going viral anymore.
There was a time early in the internet's life cycle where I think that like they were like, "Hey, we can look at this. Can you believe that?" And we all saw it, and we were like, I think there was a reason we weren't looking at that before.
This is upsetting, and I'm ruining my soul.
And then there was like this very small group of people who like, yeah, we shouldn't look at that anymore, guys. Let's go over here where we don't look at it at all in private, right? All of us over here. Yeah. Like, there's definitely creepers on the internet, and then like places on the internet where you can go. I mean, there's a subreddit called "Watch People Die," right? No, that's "Watch People Fucking Die," and it's funny.
Watch people fucking die.
Watch people fucking die is hilarious.
Is there one where you're just watching people actually die?
Yes, watch people die.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. Watch people die is horrible. Watch people fucking die is hilarious.
It's just the way Kyle said it. He's like, "Oh no, they don't have one where you watch people die. It's called Watch People Fucking Die. It's a joke." Well, aside from the one called Watch People Die.
Yeah, I just feel like the internet's taste for viral death videos, it's gone.
I think a lot of people who came up in that like more Wild West of internet in the early 2000s, mid 2000s, like I remember seeing a ton of fucked up shit. And like now, if I even see like something that's like, oh, this gif of a fight, but this guy gets slammed on his head and cracks his skull up. It's like, I don't want to watch that. That's going to make me upset. I'm going to be thinking like, it's almost like, I thought like, oh, I could watch anything. I'm so tough and cool, like early 2000s. And then now it's like, no, there is no reason to put those images in my head.
Yeah. It's I avoid it pretty much, but every now and then the guys will post some in there because like there's this fun. We like shooting videos. I will say that, like police shootings and stuff, like just active shooter situations. Like when people are gunfighting in the street, we're all down to watch that. But I don't want to see like anybody be beheaded or tortured or any of that sick shit. But I mean, we do watch car crashes and motorcycle crashes and stuff that's like sort of adjacent.
Yeah.
I guess it's just not evil. It's the evil I'm avoiding.
Even fighting videos, like you'll watch videos of a street fight, and it is rare that they don't end with like some guy knocked out in fencing response, getting booted in the head by 5 different people. And it's like, oh, that guy, okay, we just watched to death. That was a knockout on concrete, and now we watch somebody die.
So I watched one last night, and you know how these videos on the internet are. You have no backstory. Like, who knows who the good guy and bad guy is sometimes. But there's this, like, 34-year-old chick who's, like, pretty hot, like, refusing to leave an apartment. And she's like acting crazy and drunk. Like the things she's saying don't make much sense, but she's sort of like defensive and aggressive about them not making sense. And the man is recording and he's saying, leave, just leave, over and over, over and over, over and over. Finally, like out of nowhere, 4 girls who I guess belong in that apartment, their opening move was to shoot her in the face with a fire extinguisher. So now she's blind. And then all 4 of them jump her while this guy records, and they beat the crazy out of her. When they're done with her, he goes, just leave. She grabs her cell phone. Like one of them was on top of her, just ground and pounding her face, like maybe hit her 8 times in the face. Like, some girl fights, there's a lot of like this. These were like, it looked like Francis Ngannou was on this bitch. He was
good strikes.
They beat the crazy out of her though. That was a good one. And then every now and then we find videos of people just exploding in industrial accidents. I'm not a fan of those. I hate the lathe videos whenever someone gets sucked into something.
I will not watch one of those. There's that one you told me about years ago of some guy in like China getting sucked in.
Yeah.
No.
If it's instantaneous, it can kind of we'll watch those, I guess. Like I did see one where a guy was
not very strict standards.
You're not. I draw
if it's underneath 5 seconds, I'll watch you get torn apart. But
I don't
more
watch
than that,
those unless I want to.
I draw a very fuzzy line when it comes to internet video. But we did see a guy blow up on a gas turbine the other day, and it was just so instantaneous that I almost. Like anyone like who dies a natural death should envy this man because he was alive and then he wasn't. And
but he thought he had like after work plans, or maybe
even better. He never
had
had to sit there and be like, "This is how I go, like this. There's never going to be another summer for me." No, he's just like, "I'm going to have some drinks after." Poof.
Natural deaths are so brutal that people they don't think about how rough natural deaths can be. They look at like, oh, this guy burned alive in this car. Yeah, for 35 seconds he did. And I get that it was awful, but it was 35 seconds. That was an intense fire. This guy with cancer slowly fading away, and the pain and the wailing in the bed, and it's so much worse. What Jesus Christ went through was a bad weekend. Everybody with cancer would trade their experience for Jesus's.
I don't know about that one.
I don't know about that one.
When you got cancer, though, everybody's like, "Oh, you're gonna be okay. We love you so much. Let's take care of you." I don't know. They're just kind of beating the shit out of Jesus for a couple days, right?
Yeah, I don't know if
for a few days.
I just like you're just saying
the pain, the wailing.
You're just
what my mother-in-law went through was worse than Jesus.
I mean,
she is the one that sacrificed for your sins.
Being crucified is horrific.
Yeah,
like they did
pretty
that
awful
because Rome was like, hey, we invented roads and aqueducts and all this modern, political science. What can we put our minds to now? And it's like, look how much pain we can inflict with some nails and 2 sticks. Like, oh, we have scientists coming in. See, it doesn't look like he's in that much pain, but watch him struggle to lift himself up to fill his lungs with air. He can't. It's filled with fluid. That's why he's spitting up blood right now. Like, it was a horrible way to die. But you're right in that if I go into it like Jesus did, knowing you come out on the other end, it's just like, come on, like eye on the prize.
Yeah,
like
focus.
Just get through to the other side of it. If you're one of those thieves on the side of Jesus, that's a way worse death. Because the one thief, he got to die thinking he was going to heaven, and if you believe the lore, he did go.
Well, no. If you believe the lore, then eventually he'll get to go whenever God comes back, right? He's still on the ground waiting.
That's always been a weird thing with Christianity, is because
heaven's empty, folks. It's empty. There's nobody up there. There's like 8 guys up there chilling.
Wait,
there's no one in heaven.
No one's gone to heaven yet?
No.
That's not what I learned from cartoons.
Like half a dozen people.
I don't know what the actual canonical
truth is. They can't even play a basketball game up there.
I'm pretty sure there's lots of people with wings.
There's still angels up there. They could get a game going.
Angels can't play basketball. They're just eyeballs and wings. I showed you the picture.
That is true. They have no grip.
No.
They have to use magic for it.
Magic.
Yeah, I don't know. It makes more sense.
Hold a basketball with wings?
It makes more sense if everybody goes there as soon as they die. But there's a lot more grandeur if everybody does it all at once, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, the idea
sounds like a traffic problem.
But you go to hell immediately, right? No, because what do they say? They say God judges you at the end, And
Yep.
so like
Wait,
you'll stand before
is
him and bear
nobody in
witness
hell
all
yet?
your.
Just the
I
devil.
guess not.
Just the
It's
devil
Like
and
Supernatural's
half.
a big lie.
I think it
Yeah.
is.
I'm pretty sure nobody's in
What,
hell.
they're in purgatory?
And there is no purgatory. We don't believe that nonsense. Okay,
Where
get out of here
is
with
everyone?
witchcraft.
In a holding
Okay.
pattern?
Yeah.
They're just in the ether somewhere.
They are sitting there in the
They're
ground.
in cold storage.
in
Are they
cold storage.
conscious?
No, I wouldn't imagine so. That seems like a fate worse than death.
See, they have thousands.
You die in like the year minus 50,000. It's like, but you were a good guy. Just hold the line. It's like, no, you're totally insane by the time you make it to heaven. You just lost your mind. It's just a whole place full of crazy people. I was like,
Why
I
do they
should've
have to
shut
make
down
it
their
so
consciousness?
Why did they have to make it so complicated? Why could like the problem? One of the thing that makes Christianity so at least a little bit credible and believable is like, God, if a person were making some shit up, they wouldn't have made it so complicated. If someone was just making this up out of like fucking thin air, they'd have come up with something that made a lot more sense than
It's
this.
because they had to keep like layering down excuses. So like the Pope in the year 1400 wasn't just like dealing with questions and answering shit like within the Bible's constructs. He had to like take on centuries of other popes' lies and fibs. He's like, this fucking asshole Pope Hubert II in the year 800. He said that, you know, you get a crown of emeralds when you go to heaven, and I can't undercut that now. We've been celebrating Emerald Day for 200 years, but it's totally made up. All right, I gotta backfill this. You know, mix it. It's a Rubik's cube of theology.
I mean, yeah, it is kind of crazy how many different things go into it, and I still crack up because I went to church every Sunday, like pretty much without any real like skipping until I left my house. So when I went, it was weird to me how many times they did a little revisionary, like, you know, let me tell you, it's the same story every year, basically. Same progression, same story. You learn about it. It's very uninspiring by like the fifth time around. But for whatever reason, they seem to change the prayers every 6 years. The wording, the language, the delivery, the meaning behind them all. And I'm just like, you know, if we've done this 6 times in my recent memory, how many times have we been just fucking around with like this long game of telephone with Jesus? He's just like,
No,
like I didn't say any of
years.
this, guys. He's like, none of this makes any sense, guys.
Dude, he's gonna come back and like he's gonna be like, guys, it was all about not liking gay people.
It's like, I just don't like penis.
Yeah.
All right?
I
You can do whatever you want.
No, it's their problem. I wouldn't have made myself gay.
And everyone behind, and he's wearing a crown of emeralds. That's the worst part. He's wearing the crown of emeralds.
Like, yeah, we got so many of these. If you just dig a little deeper, it's all emeralds down there.
Pope
It's-
Johansson told you, burn the gays, you get your emeralds. What are you people doing?
Why did they become Italian from?
Well, the
Oh,
Pope.
What are you doing? Hey,
Fucking Jesus here.
I'm discriminating here.
I'm walking on water here.
I don't know. I imagine them in Rome for some reason.
Oh. Now they try and you. I don't know what you're talking about. I had 2 loaves and 5 fishes. I don't know what you're saying. You're saying that 15 trucks worth of loaves and fishes gone missing. I made this out of 2. I don't know what you're talking about, officer. You can talk to Pontius Pilate if you feel so inclined. But things might go poorly for you. That's the way it would go. You know, Italian Jesus
if there were-
robbing the Romans to pay himself.
An American Italian Pope is what we're talking about. Dude, I'd watch that. Did you watch that the series The Young Pope with Jude Law?
No, I never watched that.
It's really good.
It's modern day, right? Not
Yeah. Modern day. And
I
he's
don't
just
care
like
about the Pope in modern day. I want to go back to when he had power.
No,
real power.
he abuses every ounce of power that he has, and he's continuously trying to get more because he becomes Pope at like 40 or something. And it's pretty interesting. Like right away, there's like, I don't know, some like cardinal that like is the Pope's right-hand man, it seems. I don't know much about Catholicism, but he's just like, you know, this is how things are done, and today we'll do this, and then you'll have to go to this. And he's like, I'm not doing any of that. You don't work here anymore. Neither does he. You make good waffles. He just kind of takes over and does his own thing, and they can't do anything because he's the fucking Pope. It's good.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
and he
like,
might be getting laid. It's kind of in the air. I wish they'd done a second season.
there was like a spree like 1,000 years ago or something where every pope for decades was just assassinated within a few years of becoming pope or something like that. Like I don't remember the exact date.
For a long time,
range.
it seemed like it was just like I don't know, like a job that you could just kill somebody for, or steal away from them, or give to someone else, or buy. Like there was that one guy who sold his popeship and then bought it back later. Like they went like back and forth or something. It was pretty nonsensical back in the day.
I didn't know about that.
Not
I
like
mean-
now where he, comes out with his silly hat and blesses everyone. That makes a lot more sense.
Pope would be such a great job.
It might be the best job.
Like, what are your
do you think
daily
they would-
responsibilities?
Do you think that they would like rat you out if you're getting laid? Like if you had like 3 or 4 girlfriends or something as the Pope, do you think anybody would tell?
If you're
No.
Pope,
Yeah,
can you
I think-
change the rules.
I think. Oh,
Not some of them. Some of them you can't. Some of them you can.
I
I'm
don't
sure.
know. Isn't there one who's like good for gay marriage?
there was one that
don't know.
the most recent one that isn't the current one.
The
John
Emperor.
Paul or whatever.
Yeah.
I think was progressive and was just like, maybe we just love everybody, guys. And
Yeah.
it wasn't like, I think gay people. He was just like, everybody was made under God's creation, and for that they all deserve a place at the table. And that
maybe
was
he
as far as he went.
pro-condom too.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was pro light contraception for those that like couldn't end up supporting. I don't know. He was very
Yeah.
progressive for what it was, but it was still light years away. And it also came out that he was part of the larger cog of hiding like the sexual abuse of the
That's
church.
progressive too. I feel
Yeah,
like you're
yeah.
You're right. He's
you're kind of
progressing.
kink shaming when
He can
you say that.
quit the papacy, go get a job in Hollywood as a producer.
Oh,
Hey, there we go.
Be both. Is Pope John Paul? He's the one who retired because he started.
It might
didn't
be
he,
the
like,
one
start losing
after
his
John
mind?
Paul, but one there's
Losing
been
his
3
mind?
in my lifetime.
I thought he like was getting so old that he left. Pope John Paul.
The current one is pretty okay, but he did in fact say recently that he thinks that people that have pets instead of kids are selfish, which I think is a
yeah.
brain dead take.
He hates
for
millennials.
I saw somebody was just like, man's talking real high and mighty for a virgin.
yep.
I was like, you know what? Fuck, you're right.
For a virgin. Yeah.
When's the last time you even saw a pussy with that weird fucking hat of yours? He looks like the Emperor from Star Wars. I really just
Palpatine?
like that. Woody's talked about this before, how like it seems really dumb to have like a virgin be like the one who's talking to people about their marriage or like a man and a
Pope
woman.
Francis is the one that's progressive.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
he's the current
nonsensical.
one.
Pretty
No,
sure
is
2 or
he?
3 marriages deep. With some step kids.
I
involved.
want to
Like,
know
yeah,
how
There's
they-
a guy who can advise, his flock.
You're like, don't leave her. Whatever she wants, do it. Do it. You'll end up here. Church. They
Dude,
told me
that guy's got some wisdom. That guy I just described, he's fucked half a dozen women or better, and he's married a couple of them, and he's got some kids and some step kids, and that guy can tell you his life experience. You don't want a virgin; you want the opposite.
Okay, it looks like
you
this
get
guy
7
Bennett-
virgins and they're all neckbeards. That joke where they're just like all fat, like gamer kids.
That was like the old like political comic from like the
Yeah.
mid 2000s where it's like an Al Qaeda guy and it's like, where are the 70 virgins? And it's a bunch of fat D&D guys. Classic. old classic 2005 political
Boomer humor.
Boomer humor. It looks like Benedict, the Pope before this guy. Yeah, I'm wrong. I thought he like left because his mind started to go on him. No, I think he left because of like kid stuff. Like stuff started to get uncovered. Maybe not him personally, but like knowing about it over like doing like the shut the fuck up, don't talk about it kind of shit.
Guys,
Man,
just be a little quieter when you rape. Come on.
just shut up. We need money from every country on earth. And we can't get it if you're raping kids and people are knowing about it.
I don't.
I just
isn't that
feel
the
like
point
there's-
of Catholicism, isn't it just a big child rape organization?
Yes. And
It
that's
doesn't
very
seem
bold
like it.
of you to say.
It's very brave of you.
But I stand
Oh,
with
yes.
what Woody said when Woody quote, I say, all Catholicism is a child rape
This
ward.
is a fair point if I'm inferring it correctly. Really, I'm the one who went too far, right?
went way
I'm
too
the
far.
one
You
who's
didn't
been
go-
appropriate here.
You
Not
didn't even
the
go far
priest.
enough.
Woody, you got to be careful. All those Catholics up at YouTube are going to cancel us.
The state of
All
Utah
those- all
has
those
denied
devout
Woodworth. You're never going to be able to go to Salt Lake ever again.
Are there
I mean, like-
Catholics in Utah? I'm
No, it's
It's all
Mormons,
Mormons,
yeah.
but all the Mormons, like, I mean, obviously not all of them. I'm sure some of them take it like really defensive, but every Mormon I've ever met, and I met a lot when I lived in Idaho, like they would take little jokes that people threw at them. You know, I didn't really feel comfortable joking at Mormons' expense because I didn't grow up around Mormons, and I'm like, I didn't even know enough to really address it. But like other people who grew up in Boise or Salt Lake would like make little jokes at the Mormons, their magic underwear, and their 4,000 people and planets and all that shit. And every single time they'd just be like, it's just a belief system that I think works really well for our family, but I can see where you're coming from. It does seem silly. And it's like, damn it. Do you guys take like a how to get out of bullying class? And now guys, agree and amplify. Repeat after me. Agree and amplify. It's just funny. And they were such good-hearted people. Even the magic underwear guy, like I heard someone make fun of him. He was like, he rolls off his back, doesn't care. He has ultimate conviction in his beliefs. And it's like, that
He
must
doesn't
be
get
really
mad.
cool. Yeah. Doesn't get pissy.
Very,
And to, like-
very strong sperm, that group of people.
The fucking strongest,
Very
man.
potent. Yeah.
Like we need to be doing studies on Mormons'
It's
balls.
like 6, 7 each. And they're just like out here solving the lowered birth rate issue that first world countries have.
It's like
fuck it.
single-handedly, the Mormons and the Amish are like, we can do it.
They're like, more of us, more of them.
This is the Amish. They don't have lights, right? Or they only have lanterns.
They don't have like the Amish. So I grew up near Amish country, so Amish country really is big in southern Pennsylvania, and I was in like
Yes.
northern Maryland area. So they, the Amish, generally speaking, the ones that I got to interact with were just not necessarily using any sort of technology, whether it was electricity or cell phones or computers, regularly. What that does mean is that the heads of the household did have that because that was kind of the way that you would interact with the modern world. So like child slavery, all that shit, where they're building good furniture with like Candace, who's like 7. All that definitely happened. But the money's got to go to the bank account somewhere. So there were people that did interact with the modern world in that way, and you did see them like go to the grocery store. It wasn't that they were against like refrigeration, right? It was just a very tight lifestyle. And there's another group, not the Amish, the
Mennonites.
Mennonites, yes. And you used to see them
I
in
also
a
grew up
fucking
nearby.
mob at like Hershey Park. And you could always tell because they dressed like the Pilgrims, but the Mennonites were like the cool Amish, where they were just like, yeah, we'll just kind of stick to our beliefs, but also roller coasters. And so, like, it would be the entirety of the park would be like Mennonite Mondays, and it was just like,
Do you guys get everywhere by horseback? No, but the car has to be black.
yeah, exactly.
That is not a restrictive rule.
Yeah,
It's
like
not.
it's like Hasidic Jews who you'd be like I lived off of Fairfax Avenue in LA, and every single night the sun's going down, and you just see a legion of Hasidic Jewish kids shredding on Razor scooters because once the sun goes down, or they can't use like vehicles or some shit. I can't remember.
Yeah.
So like just in full garb, dressed to the tens, looking real fancy, but with Razor scooters.
You know the
just
elevator
mobbing.
thing?
No.
So I don't know if it's Hasidic or Orthodox, so I'm half right. But they don't work on Saturdays. And apparently pressing an elevator button is working. So many places in New York, the elevator just stops on every floor on Saturdays, and it's a pain in the ass.
I don't know if it's Hasidic or Orthodox, but I mean it's the same thing of like you can't actively engage in using the working like system, but like if it just so happens to be doing it anyways, like so be it.
And
I was watching
hire.
a Twitch streamer, and he mentioned that Amish don't have lights in their house. And I was like, no way. Because I know they have like some cheats, right?
Mhm.
Like generators and stuff.
Yeah.
And I Googled it and it appeared that he was right.
Maybe
They
That's
only
terrible.
have gas lanterns at best.
I know that it is part of that region. You definitely can end up in a situation where each Amish kid coming of age is given like some amount of support and like go experience the world. You've got a year,
Yeah.
which is kind of like
Rumspringa.
yeah, Rumspringa. You might think to yourself is like, oh, at least they get to decide for themselves. But imagine being sheltered as shit, and then all of a sudden your parents like, all right, go run free in southern Pennsylvania and figure out if you like it better than the structure you've known your whole life. Like they're not having a great time.
No,
But
You don't think?
and most
I mean,
of them don't come back. Or
depends
most,
on the
do
kid.
come
Most
back.
of them come back, yeah. But like you'll see videos of
No
or
one
at least-
swipes right on guys. I'm coming back.
No, but like,
to Lancaster County.
I distinctly remember, you're right, it's Lancaster. I distinctly remember a friend of mine showing me like a video from a house party that he was at in Amish country, and them just like drinking beers in like a I don't know, a cabin or whatever. And every time he'd like put the camera up, the people would be like, no, stop. Like, he was just like, it was very weird, very
You're
weird.
stealing my soul. That would
All
be so
this could-
funny if Amish
wanna-
people in America in modern day thought you were stealing their soul when you took photos of them.
Progressive Amish.
Yeah, I don't know what group that is, but there is a group that thinks.
I think
Maybe that
it's
was one of
like
those
old
unexplored,
Central American.
Yeah,
It was definitely a
Like
joke.
a tribe or
in,
something.
Crocodile Dundee.
Oh, stealing souls with pictures.
Oh, yeah. That the Aboriginal would think that's what it was, and then he was just like, I know what a camera is. Like,
Yeah, they're like, you can't take my picture. And they're like, are you afraid it'll steal your soul? And he's like, the lens cap is on. That's
that's what it is. You know, he made a ton of money off that Paul Hogan because I want to say he like produced it and maybe like wrote and directed too or something like that. So it's one of those, and it became like the third biggest movie that year. It may have been one of those
Yeah.
years where like Back to the Future came out or something like that, one of those huge blockbusters. But Crocodile Dundee made like, I don't know, $100 million or so or something
Really?
like that,
Jeez.
and he like got it all. Like it's like he's like, yeah, 100 million. That's what I made.
I like it when they do that. When they're like, hey, I'll tell you what, you can have $1 million or 10% of the profits. What do you want? And they roll the dice on the profits and it's Star Wars or something.
Yeah.
Well, there's a
That's
couple
fun.
good ones like that, but also you can get the ones that are like, hey, it's got to be the worst for everybody involved. It becomes like a cult classic. So I was recently, I'm sure you heard of Don't Look Up, the Netflix movie.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I did. I thought it was pretty good, but obviously for me and for a lot of people in our who kind of grew up in the like mid 2000s, Idiocracy was the one that did that to a T earlier. And so I looked it up. Idiocracy grossed $500,000 internationally and domestically in the box office, while also having a $2.5 million budget. And I was like, it's very hard to find out like how much money did you make after the fact, because somebody owns the rights to that. I don't know.
How's the long
licensing.
tail on that? Yeah.
Yeah,
how does
what's
that
the
work?
long tail views on
Yeah.
that? What's the CPM on this shit? But like, I mean, seriously, it's a good question. So I couldn't find anything about it, but this is a movie that if I explained or mentioned it, I would assume that 80% of my friends would know what I'm talking about. And so it's one of those things that's definitely way bigger than the sum of its parts, but it was a failure through and through when it first came out.
Yeah, a lot of movies become cult classics like that. I was aware of Idiocracy. I only watched it last year, or maybe last year.
Really?
Yeah, I knew who was in it and what it was about and the premise, but
Brown,
it always just looked goofy to me. So like it didn't look like something I wanted to.
it is.
You know, the tricky part about Idiocracy is like they put essentially Gatorade on the crops because it had what plants need.
Yeah,
And the guy's like, it's got electrolytes in it. That's what plants need. And I'm like, you know what? I didn't know what electrolytes were either.
salt.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's
I learned that
basically
from the
just
movie.
salt,
Not what
amino
plants
acids,
crave.
and
Yeah.
salt.
But I learned it from the movie. Therefore, I was one of the idiots. I thought I was the main character in this movie. The one guy of average intelligence. In a
No,
world
I'm
of
Terry
fools.
Crews.
Yeah.
That's who I am.
No, I
Black
probably
and
would have
president.
known that you don't put Gatorade on crops, just not exactly why.
Just don't salt the field in general. And you can also tell another like kind of fun way to tell this is that a lot of performance waters will say with electrolytes for flavor. They're not even like, hey, it's this mystery compound. You'd flavorless. They're like, nah, it's just salt with lemon juice in there.
Dude,
Yeah, but you
Gatorade
need
is
that.
like getting fucked up now. There's like, you didn't realize how little Gatorade had in it
Yeah.
until like Body Armor is the best brand now that came out, and they're like a rehydrating drink, and you look at the back of it and it's got, as Derek would say, efficacious dosages, not really, but like really high levels, like, oh, there's more potassium, like as much potassium as 2 bananas in a 32-ounce one. Then you look at Gatorade and it's got 6% of my daily salt.
Yeah.
It's like,
You're like, well,
6%.
no wonder I was drinking 2 of these blue Gatorades when I was hungover. Like, give me all my touring friends in the DJ space, they're just like Pedialyte. It's on the rider. And you're
To
like,
me-
oh, yeah.
all right.
To me, when I drink Gatorade, I'm just looking for better tasting water. Like that's what I'm going for, really. I want better tasting water, and that's guilt free. So I get Gatorade Zero, and that's what's in my water bottle at the gym.
The
just
low
have
calorie
water
body
bottles.
armors taste even better than the zero Gatorades. Like the watermelon body armor, it's better.
What's
Yeah,
a good
but-
hydro flask? I think I'm gonna go from all the darn water bottles to a flask. That's a big one.
This is a iron flask. It was like
I have one of those too.
I have one of those in
Does it
green.
taste metally at all?
no,
it does not,
no, no.
not at all.
I have
yeah,
I have
it works
coffee
great.
cups where the top rim where your lip goes is metal, and I feel like I taste it.
Mm-mm.
Your
Plastic.
the plastic is the mouth spout for the one that Taylor has, at least, because
Mine
I
too.
have the same one. So
Yeah.
you're not tasting metal, and no, it doesnn't have a metallic taste. And if it does, there's something wrong with your shit.
Yeah,
Yeah, I have
it's
the one
really
Taylor
good.
has
You
too.
could beat someone to death with this.
I have the 32 ounce or whatever, and I've dropped it full on my foot, and it hurt. And I was like, that it's good product, great product.
I want a PKA hydro flask. I wonder how hard that is to
Ooh,
whip into creation.
An RS.
get one like this because these are nice.
Okay, you're stuck on the rape squad.
I like the branding better.
We used to back off of that one.
It's letters, not a name.
It's
Doesn't
real
matter what
sweet
they stand
kids.
for.
Real sweet.
It doesn't
Like,
matter what they
People
stand
don't
for.
even know the ATM is an acronym anymore.
Yeah, people
just
say
an
ATM
ATM.
machine.
So those will be like, that's an RSK flask. What's that mean? Who knows?
That's where we are in,
Could
in
be
terms
almost
of.
anything.
That's where we are in terms of recognizability. Is up there with ATMs.
Exactly. That's exactly what I meant. Yeah. And scuba,
And scuba.
also an acronym.
Oh, I don't know what
Self-contained
scuba
underwater
stands for.
breathing apparatus. Apparatus, is that
Yep.
it? Yep.
That's good. I always thought with those, like, was there a guy who was like breathing implement a Scooby? No.
He reverse
Oh,
engineered
that's
it.
so much better. Yeah, I always wondered if they like reverse engineered those acronyms to
They have
make it work. like,
Like it,
What's your
Yeah.
invention? It's called a Scooby. Get the fuck out of here.
the hell out of here. It's called a underwater fun suit. An oops.
Is there? When's the last time a private fucking individual invented anything that we care
Probably
about?
something horrific like that fucking automated beheading machine.
that stuff on Shark Tank, maybe.
Yeah, the Shark Tank stuff, but like where else? Like outside of that, like where would you go if you had an invention? Are there like conventions or something where they're like investors and I don't
Right.
I imagine an adult science fair where like potential investors would go from like station to station, and he'd be like, this is my new battery. It does this, that, and the other, and the next guy would be
They're
like,
like,
"This is
seriously, what do you combine vinegar and baking soda?
no,
What do you think? You think it's the science fair?
yes. Well, no. I don't want him to have just created a battery like an acid like battery. I want him to have a new battery thing.
Johnson,
I
get
follow
over
your
here.
thought.
This
I'm-
young man's invented a clock that runs on a potato.
Careful,
These in every
that child
Walmart
has a
nationwide.
volcano at his whim.
This child appears to have made a tornado out of pipe cleaners and
The whole universe located right here on this table. The entire universe.
No, but I feel like you shouldn't have to go on a TV show if you like come up with a new salt shaker or something.
it would be like a trade show, is what you're describing, like some
Yeah,
kind
I'm
of
talking
trade
about
show. But I don't
Shark
know what
Tank.
it would
Sorry.
be.
Well, what I was
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
about, what I said was that there should be like an adult like science fair where like investors would go and there'd be like a bunch of like adults who had their inventions and sciencey shit on tables, and they'd go from one to the other, and you know, like I
really
would
like
invest
Is
in
that
this.
just like the Nobel Prize?
Well, that's all scenes for nonprofit and shit. This is purely for profit. I want to just for one thing, I want to see some cool stuff invented.
I just feel like that. Then it's like a comedy. I feel like it's either CES or Shark Tank is like, because CES is like, hey, we have the R&D of several small nation states. We've
stuck on the science fair. Kyle's got his sauce on with the dildo. Trust me, it's great.
It's
but it would
powered
be
by
fun.
40 caliber blanks. Oh, God. If you take a firearm,
it says DeWalt on the side.
No,
I mean, that would be good. I would like to see more inventions. We're
so
in an
bad.
invention drought.
We are. I was talking about this with a friend not long ago, but like it was 66 years, I'm pretty sure, from the Wright brothers flying for the first time to putting a man on the moon. 66 years.
Wow.
That is not a long time. Like that's a life, you know. And since then, since 1969, what do we have? Some like telecom advancements?
No, I think no. Do not downplay. It is incredible that we put a man on the moon allegedly with 64. What is it? 64 kilobits of RAM, or like literally like a Game Boy, right? And don't quote me on that because it's probably off.
less.
But but basically with some bullshit. And now like you know, my cell phone is so much better, etc. While we haven't done anything that is what I should say is
in the physical realm.
In the physical realm, as incredibly monumental seeming, the telescope that we just put out, the one that James Webb is like the pinnacle of human engineering for the last 20 years. It like the deployment, the way that they've got it out there, the amount of different like points of failure that they've got, the way that it's operating now, like like 2004.
I saw that it was geosynchronous in the Earth's shadow.
Yeah, in the Earth's shadow to make sure that it doesn't wash out the telescope. Like, images.
When do they get first images from that? Like when are we going to see stuff?
I actually don't. I mean,
is it going to stay near Earth? It's not like
it's locked.
Did the Hubble leave? Am I right about that? The Hubble like just goes farther and farther. Maybe I'm thinking of the Voyager or something.
No, the Voyager goes further and further. I think the Hubble just got decommissioned, or they're not going to need it after this.
So the space telescope is like closer than the moon, but that Voyager thing is like it left the solar system a couple years ago.
That one's just radio signals. We're just like we just chucked that shit, and we were like, "Hey, call back, send us text messages."
I made a mistake. I conflated them, but James Webb is just going to stay nearby in the Earth's shadow, taking pictures.
Taking photos of the most absurdly high quality. It's like a 3 or 5 mirror system or whatever, where it bounces in, bounces off, bounces in, bounces off, and then it's. I like what I asked was, does that mean that we're gonna get incredible HD photos of every planet, right? Like I love seeing deep space stuff, but like I also want to see the shit around us in higher detail. And while the answer is like yes, it can, they're not going to focus it on Jupiter. Like that's just not what they're down to do with this thing. They're going to do, you know, that famous photo of like we focused the Hubble in this blank square for 1 week, and here's that. They're going to do more stuff like that and more high quality of things that were just in like tiny dots of light.
They're looking for the origins of the universe. Like
they're trying to see. This will let us see further than we've ever even remotely seen before, to the point where they're like, we might hit it. We might hit the render distance of the universe with. This
they've already hit the render distance of the universe.
Have they? With like consume
with what we have?
Yeah, so I'm just cool. It's just gonna be great, but the fact that
I like describing it as the render distance, like a Minecraft sort of like.
Listen, we're all gamers, baby.
No, it's good. It works for me.
That's because it's a lot harder for anyone to explain or understand space expanding and what that actually means.
Yeah, it just keeps going.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
what is expanding into?
Because as a child, I thought that just meant everything was flying away from each other in a big void, but what it means is that the void is growing.
Yeah,
the void itself, the void between every object is growing. Space is expanding.
The only thing that I wish that we gain more knowledge on is like the I just want more perspective on the infinitesimally large space like universe stuff. It's so hard to like look at anything that somebody writes or types or says and then be able to conceptualize what they mean, because every single time it just boils down to like, yeah, that's pretty big. I just can't. It doesn't work.
Yeah, it's little steps that are big to engineers. But as like a guy on the ground here, I want to see us punch a fucking alien or like step on Mars or what
I want to see
would
us get on Mars. Yeah.
what I would have them do with that space telescope is, like you said, like stuff in our solar system, especially like the places we think there might be life under ice, like on those moons. And what I really want them to do is just find a planet, like find the closest planet outside of our solar system, and show me the best image you could do of that.
How far away is that?
I don't know.
The closest habitable planet or the closest
No, just a planet,
period?
just a rock outside of our solar system. Show it to me.
I want.
I don't know what color it is.
You know what? I'm going to go a step further and say that what I would really enjoy is, because I know we have the tech and the capability to do so, especially now with the relays that we have. I want to live stream from people on the moon, and I also want to watch it in HD right now on the Earth, and I want to see you big ass bright light strobing at the moon. I want to look back. I want to see it.
I want to be able to donate to make the astronaut do things.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Gamify it.
Yeah.
like if that shit's not on Twitch the next time a person's on the moon and he's not like responding to chat, then I don't want to live.
Pussy Slayer 72 donated $5 to NASA. Says
stream ends in disaster once NASA enables
soon. Nerd.
Text to speech 77777.
Okay,
I would like to go back to the moon.
we are here on the moon, and Gamerboy69, I will not say that. That's what they would be saying.
Have you
no.
guys seen that thing on Netflix? They might be Korean. I think it's a Korean space miniseries about people on the moon.
I have not. You don't know the name of it?
It might be. I'll find it real quick.
It's on Amazon?
No, it's on Netflix.
Oh, Netflix. I don't know. I haven't watched any space shows other than Expanse, and I lost interest in that.
Yeah. It's called The Silent Sea. It's in Korean, I'm almost positive. But I just, subtitles were good, and I don't know, the acting was good, I thought too. I liked it a lot. Basically, it's in the future where it seems like, I don't remember why, but all the water on Earth is dried up, and there's like water ration cards and stuff, and all of humanity is going to die eventually at this point. Like the seas are dry, and there's some kind of experiment on the moon to perhaps fix that problem, and then things go awry, and it becomes very sci-fi horror. I thought it was pretty good.
Can you make it so that it does English dubbed instead of subtitles?
I didn't look, but I didn't mind the subtitles.
Just learn to read, you coward.
How am I supposed to play Magic the Gathering on my tablet at the same time?
See, this is why everybody who I can't split my attention. Appreciate the art the way God intended with subtitles. Right?
Fine. The way those fucking Koreans intended. I have to read the whole time. And then get confused.
Didn't mind reading. I thought it was pretty good.
And then get confused on which character's which, because in the subtitles, we speak English, and so I characterize names like Jared and Jake and Steve and Lisa and Angie a lot easier than like Hu John and Ji Wan Mo and Mang Hu, and it's like they've got fairly. The way I remember it is like one of the characters was like Dr. Sung, and it was like it just made sense. Okay, she's the doctor. Okay, well, if you got a doctor, I'll just remember that's the doc.
Yeah, she's the doc. You got.
I just think that
she's like the main person. She's trying to figure shit out. It's wild. Some guy starts vomiting water and he doesn't stop.
Well, that could be a solution to this problem.
Like unlimited.
That's the premise.
Really? This guy just won't stop yakking water, and
they're like, hey, we gotta tie you up and harvest your water. You're like a cow.
That's exactly what they do. So
awful. Hate that.
You should definitely watch it though. I thought there was a little bit of body horror and some like sci-fi horror stuff, and I like anything on the moon. And the special effects are pretty fucking good. It looked like the moon.
Was it like horror or more like mystery solving?
I don't know, like more like, I don't know, more like, no, there's some stuff creeping around and it's scary.
Okay. I'll check that out.
Yeah,
That seems neat.
it's okay.
I could not stay with the Expanse. I
That's
lost
sad.
interest in that.
What season?
I think middle or end of season 2 is when I dipped out.
All right, so here's the problem with that.
Or no, early season 3. I stopped. That's what it was.
Oh.
I got like 2 or 3 episodes into season 3, and then just never watched again.
It was on Amazon by then, right?
I've only watched it on Amazon. Yeah.
No. So it was originally produced by the Sci-Fi channel, and it aired there, and they canceled it. And Amazon was like, "Hold up, that looks like a cool show, and y'all got all the pieces. How about $350?" And they took that shit and they made it better because now they could curse now. And like, if you've got an adult, you don't need to curse in Full House, right? Because Danny can say "oh shucks" when he stubs his toe. But like, if we're fucking having a space battle and you're literally racist space pirates, you might have some salty dialogue occasionally, and that's okay. And they could do that on Amazon. I don't know if they brought any nudity in, but it got more sexy and it got like much better special
Count me
effects.
out then.
Tell me.
If I don't see space pussy, I don't want in.
No, I need to see multicolor pussy in space. I'm
Like a toucan.
You gotta wait for the app.
Jesus is horny for some space snatch. Yeah, that would. I want to. I'm getting more into sci-fi. I'm finding myself scrolling through the sci-fi section of all the streaming apps, looking. And I've admittedly, I just look at movies. I don't want to commit to a full sci-fi series. I'm just trying to find the movies, and there's just not that many good ones. Like sci-fi is more similar to horror than I would have thought, in that like it's a tremendous amount of them are just straight bad.
Have you seen District 9?
I have. Yeah.
Have you seen Elysium?
Yes. Yeah. I thought that was all right. I liked.
It's just all right.
Yeah.
Pretty good, though.
District 9 was pretty good. I haven't seen it like since it came out, I don't think.
You know who they originally wanted to be in Elysium as the star instead of Matt Damon? Matt Damon.
Instead of Matt Damon?
Yeah.
Who did they want instead of him?
Eminem. They wanted Eminem.
That would be awful.
No, I thought he was great in what was Eminem's movie?
Just
8
imagine
Mile.
Eminem solving. Imagine Eminem solving complex extraterrestrial cultivating life while he has a puncture wound in his like tent. From, like, and he's just, oh shit. They didn't teach me how to do this on 8th Street in Detroit. Fuck. Like,
Starts rapping about how he's running out of
snap back
potatoes.
to Earth, please.
Snap back to Earth. Oh wait, Kyle, are you thinking of The Martian?
No,
Oh, never mind.
it was Matt Damon in the Elysium too, right?
Yeah, but
That's the one where he gets
talking about
exposed.
Oh, I was talking about The Martian. Oh, I missed.
Oh yeah, it's Elysium.
This
like
makes a
he's,
lot. Oh, that's the upper echelon. Like we're
Yeah,
in
that's the
second-
class
yeah.
warfare thing. Yeah. So
Yeah,
he's
never
like
mind.
that. He's so blue. He's like super blue collar and white trash and shit. Like he'd be perfect for that.
I don't know if I actually saw that movie. I remember it getting advertised quite a bit.
Yeah, so what
that's
happens-
Almost like Battle Angel or Attila or whatever.
The
fuck-
rich people live in
Yeah.
a space station that's one of those. It looks like a halo ring essentially, and it exists like one. So it's like gravitational, and there's like water and trees and earth. They're up there like chilling. They have a cancer machine they get in. That's like a fucking like it's like getting like a tanning machine. Like they get in, it goes boop, cancer removed, but it's like I don't know, $1 trillion. It's space money. And like Matt Damon, on the other hand, gets exposed to radiation at his shitty factory job, and they're like, "Oh shit, you took 80 billion gigarads or whatever. You're dead in like 72 hours."
Right.
And so he's like, "I'm going to do whatever it takes to get to one of those magic suntan beds," and he does. It's pretty wild. Like he goes through
Spoiler.
like, yeah.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, that's like the first 15 minutes.
Oh, okay.
I'm remembering this movie more now that I guess I haven't seen it since I watched it. Yeah, I don't like this movie as much as I remember.
Not ideal. No.
It's
Yeah.
not a great movie. It's
Not
just okay.
great.
But it
I
would have
just-
been better with Eminem. That's what I think.
You know what? I'll give you that one then.
I don't
Get
think
Marshall
Eminem would do
Mathers.
well in it.
I think he was great in 8 Mile.
Yeah, but that's a movie about
That's
him
his
rapping.
literally his life. He just
But-
played himself.
He didn't even have
But
to
he was
act.
acting. He
Oh
did have
no,
to act.
he acted to me. He was,
Yeah, Basinger is not his mother.
but like he was sad. And
He
was
doesn't know
angry, and
Mekhi
he was
Phifer.
beaten down, and then he was risen up.
I'm just saying it's easier to pull identity. It's easier to pull emotion from real life events you went through than it is to pull them out of thin air while your
Yeah.
space shuttle is I don't know. What the
Yeah, he
premise
would
of
have.
the movie.
Yeah, The Martian was a great movie, but
The
if
Martian is
if
excellent.
Eminem was doing it, I would have hated it.
Okay, I give you that. Like, I'm not saying replace Matt Damon with Eminem across
That's
the
what
board.
it sounds like you're
I don't-
saying. It sounds
I don't
like you're
want
trying to whitewash Matt Damon
The
with Eminem.
Departed with Eminem. What are you, crazy?
Ocean's 11 with Eminem.
Maybe.
I mean, honestly, it might have.
They're like, all right, we're gonna need you to do a
Eminem
rap
being a
show.
tortured genius and Goodwill Hunting.
Actually, that kind of works.
No,
No, but maybe not math. Maybe he could do something else really well.
Is that movie as great as everyone says? I don't think I've seen it in 10 plus years.
Yeah. Goodwill Hunting is a masterpiece.
You know, when you see a movie and you remember liking it, and then it becomes a movie that people are like, "Oh, you haven't seen that one," like, and then you start to almost like it more in retrospect.
Yeah.
Where you like, "Oh, everybody else liked this so much, maybe I loved it," when like in reality you didn't. It was all right though. It was pretty good.
No, it's excellent. I haven't seen it in a while. It's sad, and I feel it's really sad.
Kyle will media gaslight you. He'll retell you about a movie you've seen that was like so. And it's like, yeah, that shit was epic.
And then you watch it and you're like, "Oh, this was bad the first time too." Like, he got me again with this.
Me every time I play a Call of Duty remake, and I'm just like, oh yeah, didn't get enough of it the first time.
Everybody's
Right.
like 15 years into having the football pulled out from them in the middle of kicking. Like, when's the last time that a COD came out and everyone was like, yes, like Modern Warfare 2, maybe, and that was only for 2 weeks until the one-man army noob tube thing happened.
It was like a couple CODs ago, honestly. I like the first one that had the battle royale. What was it called? Blackout or something?
Blackout. That one was a good. Call of Duty Black Ops 3 had Blackout, or maybe it was 4. That one was the last good Call of Duty. Everyone since it has been awful.
It was
as
awesome.
highlighted.
Like, it got me back into playing like COD. Like we were grinding that stuff all night. Like, it was that was like I think that was after PUBG. So we needed something new to grind on, and I just loved the sound of bullets hitting targets in that game. It's like ding 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 ding. It was fun.
It's
Riding
funny how
around
that can
ATVs.
matter a lot.
Yeah, hit markers matter.
Yeah,
Dude,
Tarkov doesn't do that, but it does a little. Like with some stuff, it's like, oh,
you can hear when you hit a headshot and it goes through like a good peen helm and it makes that dink sound and you're like, yeah, I killed him. Like, I'm pretty 100%.
I've been messing around with a 338 Lapua, and when you shoot some with it, it looks like they got shot with like it
Like
looks
a
like
spray gun. It's just,
they go poof.
The spray is different?
No,
when,
like
when they're
the-
impacted.
the bullet's this big.
I don't know the word. The blood splatter. That's what I'm going for. It's
Yeah.
So
different.
when they take an impact, it looks like they were covered in dust, and you slap them with your palm. Like dust goes poof out of their character.
It's
And
the biggest round that you can fire at people. It's not a grenade. right?
FMJ is 2,400 rubles a shot, but you don't need many shots
You just need one.
because it one taps the thorax. It's
Yeah.
but the gun is 675,000 rubles. I think the way I have it equipped. So
that you don't want to die with that. Do you run it solo?
no.
I'm broke.
Yeah.
I run it. I do in offline mode. It's fun.
Offline mode's a good time. I'm getting into Tarkov, but factory offline, you just set it to horde, I think, and
I mean, we can make Tarkov talk about Twitch talk, and then it's fair because because what BSG and Twitch has done with the drops has been just
It's just BSG and it has nothing to do with Twitch. Twitch just
I've
enables
heard
drops.
I've heard that Twitch was the one who set the 24-hour requirement.
No.
Okay.
I'm not keeping up.
I read 100%.
100% positive.
You guys need to
I
look
believe-
up.
1,000%.
I
yeah.
believe you, but I read it.
You guys are
can-
talking about something I don't understand, so the viewers must be there too.
Okay.
What happened?
Okay. So if you want to do a Twitch, this is all. I have not signed any deal with Twitch. This is just from people who have done Twitch drops, right? If you want to do a Twitch drop with Twitch, then there's a couple things they need you to figure out. What is the content that you're offering? How long do you want people to watch for this? Is there upfront ad spend? Like, are we paying Twitch to have free content? Are the drops Prime specific? Like, there's a lot of things that go into it, but ultimately it is the company and Twitch's responsibility to determine what's being given away and how frequently. And with Tarkov and quite a few other ones, they have a very wide difference between like what you can watch and get a drop for and what you should watch and what they want you to watch in order to get the good stuff. So instead of some like Valorant, in order to get a beta key last year or however long it was, you needed to watch like 2 hours of Valorant of any stream, and it tracked across every stream. Only a few people got the drops, and that was how you got it. Then, you know, you could do like Call of Duty, where you have to be a Prime member and you're watching, and you have to watch one streamer for 1 hour, but it doesn't carry over. So if you switch, it changes. Like, all of these things are back-end changes that Twitch themselves can make. What Battlestate did, and I've had drops a couple times through them, is instead of it being a watch this amount of time of streams and get rewarded randomly or get rewarded on a set interval, what they said is, we'll give you rewards. It's just at increments of like 2, 8, 12, 24 hours. And 22. The problem is 22 hours, sorry.
22 and then 24. It was bizarre.
And the problem is that it's also active redemption, where you can't passively watch. You have to physically click on the button within like some amount of time, 5 minutes of it popping up, or else you don't get that reward. And what's annoying is that Battlestate probably did talk to Twitch and say, hey, we want to make it so bots can't claim these rewards. However, in doing so, the scenario they set up is so fucking impossible for any normal human who wants to both watch and consume.
Well, not only did they fail because my Chrome extension is accepting drops as we speak.
Yes.
But like they made it like torturous. Like the whole thing is stupid. You have to watch this guy for a full day of a day. It's not
one.
It doesn't
like
in a 24-hour period, you have to watch him 22 hours just to get like anything of value. And they do this during their like big patch, right? So while they have all the eyes on them, and I get that like say 70% of viewers on any given channel are like just like me, idle, not watching. I don't even remember who I'm watching. I'm not watching. That's the point. But it's nonsense. The whole thing is nonsense.
Absurd too, because Kyle's right in that you have to watch 22 hours straight of one channel, right? So for me, somebody who had drops on the 30th, I streamed for 9 or 10 hours that day. That means that anybody that committed their time to watching me gave up the idea of getting the best drops that day. They just said, fuck it. I just would rather not do that. Like, that hurts me.
So hard that they kind of, it sounds like it backfired what they wanted. They're like, all right, we need a guy to really, really, really watch 22 out of 24 hours, and bots can't do it. Oh, well, you made it so difficult, people won't do it.
Right. No, literally, you have to bot in order to get the stuff. There's extensions that people made specifically for this drop, and then the Kyle's using. And then on top of that, now you have, it worked really well. If for the last 2 weeks, every single one of like the top watch streamer that wasn't XQC, and sometimes even with XQC streaming, would be a Tarkov streamer doing 48-hour live stream for my drops with help from my friends. And this like group of Tarkov streamers would just like live stream on the same account. Yeah. So they're always live, and just like 50,000 viewers on an account that would normally get 1,000 stream viewers.
And the problem is like this is great for BSG. They're fine with this because they don't care. They may say they don't want bots.
Is BSG the company that owns
the developer?
They may say they don't want bots. They absolutely want bots. The streamers are advertising the extension. They're saying, hey, do you guys know about this extension that'll allow you to keep watching me and leave the fucking room and get the hell out of here and just get your free shit on the video game? Well, here it is. And so the idea is getting more new eyes on the game, and they're accomplishing that. The dumb thing they're doing is doing any of this right after a patch, because the game is
on fire. It is so fucked. It's like the original level of how awful it was trying to get into raids when they first did drops. And we're talking like 10, 15, 20-minute queue times during my drop days. It's not optically good. And I'll be the first to tell you that I really do enjoy the game, and I play it probably more than any other FPS, and I love it. But there are ways to do it that look good from a business side, and there are ways that are good to do it from a community oriented perspective.
This is
And
bad publicity.
This is, I mean,
When Shroud is sitting there with like 97,000 people, and he's
Yeah.
going, maybe I'll just, he's playing BSG. Maybe I'll just uninstall this game. Maybe I'll just uninstall Tarkov. How'd that be? I think
He's a real Tarkov player too.
I think it'd be better if I did.
yeah,
Maybe we'll
because
just do that.
because it's so brutal as a streamer to sit there and do a podcast for 20 minutes knowing that like you're not getting in there, and then especially because then if you're having a great raid, a normal raid, 20 minutes, right? If you're even staying in later than that, you're just checking every cranny. But like it's so brutal to do that, and you have 2 bad raids in a row. You spent an hour in queue and 30 seconds in the game, and you're just like, I don't even
forget
enjoy
that.
this.
Forget the queue between games. Now there's a queue to get into the
Oh
launcher.
yeah, there's a queue to get into the
So you
launcher.
have streamers with 50,000 people watching, and let's just say 10,000 of them are literally brand new people who are into video games or looking for a new video game and are now being exposed to Tarkov for the first time, and their exposure is an 87,000 person queue that the big streamer is sitting in, and he's looking at you with his thumb up his ass, thinking like,
very MMO-esque. It's very, very like MMO expansion-esque.
When
And-
I was
Go ahead.
when I was new to Tarkov, this is semi-related. I watched Tucker's video on what Escape from Tarkov was all about.
Oh, yeah, no,
Fucking hilarious. It's
getting
like this is
brutalized.
a Tetris-like game where you organize your inventory, and then he said something else, and like you can do this in this game where you like equip a character or whatever. There's a little mini game where you run around and pick shit up, but that's not really the essence of Tarkov.
Yeah, it's like a market simulator where I try and time when I'm waking up to like also buying global stock items so I can
Yes,
like have
yeah.
fun. And you're just like,
He
this
acted
is
like
not.
the game was the flea market and the inventory organization,
'Cause
which
it
it kind
really
of is. It was
So
a well done
frustrating,
video. Did you get a lot of
man.
views? Did you kill it with that?
No, I mean, I think that was just like in a parody group of like how how to zero to hero it, but
I imagine
it was
it could
just
have gone viral. It was.
It
have
was-
you
it
have you
did
seen
get
any
some
cheaters this white?
yes, I did report my. I'm not report happy. I can count
Me
on one
either.
hand how many times I've reported people.
Yeah.
So I only do it when I'm very confident. And I was playing with Gold Glove, and we were in dorms on the 3-story, and I was on the ground floor coming out of the middle doorway area. When you come out of the security office. So I was walking out the main door, and he was on the 3rd floor coming out of the top right. And at the same time, I walk out and I hear the crack and I go, I'm dead. And then I hear a crack again and he goes, I'm dead. And I was like, same guy killed us, right?
Yep.
I was like, okay. If we were in the same area and whatever, but the fact that the guy, one shot me in the head with M61 and then one shot you in the head with M61 and it's a whole entire building up to the left. You could be a great player, and that's great. It's the only time that I've ever reported somebody because it was the time between the two. He would have had to it's like you're playing Counter-Strike. He
it's
shot,
impossible.
flicked it. Yeah, you're just
That's
you
not,
can't
and that's
do
not
it.
this game.
Yeah, it's not.
I've seen 2 that I know for sure. Like, there's been maybe 3 instances where I was like, that was a fucking hell of a shot he made.
Mhm.
Good on him. And that's just kind of how I go with it. And a lot of times it's a streamer. So I've been
Yeah.
killed by like half a dozen streamers. So I'll get on there and be like, oh, like,
A lot of TTVers, and I'm like, all right,
yeah,
fine.
for sure. But in one instance, my friend Larry got sprayed head eyes with PPSH, bullshit machine gun for those who don't know, from like 80 meters.
Hose. Yeah.
Like he just goes and kills him. And I'm like, fuck this guy. And I start like pop, pop, pop. I'm having to pop fire with my AR. He's so far away. And he turns around and goes and does the same thing to me. So that's 100,000.
So there's
Yeah.
no one, not even
no,
Landmark could
it's
do
not
that.
even
No,
if 100
only a
times out of
machine can do
100.
A machine does that. And then the other instance, I won't go into like room numbers and such, but there's one way to get into a room. I'm standing in it. Someone flies into the balcony, grabs my backpack, flies away with it. So when I go back in the room, even it's shoreline, so the backpack's $750,000, and they just fly away with it. They don't even want to fight.
I saw that happen to Landmark. I was watching his stream. It was pretty funny. The guy flies into the 3rd story on dorms, and he's like, "You're a wizard, Harry."
It's kind of like it's awful when it happens to you because I mean I'm broke and I've always been poverty level at Tarkov, right? But it is funny when you get those level of like people that either VoIP and are just very like toxic or whatever. I'm saying it's bad for people playing the game, but content-wise, it's funny. It's good content.
I haven't had any toxicity. The worst I've had is like people who are just like competitive. I would call it like it's like basic trash talk. We're gonna come in there and fuck you up. We're sending you back to the stash. But nobody's like calling me a slur or anything.
I have yet to get called a slur in the game, but I've definitely like ran into people that I wonder if it's a cultural thing, because I would think in my head the people that play Tarkov are the type of people in general that may be predisposed to throwing around some less salacious words here, but shooters in general. Yeah, shooters in general. I mean, but like coming from Counter-Strike and Call of Duty where it's a dime a dozen, it was really surprising that Tarkov, I have yet to have that happen. And most of the time that I use VoIP, they are very timid people. And I wonder if it's because there's actually risk in dying. So everyone, even the ones that are like trying to act tough, like I think one of my favorite things with VoIP now is screaming FBI open up and breaching doors, right? Because like I know that if I'm dying, they're also laughing at the fact that this guy's just, but I mean, most of the time people are like, all right, you're chill. I'm just going to walk away and you're going to walk away. I'm going to walk away. You're walking away. I'm walking away, and you hear them fade away. And then that's it.
The thing is, every time these map gets created, there's something, I'm going to make it up, 100 million rubles worth of loot scattered about. Right. You go, you collect as much as you can, and you leave. It's to everybody's advantage to not fight.
Yeah,
like everybody will get wealthier if you, in general, if you don't die. And you're taking a real risk if you and I decide that one of us is getting out of here.
That's how scav runs are now. Like there's scav karma, of course, but everybody knows like we're in here to make money. I got terrified. Last game of last night, we can end Tarkov talk after this, but I wanted to share this. Like my last scav run of the night, I walked in and found a GPU and a Tetris right next to each other in the power room on interchange, and walked to extract in 5 minutes. It was awesome. It was just sitting on a shelf, a GPU in the power room. So anyway, do you have some ads for us, Mr. Taylor?
Yes, I do. This episode of PKA is brought to you by Lucy. Lucy Nicotine is a company founded by Caltech scientists and former smokers looking for a better and cleaner nicotine alternative. Finally, tobacco alternatives that don't suck. Researched and developed for 3 years to be made for people, not patients. Lucy has created a nicotine gum with 4 milligrams of nicotine that comes in 3 flavors: wintergreen, cinnamon, and pomegranate. Cinnamon is the way to go, as we've said many times. Lucy also has a lozenge with 4 milligrams of nicotine and cherry ice flavor. Each and every flavor actually tastes great. And it's convenient and discreet. Their products can be enjoyed anywhere, on flights, at work, on the go, or even in the gym. It's 2021. Get rid of the cigarettes, unplug the vape, throw out the dip, and get some Lucy nicotine gum or lozenges. This is the real deal. A subscription to Lucy comes directly to your door each month. It's so simple, and you don't have to leave your house because Lucy has delivery down. Painkiller Already listeners, go to lucy.co and use promo code PKA to get 20% off all products in your first order, including gum or lozenges. That's lucy.co. and use promo code PKA at checkout. Also, we have to give this disclaimer. Warning, this product contains nicotine derived from tobacco. Nicotine is an addictive chemical. So head over to lucy.co and be sure to use promo code PKA to get 20% off all products on your first order, including gum or lozenges. This episode of PKA also brought to you by Blue Chew. Fall is here and we can all use a stiff breeze. That's right, this episode is sponsored by Blue Chew. Guys, confidence can take you far in life. It can also help in the bedroom, especially when it comes time to step up to the plate. That's where Blue Chew comes in. Blue Chew is a unique online service that offers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in chewable form and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online. So no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversations, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. So if you could benefit from extra confidence when it's time to perform, Blue Chew can help. And we got a special deal just for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Just pay the $5 in shipping. I believe it's 3 free pills for $5. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. Thanks for sponsoring the podcast, Blue Chew. Thanks for the hard dick.
I've got a thing. There's a subreddit called our sex. I don't know why it took me years.
Oh,
to
definitely a lot of sex havers over there,
dude. There are sex havers there. This is for later, not for now, Zach. There are.
Do you prefer men to have bigger cum shots?
It's gonna go full circle.
That's for the lock and load.
It's not about what they want; it's about what I want.
So pause here. On our sex, I see two categories of people who need Blue Chew. One, young guys who come too quickly, but don't have a second round. And it's like, Blue Chew will fucking help you out there. Or two, old guys who, could have a harder dick. And these are like couples in intimacy distress with the problem that $5 solves. And I want to just litter our fucking coupon code every time I have never done that, but it's on my mind. Like, dude, you need $5 in coupon code PKA and your dick will work better.
Yeah. See if it makes you happier.
I don't know. I see it now on the subreddit, and I'm like, it almost seems like a good deed. Anyway, I just want to throw that out there. It's experience. So
episode also obviously brought to you by Lock and Load, the creme de la creme cum pill available. It's the only one verifiably 100% approved by us. So, don't believe any product that doesn't have the PKA seal that I lobbied very heavily to have on there.
Does the PKA seal have cum splatter?
There's
no,
not.
It doesn't.
There's not.
No, but the bottle does.
Okay, technically, there's only one product in existence that has the seal. Fair, but it does what it says.
What's next? We're gonna let the FDA just slap their seal on things?
Not if I have anything to say about it.
Why are there Facebook and Instagram logos and shit on this?
I would imagine those are for Gorilla Mind, not for us.
I'm like, we're not on Facebook.
Takes them to your Twitter account. Like, what the fuck? This doesn't have anything to do with Derek.
Why am I looking at shirtless pictures of Woody?
Yeah, this guy's not my fitness guru. But yeah, check out Lock and Load, code PKA.
Yeah, it'll get Zach. Can you pull up that thing? Because it's fucking hilarious. I saw it on RSX. I told you I was there, and zoom in so it's legible. But the guy asked, "Do women prefer a man to have a larger cum shot?" My wife was usually oral or vaginal sex finishing there. Somewhere along the way, it became hand jobs. Now she's completely oversexed when seeing me come. It's sort of built from demanding very large cum shots. She's not entirely into doing anything to me at all, but rather just watching me jerk off and see a lot of cum. See, this is a thing that women do. They are evaluating you and judging you by the size of your load, and we can help.
Yep. I mean, it seems like his wife has already married him, so I don't know if that's what she's doing now. Years into their marriage.
Did you not read it carefully?
Now
he said he needs. Yeah, she gets oversexed, and her response is based on the size of his load.
Yeah, she's excited, seeing his excitement visually increased by. Well,
sounds
I guess
exhausting.
what it sounds like is that this guy is struggling to hit the measure that his wife wants.
Yeah, dude,
we can help. We can help that guy. We're gonna send him a free link where he can purchase the product.
The link costs not a dime, folks.
Not a dime. Free links for all.
We put it in the description free of charge.
You see a lot of YouTubers out there charging for links.
Not us.
$3.99 just to know where they want you to buy their products from.
Not here.
Those bastards. Not here.
And then of course the coupon code PKA works on all the stuff there. If you want to get the pre-workout, which is the best one, it's the one I use, or whatever. Is it 25% off everything with our code? I don't even know, but it's off. So it's something off with our code.
Something is good.
Yeah, it's definitely more than 0%.
We like zero. We like more than zero in these streets.
Yeah, so you can buy shit with our code. We make money, and we like making money.
How many people in your life know now?
Oh goodness, I'm not that shy about it. I pitch it as if I am a titan of an emerging industry. I am a jizz biz mogul, and I hold my chin high.
I see.
What about you?
I try not to tell people about things like this.
Well, your people are going to learn when they meet me. Did you hear about this thing Kyle and I are doing?
You know, they don't need all that information. No, I tell people more or less. It's not like what I open up with when I meet someone or anything. But yeah, my like family and friends think it's funny. I told my dad months and months ago before we had sold a bottle, and he thought it was hilarious.
Yeah, well, he's right. It is hilarious. And your thing, it actually really hit home with me. You're like, yeah, we have competitors in this space. They give you 1 pill a day. They don't work. Ours is 5 in the morning and 4 at night because it's actually designed to fucking do something.
Yeah, if we were just lying, we'd say
9 pills.
Yes. It's 9 pills because it really does something. We could
5
have
in the
sold 1
morning,
pill
4
and
at
lied,
night.
like everyone else in the space does. Everyone else is full of shit.
It's 5 tiny pills every morning and 4 tiny pills at night.
The pill's smaller than a hot dog.
Dude, I used to take like fistfuls of pills to get the combined ingredients. We have condensed
it's
kilos
development
of pills
process. Derek is
into
like
9 pills.
Can we sell 18 pills in a syrup? And it's like we have to keep working. That's too much.
Derek's just in a laboratory scratching his head like, I can't get it down to less than 47 pills and this keg of powder. He's like, would you guys mind rubbing a salve on your anus twice a day? And we're just like, no pills, no more anus salves. You fooled me once, Derek, never again.
Oh, shit.
So yes, we got it down.
Would it hear me out? This
only
one we
9
insert rectally.
Suppository. Yes.
Suppository.
Oh, initially
Listen.
it was one enormous suppository, and he wouldn't let me look at it while he put it in.
For every ounce of liquid, you're gonna come 1/2 of that same ounce. It's very inefficient.
It was smaller than a cucumber, but it was a lot to work with.
Oh God.
Dude, I like the Lock and Load ad reads or show highlights.
Yeah, you watched the. I like the Wadsworth video. That creepy ass video. I sent it to Derek on Discord today. I don't.
You got that done?
Yeah.
What's he gonna do with it? Is he
I
gonna put it on his channel?
He might put it on his channel. I don't know. I don't know what he's gonna do with it. But I think maybe he just wants to show his friends and laugh. But it's fucking hilarious. It's really creepy. I'm gonna remember who had that done for us and give them credit for it eventually. But I'm sorry, I can't. I'm not good with names. You send me a message, dude. Remind me that you made this because he like paid to do it. I don't know what you paid Dr. Wadsworth here to make
as
this.
much as $5, I imagine.
I think it was a little bit more. I think I can't remember his reasoning, but he was just like, I don't know. I just had like $15 in my account, and I thought, fuck it. Which makes sense to me because But here's this man on my screen right now wearing this lab coat and like giving a pretty decent performance in front of a hospital green screen, and for $15, he seems like a lot of work for him.
Yeah. I looked at that cameo stuff. Like you can do, like some YouTubers do it, and sometimes like actual celebrities that have been on TV. And a lot of them are like $30.
I paid $50 for White Claw Gabe. The fuck yeah, baby Friday. Fuck. You know that guy? No? All right.
Missed that one.
Missed that Target demo. It was this guy that was big on Vine and TikTok of being like, fuck baby Friday, fuck yeah, steak, baby, fuck. It doesn't matter. That was what he did. I spent $55 to get him to do one that I was going to use for stream intros, and I got back the literal bottom of the barrel, most half-assed thing I've ever gotten.
Oh, it wasn't good. Did you ever use it?
No.
You should play it and mock him and expose how bad
it's
his cameo
so
is.
bad that I got bored of the video in 10 seconds. I was like, there's phoning it in, and then there's you really knew that this was phoning it in. It was bad. So not great.
He's running a cameo scam.
Yeah, I got scamioed.
I've never heard that.
Okay. I think there's some people like they make a ton of money on there. Like everybody wants.
Chris Hansen makes a shit ton. I'm not like you laugh, but like that's his main.
That's his gig now, huh?
Yeah, is getting Chris Hansen to do.
Though?
Yeah. His are pretty expensive too. Think about it.
Yeah, I was going to
If you're,
say $30 at a
$100,
time.
well, it's probably closer to 100 for Chris Hansen. For a 60-second video being like, hey, why don't you take a seat here? Happy birthday, you know? And you can nail out, if we're talking you're doing one every 5 minutes because you're lazy, it's 20 an hour. No, it's not. That's not math. It's 30 an hour.
5 minutes
15,
would be 12, right?
12 an hour. Same thing. All of that's math.
It's not, that's not math that
$75.
$75 for Chris Hansen?
Yep.
Yeah. So let's just say he wants to put in one hard day of work and he does 10 an hour for 8 hours. So 80 times 75. What's that in money?
Nobody knows that.
Yeah, nobody knows that. That's not we haven't done math.
Is it 600?
$600, yeah.
Oh, wow, imagine
he's making
in one day.
I mean, but for like, what was Chris Hansen's like Twilight?
Oh, Zach
period?
says it's 6,000.
No, we'll see. I just need to add a zero. The way I was there.
Well, wait a minute.
like
$75 per, and I'm like, yeah, $600.
600 is so close. I just need to
God,
add
I'm
the zero.
fucking dumb as shit.
I love this podcast.
Like, I just took that at face value. It's like, yeah, he does like what? He does what, 10 an hour at $75? What is that over 8 hours? $60?
Clearly, I did the math correctly. I'm just high.
God damn.
That 600 is also right.
It is right.
Is so right.
He just moved the decimal point over.
That's important, though.
The way I do middle math is I just needed to move the decimal point one more.
Yeah,
And
Chris
I'm too high
Hansen
to
works
do it.
3 days a month and loves his job in Orange County.
That
I wonder
does
if he's
sound
still
good.
got to deal with those
6,000
civil
bucks
suits.
well, 10 hours is a strong
Was he
day.
personally liable for those civil suits after that guy killed himself?
I
Wow, I
hope
don't know.
not, and that's
You
very
would hope
heavy.
not. Well, Chris Hansen, longtime friend of the show. He
Well,
wouldn't mind us
apparently-
talking about it.
Apparently, that whole thing, like the vigilanteism, however you say that, the vigilante YouTube channels and stuff, the ones that call it that Sony PlayStation
EDP?
Network dev, yeah. Wait, and EDP?
Yeah,
Wait,
Oh,
were
yeah.
they the same people did
not
both?
the same people. I'm sure.
Oh, no,
seriously doubt.
EDP self-reported and or other people outed him correctly, but the Sony head of like Sony multiplayer got caught on a vigilante channel, and the problem is that a lot of the times this interferes with a very real like sting probe or whatever that fucks with the actual investigation of it because they can't use any of the like evidence.
Dateline NBC evidence.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're just like, what the fuck? Like, you just glorify. It's like the same thing. Judge Judy's not actually handing sentences down. They just commute or whatever it's called and then go to there for like a paycheck and everybody sorts it out.
Yep. Yeah, that makes. And she's got her own
She's
thing now, right?
hella rich.
Yeah, she's made like hundreds of millions, but now I saw it advertised to me on Amazon. Maybe like she's got like her own thing separate. Like maybe she's producing her show now. Because I remember the thing was that like every year she would go into the boss's office, like whoever was running the show, and like put a number on the table, and it was what she wanted to be paid that year. And she's like, they either pay me that much or I leave.
That she was earning like $115 million. She was like second to Oprah only. Like that was how
That's
absurd
crazy.
Judge Judy, and it was for years. So that's why I'm like the fact. Listen, if I made $115 million 1 year, I think I'd probably stop trying so hard. But Judge
should
Judy, no.
You
I
should
like
have you ever watched her Norm Macdonald interview? It's on
No. I
Netflix.
didn't.
So
How
so
did
like
that
Norm's
happen?
interview. Well, he
Rip
had
that
the
man.
Norm show, right?
Oh,
she
Norm
was
interviewing her. Oh.
Yeah. So, and they talk about
Judge
that.
Judy's just like, do you have anything to say for yourself? He's like, my wife was raped with a knife. It's like,
Oh hell!
Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, like, I didn't know what situation. Sorry, but go ahead.
No,
Tell me
he,
what I was interviewing.
But I want to say he asked her about that. Like hey, you got plenty of money. Why are you still doing this? And it's just like, I just want to leave something for the kids, and I love my job and this and that, and it kind of made sense at the end. Like yeah,
it
she's
makes
just stacking
sense.
it up.
I just like the generational wealth that Judge Judy was pumping out.
Still is. Now she's Judy Justice or something. Like she has her own thing that she's producing, I'm sure.
If
As
you would've
of
told me she was dead, I would've believed you.
2021, The estimated net worth of Judy Scheindlin is $440 million.
Good for her.
She's $500 million, and none of her courts even go to the court of law.
No, she's not a real judge.
No.
Yeah, they just
Was she
pay
ever?
it out.
Probably.
I'm sure
She must have been a real judge, or although Dr. Phil is Dr. Phil a real doctor? She had the hammer. I saw that the gavel.
Yeah.
Gavel.
You don't get
No,
one
she's
of
not a
those,
judge, so she has to call
They don't
a hammer.
hand those out.
They
can't get those-
She has to
you
get
can't-
some random guy to
like a
come over and
police
smack
badge.
it.
Like a
You
police
can't get
badge. You can't
those
get
off
one of those.
Amazon.
Yeah.
No.
No.
You certainly can't pretend to be a judge in public for discounts. I don't think judges get discounts.
No.
I just got an actual email from a real business associate, not in the gaming sense, that said maybe we can get on a call and this would be easier to suss this out. Have you ever
Sussed this out?
Suss
Yes.
this out?
Yeah, you're gonna suss
Yes,
it out.
How
that is
fucking
Is he
awful
a
is that?
boomer?
I don't
this a
know, but
boomer?
I've heard that
wait.
before. Why is it awful? Because
I'm
I think
think-
you're thinking it's.
I'm
from
thinking
that,
of
like,
Among
game.
Us. Yeah, is
no,
it not?
Suss It Out is an. I think it comes from. It predates that by a lot.
Oh, thank
Wow.
God. That makes
it
this
absolutely
way more
does.
consumable.
Yeah.
I'm
I
thinking
thought
he's
you
like,
were
haha,
making-
you
It
sussy
means you're
baka, you Among Us it out. Like
No, you're
No,
gonna work
no.
through it. You're gonna work. You're
oh,
gonna figure
okay.
things
All right.
out.
This is way better. Because like in the context, we're talking about like payroll stuff, and I thought he was like, we gotta fucking vent the sussy Among Us guy over there. Like,
No, no.
I thought
hurting
you were calling it out because it's such an old timey way to say
no.
work through something.
Oh, thank
It's
God. That
British
makes
and
me so much
formal,
happier.
And it means to find or discover something by thinking, to
Wow.
inspect or investigate in order to gain
Okay.
more knowledge.
Wow, Among Us really fucked with me, huh?
It
I
did.
almost responded with like, "What the fuck's going on in here?"
I'm cutting all ties. You fucking
Hello, I don't want to work with you guys. What the hell? You're adults.
That's so funny. You thought it meant you were sussy.
Did you see Antonio Brown quit
Yes.
football the other day in the
Yeah.
middle of
Why?
a football game?
Wow.
Is that how Arian
There's two
Foster
sides.
left, or was it not mid game? Did I just make that up in my head?
Did he walk off? Surely he didn't.
It was
walk off the field.
mid-season, and it was in a game. He discovered that he wasn't passionate about winning.
Oh, I
anymore.
remember hearing this, and he just said that he didn't want to. He retired mid-game, but it was not a spectacle. It was just people wondering why he didn't continue to play. Whereas Antonio Brown literally removed his clothing and threw his shit into the opposing team's fans, and then
Really?
walked off.
Oh, you
Yes.
haven't seen the best of it.
No,
It's
I
like
haven't seen this
he
video.
didn't walk off through the sideline. He walked across the field, like
During an offensive drive.
he walked across the field shirtless, and he's just like waving to the fans as he goes, and he's just like, "Fuck all of y'all." He just quit. Tom Brady is back there trying to win the game, and Antonio's got his shirt off, heading to his car.
So he's a wide receiver with Brady, right? Am I right about that?
He was
know my football that well.
he has a very storied and troubled past, behavioral and otherwise, both with Pittsburgh, where he got his big start with the Steelers, to where he moved in with Brady when he first came down there. And he bounced around. I think he was with the Rams or somebody for like 6 days. He's very troubled, and at Raiders. Yeah, what I can only assume is, and especially while looking at this, is a very visible example of CTE, right? Like
Okay. Yeah, I didn't think of
concussion
that.
damage and head injury issues. Like, he is a wild person, but this story isn't like, the story's wild because why he walked off is now a point of contention. He said that, let me try and like give you a quick rundown. He said that the coach of the Buccaneers walked over to him and said, "Hey, you got to go in and play." And Antonio Brown, who's been injured and hasn't played for a couple days with his ankle injury, etc., was like, "Coach, I don't think I can go in." So Coach Arian, according to Antonio Brown, made a slicing across the neck motion with his thumb and said, "You're done." And so Antonio Brown then said, "Well, fuck you. I'm quitting the team," and left. A lot of this stems on Antonio Brown basically saying, "Hey, the coach didn't know I was injured, and I said I'm down to play, but I don't know if I can play this drive. And he thinks that he got cut from the team. To try and maybe normalize this, Antonio Brown also thought that his personal dietitian left the head of a salmon in his freezer as a threat to his life.
Did the dietitian do that?
No, he saved it for soup stock, as you would probably with a head of a fish.
They saved it for soup stock.
I don't know. You leave a fish head in my freezer. I'm taking it personally.
So basically, there's somebody who has a Reddit thread that goes through every absurd thing in the last 6 years to 8 years that Antonio Brown has gone through. The man, in his best moments, is very rough to try and explain. Right? He has outbursts and experiences that are just fucking weird, even if you removed.
Can we pause? Is he really, really good at football? Because he's
really
a lot to put up with.
Incredibly good at football. Like first round ballot Hall of Famer if the last 4 years didn't happen. And even then, like people were just willing to be like, well, he's kind of an asshole and we don't really understand it, but he's that good at catching balls.
I think if I was that good at catching balls, I'd be a bit of an asshole too, right? Why would you be the perfect teammate when you've earned a little capital, you know what, coach, I like it when you suck my dick. I'm saying I like it a lot. We're gonna have to do that on the sidelines. And
all right, here, let me explain. I'm just gonna throw out some random things from this like limited timeline. When he got hired by the Raiders, he refused to play football because the NFL changed what would be an acceptable helmet that would protect the player, right? So he refused to play with any helmet that wasn't his old helmet. So the NFL was like, you can't play. And so then he made an entire event around him trying to find an old helmet that would fit the right whatever, like the right like format for that, and then suited up to play and then wore his old helmet into the game. Antonio Brown is fully vaccinated. However, bought a fake COVID card from his old personal chef because he didn't want to deal with getting a COVID card.
So he's been like dealing with CTE for a while then. So it's probably for the best. I mean, for someone to leave a fish head in your freezer and for you to take that as a threat is like something is seriously off.
It's easy to explain every weird thing a football player ever does away with CTE. It
is easy to say that.
I just want to say, crazy people play football too.
Yeah, right. I think that this is a borderline case where somebody is behaving so abnormally throughout so many years of getting the shit knocked out of them that the easy response is CTE is a causation of this. But I do not think that is the only reason why he's like this, because when I say there's a book that can be written about the things that he did, said, didn't do, or otherwise that don't even fit the right like format of brain injury, the guy is a diva at its heart.
And he's like been doing this for years and years. It's not like the last 4 years of his career he went off.
He's that good at football.
He's so good at football.
He's so good.
Doesn't suck his dick.
Such a good football player.
Care about winning, right?
He really does care about winning.
No, you're not following me. Antonio whatever his name is, should be asking his coach for head, and if his coach doesn't do it, that coach doesn't want to win. That's true.
That is true. The problem is that he was on the Steelers for a while, and his like Tomlinson kept him in lock. He has been asking for head. Whereas that's the issue is he's been outright like showing up at the Raiders and he was like, who's sucking my dick? And they're like, we're pretty desperate. We're not that desperate. So they just let him go.
So
the issue is that the issue is that he's actually asking people to suck his dick. And it's unironic. The poor guy, I really truly try and think to myself that there are people that just he really is just going through it. But this did just come out that Antonio Brown snuck this person into his hotel, a OnlyFans model. Antonio Brown also likes getting shit on his chest.
What's bad about first of all, He has an OnlyFans model in his hotel. I don't know why there's any sneaking involved.
COVID.
Also, you just can't like
Okay,
the night before the game. You can't just like whisk a woman away in the dead of
Ronda
night.
Rousey used to do that. She said that sex
did.
released testosterone and that she would get boned before a big fight.
Ronda Rousey got knocked the fuck out twice in a row.
Yeah, maybe she should have
she has
kept
a
some
gar-
of that testosterone.
She has a garden now.
She has a garden now.
She was the best ever until somebody was better.
She was the best ever until like someone else came up and dominated her, and then someone else came up and dominated her. Like I remember we even talked about this years ago. It must be like 6-7 years ago when like Joe Rogan was saying shit like, I think that she could take down some male fighters. She's the best of the best there's ever been. It's like, Joe, I get it. It's your job to pump up everybody's tires and you're a hype guy. You're trying to get, but like, I think a lot of people really bought into it. And I think a lot the three of us even said on the show, like, she is just the fucking, the guy in 1909 in MLB who figured out how to bunt a ball.
Let me
Like,
reply to this.
You're
Joe
right.
Rogan
They're
has
like,
talked
wait.
about that, and he said that when he said that, he believed it. He thought it was true, and in hindsight, he cringes at what he said. So
Fair enough.
Good
Fair
of
enough. I mean,
him
I'm
to
sure his
take
opinions
response.
change because he's like a commentator for a very burgeoning sport even now. And so like the best of the best of the best from 10 years ago, who? There's been 3 best of the best since then. You're going to have to give me a name,
it's fun.
It's
like the
true.
greatest of all time.
Nobody's
Like,
going to
all
speak
time-
our names in the greatest hierarchy of commentators, all right? And
Never.
yet here we are, us 4.
Here we are. We're the
right?
guys in the UFC.
We
who go 2
did
and
it.
15 and help bolster everybody else's records.
You son of a bitch. Nobody talks about Babe Ruth. They talk about Alex Rodriguez and his $150 million, all right?
Yeah.
But not us.
In MMA, it's a lot of M's, I think. The greatest of all time is kind of whoever is greatest right now.
Yeah.
Basketball is a little more established. That's not necessarily true. When LeBron James retires, you might still say it was Jordan. You might say it was LeBron, but it's probably not whoever's the best today. Whoever beats, whatever, Charles Oliveira, it's
It's
probably the best there's ever been.
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah.
Although I'm interested to see that I think Tyson Fury has agreed to fight Francis Ngannou in boxing, but wearing MMA gloves.
Isn't Tyson Fury like 7 feet tall?
I don't know. He's
Does he
really
weigh
big.
over 265?
So MMA gloves have the rough ridges and like they're hard gloves versus
they don't weigh
boxing are
anything.
padded. Yeah. So it's basically bare knuckle fighting with boxing rules, which is a slugfest, which I'm down for. I like boxing as a sport. I just wish they would actually maybe risk their lives a little bit. Because I'll watch UFC and I'm like, I
little
might
knife
watch
fighting.
your femur shatter.
You really
And
might.
I don't want that. But the excitement of knowing that I may see a grotesque injury well within the confines of the
The
sport.
stakes seem
Yeah.
The
higher.
stakes are a little
does
higher.
seem like you watch boxing, you get all excited. Oh my god, this
And
guy,
you're like, oh, he goes
looks
to
like
sleep.
a fucking fitness model. If Martians were coming to the planet looking for the perfect example of the male physique, they would grab this fighter from this heavyweight boxing match.
Right.
And then there's Tyson Fury, who doesn't look like that, but he even beats that guy. And like, this is going to be amazing. And then it's a 12-round pillow fight.
And it's not. Yes.
It happens all the time, but it doesn't really. Well, it does
Well,
happen in UFC, but not typically. Like, there's a real threat that there's a knockout any moment. And
But Mayweather, right, as like the best boxer of all time, is not exciting to watch and never has. Most of the time is not. Whereas with UFC, you're spot on. I agree with you. Even the undercard, I'm not a fan of the sport technically. I just want to see a good fight happen. And you can get that in the undercard, in the main card, women, men, it doesn't matter. It's just like a little bit more substance, I guess. Not as subjective.
it is a better sport. I wonder, though, if you put MMA gloves on boxers, how that changes things. Because right now, Tyson Fury can throw a punch as hard as he wants. If you give him 4-ounce gloves, how do his hands hold up? I don't know the answer.
Does that
But-
mean, for somebody who doesn't know, is 4-ounce light or heavy? Like what?
Very,
if four
very light.
versus, you train with 16, do you fight with 16-ounce gloves or 12?
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure.
I mean, different
rules
guys use
change.
different.
Are we
gloves,
talking
right?
boxing?
Like
so
when,
let me pause here. A UFC glove is 4 ounces.
Okay, lightweight glove.
It's very small and light. And then a boxing glove is, I think, like 12 to 16 ounces, but I could be
Yeah, I'm
wrong.
trying to think what Mayweather and
Is it
McGregor
8?
did.
But
They're little guys.
Because there
But-
was some talk about that. Yeah.
each individual fighter is training. So the UFC guys aren't training with 12-ounce, 14-ounce boxing gloves.
Training, they probably wear 16-ounce boxing gloves in practice. That's what you
Okay.
said.
So
Yeah.
then they drop the weight and then they're throwing.
But when they compete, they wear 4-ounce glasses.
It's
They
more-
train with
it's-
16-ounce. They don't hurt each
It's
other.
more that you can't hit each other with those gloves without getting cuts and breaking,
Right.
orbital
So wouldn't
bones
that
and
be
stuff.
the issue? Is because when I see UFC gloves from a casual, it looks like the knuckles are very sharp, and like if you get caught on, like with a, I mean, if you get caught, I feel like with UFC, part of the issue as a casual fan is that you're not targeting the face 100% of the time, right? Like you have legs, thighs, you have other soft tissue area. But with boxing, because there's no lower body, all of your blows are going to be face and upper body oriented,
Face and
right?
belly. Yeah,
Right. So if
body.
you're limiting the padding on those, like it would almost be super brutal, both for the puncher and the other person, because it's just like all of it is up there.
That's where I was headed. And where I was wondering was, if you take a guy who hits as hard as a heavyweight boxer and then remove the padding from his hands, does he have to throw more lightly, or can he really hurt a guy because he doesn't have that padding?
Probably hurt
anymore?
himself.
I think
more.
I think
A
that
little
what's
both,
going-
right? How does it play
Yeah.
out?
He knocks the guy out and breaks his hand, and he doesn't care because the guy's knocked out.
I mean, like this guy, I'm just looking up their stats. Ngannou, has
Right?
Ngannou ever fought someone bigger than him? He's 6'4", 249. He's got an 83-inch reach. Like he's probably used to being the big guy, right?
right?
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so-
can't. I don't
T-posing.
remember one where he's bigger.
Okay, so Tyson Fury, just a little bit larger. He's 6'9", 280 pounds, and he's got 2 inches of reach advantage. And I checked his record to make sure he wasn't some faker boxer looking for publicity. 32-0.
All right, pretty good
six-
guy. Yeah, he's throwing some
So-
punches.
So if just going based on that, Ngannou is going to get humiliated. This guy's
Yeah.
just too big. You can't handle him. For
But
instance,
Ngannou
especially
doesn't
with
know
his,
that.
with Ngannou's whole tactic being to be the
And I'm
bigger
not
guy
sure
and to
of it.
overpower him, he's going to get in the ring for the first time in his career with someone not an
Wait,
inch, not
he's
2 inches,
MMA
5 inches taller. He's an
MMA
MMA
is
guy.
getting MMA guy is going into the boxing ring and getting his shit kicked in, not the other way around.
That is my guess because
Right,
it doesn't seem
because-
like it's not some no-name boxer calling out some guy who doesn't box that well. This guy apparently is like the best boxer on the planet.
And which is, and again, what everybody seemingly forgets every time we watch people pay $60 for a pay-per-view Davin or whatever the fuck that thing is of KSI fighting is that boxing is a sport based off of technicalities and is not a sport based off of who's getting the shit knocked out of them. Like that's just not the way that you play the sport. So if you have, what did you say, 5 inches, 8 inches
Yeah.
reach, like technically speaking, like you gave him the control stick or whatever. Like you're just
yeah.
gonna be better.
It-
You
it
got
just-
host advantage. You're
it
good.
seems
Usually
like-
the guy
I
with
don't
the
know about
longer
that.
reach,
Like
because they're in the
Tyson.
same weight class. has
Tyson
less
almost
power.
never fought
So
anybody.
it's a
who-
tall, skinny guy versus a short, strong guy.
I mean,
But in this heavyweight class, where people don't always max out the weight, you can have a big, strong guy who's longer.
I mean,
but-
this guy has beaten some like big guys. Deontay Wilder, one of the
Yeah.
best boxers on the planet.
I know who Tyson Fury is.
Yeah,
too.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I'm helping the people in the audience. Like,
oh,
me
I'm
who
sorry.
didn't
I
know.
took it like we're the only people
Oh
talking. I'm an asshole. I'm sorry. I
Like,
did that.
Deontay Wilder, very 42-2. Who
Yeah.
handed them those two? Both of them. Fury.
Tyson Fury is like
Yeah.
the one in is like
Yeah.
the only guy outside of Mayweather that I think you could throw out and people be like, yeah, of course. But I think that if you flip the roles where you have Tyson Fury fighting in MMA, it becomes a little bit more fluid. But if
Can I
you take
pause
somebody
there?
who's
Tyson Fury has offered. Tyson Fury has done MMA training. Tyson Fury has learned to grapple. Now, we're not saying he's a good grappler, right? It takes a long time, 20 years to be a good grappler. Well, 15. But he tried. Right? He's done a little training. He probably knows how to armbar a guy. Like he's probably knows how to defend an armbar a little bit because Tyson Fury is entertaining the idea of fighting in the UFC.
right.
I don't know how he can make 265, but he's
But-
talking about it.
Dana would increase the weight limit. He'll just go. You're good.
I want to see. I want to see
this
like.
guy weighs.
I remember.
I want to see oversized.
He's gonna do
Yeah.
like.
That's where I was heading. Like
yeah.
they've reduced weight limits before. They can make it happen.
Yeah, but so Dana's not in charge of the weight limit. It's actually the who is it? The athletic commission who does it. Yeah, but I do agree. If he was, that's how they do it. In any case,
he'd lobby them. He'd be like, "Hey, can we want to change this. We want it the weight limit to be a little higher."
I just what I was gonna say is that I feel like if you box somebody in, no pun intended, to fighting with only their hands when they've traditionally been trained and their whole life have been fighting with their bodies, it is so much easier, even if you're physically on the same plane, to beat them than if you open up. All right, maybe I misspoke, but then if you take boxers and you say, hey, everything goes, I think that mentally it's harder to refrain from using all of your tools at your disposal when that's your entire fighting style and go into the boxing ring than it would be to go from boxing to otherwise.
Well, see, they train like that though. Like it's something they do.
I'm sure they
spar, do. They spar. They do boxing sparring, and I don't think they're. Oh, sorry, I got carried away and kicked you there. I you would definitely be like, I could kick you right now if I wanted to, and they'd be like, yeah, I'd kick you right back. What's your point?
Well, this seems like it'd be a fun fight to watch in GIFs the day after.
Are there any martial arts that are only kicks?
What, just
the
shin kicking? And you're just like, fuck, it just hurts.
The answer is no, but I want to see that fight. So I think that
the hacky sack version of MMA.
I personally think that
no hands kickboxing.
Just the indoor soccer without shin guards.
No. I think that boxing, because it's just hands, is boring, but I think the opposite wouldn't be true. I think that fighting with feet only would be awesome.
And the ref's like blowing the whistle in the middle of it, like, hands back in the pockets, hands back in the pockets.
It's just a bunch of cold Europeans just kicking the shit out of each other. I don't think the boxing's boring though.
I want it to be like I do. I can't stand it. And the judging is corrupt. So
the judging is awful. I agree with that.
Can't enjoy the sport if the judging's awful. If I'm continuously going to be like, all right, well, the other guy won, and then
I watch football, and that's pretty bad too. So
football can be bad sometimes. I watched a YouTube compilation of like bad calls the other day, and it was across all sports, but the majority of them were from the NFL.
Football.
Did you see Kyle Lowry get ejected from the game?
Yes.
You did. So Kyle Lowry is a nice guy in the NBA. I think you'd regard him as a sweetheart generally. No one's perfect, and he picked up the ball. And he threw it underhand to the ref, very much like you would if you were throwing it to your mom or a child. The ref wasn't looking, and it hit him in like the belly gently, and he got ejected from the game for it.
Oh, and, that's ridiculous.
It was like the announcers, the TV guys, everyone was like, that was a terrible, terrible call. But it almost reminds me of the police, where it's like, oh, I see, you're just proceeding down this route because you refuse to admit that you could possibly be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, that's absurd. If he had tried to like bean him right in the head, it'd be different. But
yes,
it just seems like the ref wasn't on his game.
I can imagine a day where like he throws it to the ref with a little mustard on it, like a little attitude, and you eject him for that.
No,
like, hey, no,
it's not even.
That's not what happened here. I wasn't saying that was what happened here, but I can imagine a scenario where you put a little mustard on it and you're like, no, let's nip this in the bud. We can't start making that a thing. This guy, if you were throwing it to a 6-year-old, this is how you would go about doing that. It was underhand and gentle.
So is the ref getting talked to or anything? Like, is the league going to be like, dude, come on. Like, we're going to have your back because you're the ref, and we always have the ref's back for the most part, but never again, dude. Come on. You're making us look like assholes.
You're 100% right. But I don't know if they're doing that. Tucker, do you have any idea if these refs... Like, look, refs make bad calls. I get it.
They do.
Right?
Yeah. So, but they're unionized harder than anyone else. The NFL reps are so unionized that you can't NBA. Even... Well, I know we're talking about NBA, but I'm just saying, I'm assuming they have the same... I'm not well vested in the NBA, but the NFL I do care about. And we went through the replacement refs fiasco that was like 7-8 years ago, where they basically brought up like division like 1, 2, and 3 college refs to replace. And when I say it was a travesty, like it was so comically awful that you're like, there's people that are putting money on these sports, Vegas odds, and Vegas is like, we guys, we got to figure out a way to not have this happen again. It was so.
Why was it bad? Because I don't think people say that about D1 reffing every Saturday.
But how many D1 referees are? How many D1 schools are there? There's 32 NFL. There's 32 NFL teams, right?
Sure. And D1 schools, what, 115 or something?
I mean, I'm guessing probably more than that. And what about D2 and D3, right? Infinitely more.
Listening.
So what I'm saying is that when who did the ref had a bad call with the Davidson versus South Carolina? Like, I don't know. Are you gonna remember that? Whereas the internationally broadcast and hyper focused regional calls of the 32 teams, the refs having a bad stint or bad stints are very much more hyper media sized. I'm not saying that the refs are
media sized, huh?
That's what I came up with. Media size. They're media size. Publicized.
Put it all around.
Media size. God damn it. No, it's just like the refs need to be held accountable. And unfortunately, in a lot of these sports, the refs have far too much shielding from criticism because it is too much effort to train a referee up to the point where they can handle that level of game. That importance. What comes to mind is like a United States versus Mexico soccer game, like probably the most bare bones. Yeah, we call this soccer, but it's not. Like there's like people getting their eyes gouged out and shit, and you have to try and control the game.
That happens.
Play it in
like,
a fair.
Like bitter rivals.
The most recent U.S. versus Mexico game involved a scuffle where a United States player on the ground sitting had his head grabbed like this and his eyes virtually like gouged as his head was pulled back in the middle of a foul, where 2 United States players got yellow cards and 1 Mexican player got a yellow, and it wasn't even the guy that like went in on it. It was the people that retaliated. It was so bad.
So the refereeing was super terrible.
Western Hemisphere soccer is pretty bare bones and not that great. Yeah,
I didn't even know we had soccer rivalries.
Hey, Mexico U.S. is great, and all of CONCACAF is like. It's like watching like Little League play, and you're like, oh, look at the kids.
Yeah, all of CONCACAF.
CONCACAF is Canada, U.S., Mexico, and Central America. So like Honduras, Costa Rica, Jamaica. That's our soccer league.
And it's just
is
not
Mexico clearly the best.
No, the U.S. is actually definitely the best.
Argentina's really good, right?
Argentina is common ball. They're Southern America. CONCACAF is Central America.
Taylor, you sounds racist when you say it like that.
Yeah, Jared, no, just make up words and win arguments.
No, I'm just like, no, it's common ball. No, common ball is Southern America, right? Okay. So all of South America is common ball, but CONCACAF is Central North America and Canada.
What is common
Taylor,
ball?
it's like we're explaining this to a child.
Brazil, Venezuela, Argentina, Chile.
Is that the same ball that
all
they
of
play,
South America?
What do they call it? Like Germany and Italy? Like what do they?
All right,
play?
here. Here's how I'm gonna explain it to you.
Okay.
Common ball is like it's like the SEC, right? And then you've got the ACC, the SEC, you got the Big Ten, right? That's all of these federations of soccer, just globally. So like the US is not the ACC. That's like Central Europe. Those guys are really good at. Those guys are really good at whatever they're doing over there.
Yeah,
with their
we're like in
sports,
the Mac-12.
Yeah, we're in like Boise, Idaho territory. Where they're like they play this. They have the same ball over there. I don't know if they play the same.
But
sport,
not even Boise State, like some other smaller school.
No, Boise State's far too good. We're like Boise Tech. Or
so do we ever do Boise Tech?
Community college.
Do we ever get? Like, does the U.S. ever do 1v1s and like exhibition games versus those European teams?
We're so good right now. We have some players that are internationally incredible. Christian we have one guy who plays for Chelsea who got, I think it's like $100 million. He's like the second coming of Christ for us.
Wow.
As of right now,
Is he
we
American?
are the yes. That's
Okay.
what we're talking about, Americans. So
Well, I'll circle back.
the American team that we have, as good as we've ever had it, if not better. The problem is that like with Landon Donovan and some of the other people like Michael Bradley, some of the other people that maybe you'd think of back in like 2010, they were media personalities, but they kind of fucking sucked. We have really good players, but all of them are like 22.
That's a good thing, right?
It's a good thing because we host the 2026 World Cup.
Stop there. So
so good.
we hosted a World Cup. Maybe you'll know ages
Atlanta.
ago.
Atlanta in
I have in my
96
head
or
it was
whatever.
in New York, but you're probably right.
Or they
So-
did like a U.S. World Cup for sure.
And our team was good. And I'm like,
Mhm.
whoa, we've got a badass team. That's kind of cool. And then I learned all our good players were not American. Does this sound right to you? Did
They're
we put together like an ensemble cast
Okay.
of soccer players.
like, all right, here's the thing with the World Cup and the Olympics, right? You get to choose where you play. If you live in a country, but you were born in another one, you're free to give your loyalty to another country. So, if I was born in Germany and I moved over when I was 5 to the U.S., if I want to represent Germany, like that's what I can do. So our team at the time and continuously has been awful. We have actually, for the most recent stint, we have quite a few team members that like have migrated from Mexico who are Mexican born or jumped over, or at least like I should say like Western Hemisphere born, or some that were even Central European that were born there and then grew up in the U.S. that have chosen loyalty for us, which is huge.
So
like
if we get a bronze medal or better, they get like citizenship.
there's 0% chance
No,
we get a
gold-
bronze medal.
gold
Like
only.
quite literally, there's the U.S. Did we even get a gold in basketball for the Olympics this year? Have we even tried?
Did you
I don't
could
remember
you
for
send
sure.
NBA players or no?
We could. They just all of our good players were like, why would we ever do that? The America has the
Happened lately.
rare issue of now all the best NBA players are not necessarily American, and all of the best American players are so fucking rich. Why would they ever risk injury? Like imagine
The-
getting injured for a bronze.
The very best players.
We did win the Olympic
We
gold
did
medal.
win. The very best players play more games. So a lot of times they want to rest that summer.
But like Luka Doncic or whatever his name
Yeah,
is, who
Luka.
yeah, who's like this like 22-year-old Chad of a human, and he's just like from Ukraine. And
Have
just
you watched him play?
I'm not big into basketball.
So he's white and he has a
Thanks
really
for
good
explaining.
physique.
He's
No,
from
it matters.
Ukraine.
well, first of all, he's white. It's like he's from
It matters.
Ukraine.
He's white. So even though he's athletic, he just looks a little less athletic. Like without a tan, without dark skin, your muscles don't have that same definition. And he's slow. Pretty much. But he's really athletic. And one of his go-to moves is he'll drive into the paint and then go even fucking slower. And everyone can't even like
Yeah, and he just like
it messes him up. And then he speeds up to so he goes average, extra slow, back to average again. And the whole league is like, I don't even know how to defend this.
So he's like deking them with his erratic.
he is.
fast
He's
movement.
deking him. Yes. Oh my god, I haven't heard somebody say that in a while.
It's
you gotta
pretty
watch
cool.
hockey.
I know
he's,
more
um,
hockey.
He
Fat
interviews
Deeks.
well. He's funny. He's a good guy.
He's a good guy. Yeah, it's just it is very surprising, not surprising. It's very nice to see Americans care a little bit more about sports that we traditionally have not cared about, specifically soccer, because that was like my bread and butter. But also kind of weird to see us not give a shit about sports that we absolutely, unequivocally, without any issue, would dominate for the next 50 years if they actually put time and effort into both baseball and basketball. Like if we just sent good players that wanted to play together, I know we just won the gold medal, but like they would like it would be kind of
I thought we
absurd.
always won the gold medal.
We
No,
lost Allen
we
Iverson
had a
here. I remember that.
couple awful years. Like the dream team was 96, right?
84.
84, even earlier than that.
Am I
wasn't
wrong?
even
I'm
born.
not sure. I need to look
No,
into
but
it.
like though when everybody thinks like, oh, the US stops caring about basketball. Yeah, we had like 3 good years and then we sucked for a long time.
92.
I mean, it doesn't really. How serious
92.
can you take the basketball Olympics? Like, if we're not
Now
even sending our best guys.
No, now you should. I think that basketball might be one of the more competitive global sports because Eastern Europe, Greece, even China and East Asia, they're getting into it. Like it really is. Baseball was America's. Somebody's gonna say You guys can't hear that. Somebody's just throwing a party outside my apartment right now at the stoplight.
I hear it a little.
Yeah, I like. There's a train. Like I've never heard music this loud.
What a dick!
Like I almost think it's
I
me,
can
but
hear
it's not.
a little bit of it.
Yeah. Either way, I don't know.
You thought
I'm
the
gonna
music
mute
was in
myself.
your house at first.
I
You were
thought
like,
it was in my. Yeah, I was like, what?
How
like,
scary
what
is
going
that?
on?
Is there a
Yeah,
party? He's literally checking to make sure there's not like a party at his house right now.
It does
That he's
seem
not
like,
invited to, apparently.
like
like a
Americans are less
float.
excited about the Olympics, at least the athletes, than people
Americans
from other
are
countries.
less excited about sports, it seems like. Maybe it's rebounded a little bit, but like there was a political thing where half of America didn't like football anymore, right? Like Republicans were like, fuck football and basketball. They would relish at the lower ratings that those sports were having. Like that happened.
Mm-hmm.
Have they rebounded the ratings on these sports?
I don't.
Are we
I don't
talking
know.
about the total? Like the whole NFL is dying or NBA is dying?
Sure, but it
was
wasn't
a
just
huge-
those. So I feel like the NFL. I'm sorry to cut you off. The NFL and the NBA got all the like media around how they're dying because
Right.
their ratings were lower, and people would just fucking celebrate. You know, hey, you like Black Lives Matter? Now you can suck dicks.
That was so weird for the NFL thing.
NBA too.
Oh, you're right.
But hockey's ratings tanked also, and
I think COVID was a
I'm not
weird
sure.
year, and
Yeah.
anybody that was litmus testing it. But as far as I just Googled it just to make sure. But yeah, the NFL ratings were up like 17% year over year in the last 2 years for football, and that was during like albeit please keep in mind NFL canceled their season or postponed it and then did a shortened season. I think baseball did the same thing. The NFL didn't change shit at all and just were like, So there weren't a lot of competing things out there.
Mm-hmm.
But like the idea of live sports dropping viewership, totally a thing, especially among baseball and like more traditional sports. And a lot of it comes down to having archaic or like very traditional rules that don't necessarily make the sport more interesting. For baseball, for myself specifically, it's like the inability to adopt robot judges that can instantly tell when the ball's a ball or a strike and just move us the fuck along. An at-bat shouldn't take 5 minutes. Like, it just should never. And the fact that they changed the intentional
shot
walk
clock.
rule, yeah, they do. But the intentional walk rule, they didn't change until like 2017. You used to have to physically throw full 4 balls, like to send somebody to the base. Like, how dumb was that?
I liked that because occasionally he'd throw one of those a little too close, and dude would step across the plate and knock the shit out of it, and that was worth it.
Did that happen now and then?
That
Maybe
happened.
once.
Oh yeah, all the time. They'd get lazy
No.
with the. I swear, pull up on YouTube. There's a montage of them. I swear, they just clobber it. It happened a
I
bunch
didn't
of
know
times.
Wait, so they got rid of that rule? You can't do that anymore?
You can just say intentionally walk, and the person just goes to first base. You don't have to
That
physically.
seems unfair.
Shut up! It's not. It's just boring.
The
I don't
pitcher
want to
should have
watch a
rolled
guy.
it in underhand if he wanted to intentionally walk him.
I mean, if you're against
I mean,
boring
it's just-
shit, don't watch baseball.
I mean, I also agree with that.
It
I
is
think that
horrible.
No,
the only
the-
reason it made it in under the ground floor as America's pastime is because we hadn't found the good ones yet.
Yeah,
Like the
that
good
is
sport.
also true. But they changed during the shortened season. They changed extra innings, and I may be super far off, but they changed something where during extra innings, a runner would just start on second base, and I was like, this should just be baseball. Like, baseball should just always have a runner in scoring position the whole fucking time. Like, this is so much better.
Wait,
The
in
game,
extra innings, there's a player just starts on second.
as was the games that I was watching in COVID. I don't know if it was like the shorter 60 game season or whatever, but they had people start in scoring position for
Hockey
the
made
extra
some
innings.
So in hockey, it's only, for people who don't watch it all. It's normally played 5-on-5, and then it used to be they go into overtime. They play
And they
5-on-5
remove a player.
again,
Mhm.
and and then the game would just end in a tie like most of the time. Hockey had a ton of ties, and players don't tend to like it. So then they said, you know what, with overtime, we'll do 4-on-4. There's a little more wide open. There's space on the ice. It's more likely to end in kind of a game. Wait, is it 3-on-3? It's not
3-on-3. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. So it's 3-on-3, wide open, players skating, space, whatever. Like shit happens. Oftentimes it's ended. If it's not, there's a shootout, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there are no more ties in hockey. There's a shootout, and someone always wins. And some people are like, shootout, that's not really hockey anymore. Fuck you. No one's sitting.
Shootouts are
shootout.
so much cooler in hockey than any other sport.
Dude, everyone is riveted during the shootouts, and fights have the attention more than any other time in the entire game.
Right.
It was definitely a good idea.
It was way better because ties suck and they're boring. And 3-on-3 overtime is like the most exciting thing ever because there's only 3 guys on each side. So every 5 seconds, it's a guarantee there's going to be a 2-on-1 or a breakaway or something like that.
Yeah.
And like all the hockey purists are like, oh, shootouts are the worst. And it's like, yeah, I get it. I played goalie. I hate shootouts also. But do you want to go back to ties? No, fuck that.
Ties sucked. And I loved the idea. I love the idea of overtime should be not a continuation of what you just did for 90 to 3 hours, right? It should be an evolution. So in soccer, they used to have like golden goal, and it was just fuck it, whoever scores next wins. And then they changed it to 2 15-minute periods.
Oh,
that's
no, golden goal sounds way better.
exhausting. And then it goes until no, I know you would think that normally, but for a game like that, awful. But for football or for hockey, it's not like the ball's there and you just kick it or you just slap it somewhere. You have a whole approach. There's like trickery involved. It is, as a visual, as a spectator, so much better to watch people do like the end of hockey.
Think like the deeks and the hands they have, and like if you haven't ever tried to do something like that, like you really underestimate how hard it is for your hands to move that dexterously while you're like doing eye tricks to convince the goalie you're going to go in a direction you're
on ice skates the whole time.
And you're on ice skates, and there's a bunch of people. There's a lot of. I mean, think about the best Olympic thing ever was TJ Oshie, in Sochi for the Olympics, where there was no rule yet in Olympic hockey for overtime shootouts, and so they're like, we can just have the same guy over and over. Oh well, TJ Oshie is the best shootout guy in the world because every practice, all he would do is like all these dipsy doodles and dang. This was before the shootout became a part of the end of NHL games. And so like, it was just a fun thing to do, like working on dangles on a goalie. They just
said, hey, can you go put the works on the keeper?
That's what he did. And so like he was on Spit and Chicklets this past week, my favorite hockey podcast. And he was talking about it, because everybody interviewed, they asked him about it. And he's like, yeah, no, I didn't even know I was going to keep going until the coach just kept saying, Oshie, you're up again. You're up again. And then, after I went like the 6th time, it became clear I was going to do all of them. And he won it. He won it against, I think it was Russia?
That's great.
Pretty cool.
Oh, that's fun. Dude. I had this argument at work once. My position was that hockey players are the best athletes on the planet.
That is a weird position.
A lot of people would say basketball because physically they're tall.
That is also I would not say that.
Okay,
either.
well, let's pause there anyway. So between the two, basketball players are flying through the air. They're very strong. They're dexterous. It's incredible, right? But I'm telling you, if you took a random hockey player, Rod Brindamore, and asked him to play basketball, it would kind of look like basketball. He'd be a pretty good basketball player, better than most people. If you took Kevin Durant, put him on skates, and gave him a hockey stick,
his little Bambi legs,
he would not even look athletic. Kevin Durant is one of the best.
That's
NBA
such
players.
A red herring I've ever heard. It's like saying, like, if I took a bass player and sat him at a piano, let's see what he could do.
I'm telling you, the entry, just the basic competing in hockey.
No,
is
by
so
that
much more
rationale,
difficult.
swimming is the greatest of sports because you take half the NBA, throw them in that pool, they ain't coming out.
Jesus Christ.
I just think that like you're
I have proven my point and you are speechless.
No, I'm not.
I think Tucker's got an argument coming down the mic.
Hey, hold on. It's going to come out here. Give me a second. You're conflating the idea of being athletic with the mastery of a skill. All right. Skating is a skill that is tied to athleticism, but
Yes.
you can be
I've read
incredibly
my case.
athletic and never skate.
Yeah. I mean, that's very true.
Yeah,
So
no, I'm
it's
just right.
It really depends
Okay.
on like how you qualify.
just right.
Yeah, it's fine. You're fuck it.
We
You're
could
right.
run the test. The basketball players would be terrible. at
You're
hockey.
right. If you put everybody, if we had NBA on ice, it would be awful.
be hilarious.
Nobody would enjoy that.
I mean, like,
But if you had the NHL on
100%.
ice, it would kind of look like basketball.
100% chance. Like, I get what you're saying, Woody. Like the NBA players, they can't skate. Like if you took the New York Rangers,
I can't
and
skate.
the fucking New York Knicks, and you're like, all right, we're having an exhibition game. We're playing basketball against each other. The New York Rangers are going to get stomped by the Knicks, but they're going to get some points on the board. Then they
They're
have
gonna
the next
dribble.
exhibition where they're like Rangers versus Knicks in hockey. Like, not only will the Knicks not score, a lot of them are going to get seriously hurt.
A lot. They won't know how to put their uniforms on.
They're too
They're gonna
long
have trouble
for
from the
it.
get-go. They're
Yeah.
gonna have their laces too loose and shit.
But we say the same about things like horse dancing and lacrosse. You know, things that aren't real sports.
Horse dancing.
Yeah, actually, by my rationale, horse dancing has a it's pretty tough.
I
don't know.
swear to God.
Definitely a real
I
sport.
swear
Horse
to God.
dancing is weird.
is
If I was like 100 millionaire, I would become a horse dancer. I would be the best at it. I'd have the most expensive horse. I'd be paying
Best
artists to write
tunes.
songs.
They got them Clydesdales clopping away.
I would disrupt the horse dancing industry, right? Like number one, I'd be the only 200-pound horse dancer. Number two, I'd be the only guy doing it to like NWA's like Compton or something like that.
Dude, that's so funny to like go into horse dancing. Like, you know, those movies where some guy goes into a sport and all the old boys club is like, you do that in horse dancing. Like, we got to get this Woodworth guy.
I'm a
He's ruining
Barbie
the
girl.
sanctity of the sport. Well, first thing is he played Inagata Devita and took up half an hour.
The man rides a
To the
llama.
outside, inside.
First man to win by
Second
eliminating
thing, I'm
airtime.
80% sure that was a camel.
Yeah.
He's not even riding the same horse as we are. I don't
You
understand.
got like those finger light gloves like they do at raves. You do stuff like that on there. Yeah, that's a ridiculous sport. Lacrosse is definitely a real sport though, Kyle. I've never played.
Lacrosse is a real sport, but like it's only real to people in the tri-state Northeast area. The private school. No public schools are like, we love lacrosse. It is a private school sport for sure.
Yeah, it's
I
definitely.
didn't
more
realize it
private
was
school.
unique to where we grew up.
Yeah,
It's
North
different
Carolina. I
than-
mean,
I didn't
East
know what
Coast
it
for
was.
sure.
I didn't know what it was until I was a man grown.
What
Really?
lacrosse was? Yeah, it's definitely not
Yeah.
a southern sport.
I didn't think it was real. I thought it was a made up sci-fi sport the first time I saw
Well,
the
the
movie.
South didn't believe in Native Americans, so they, of
I
course, they
still
didn't
don't.
co-opt
They
the
stole
sport.
lacrosse.
I
They stole
still
lacrosse to say this sucks.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
don't like
even
this
want
one
it.
here, Teddy Lee.
Yeah,
Lacrosse
we were
was
talking
like,
about how I never really thought about it. We were talking about how ridiculous it was to take like the Cherokee Indians and the Seminole Indians, who were like Cherokee or Georgia, Seminole is Florida, and like make them walk to the fucking plains and try to live out there. Like, yeah, Indians are Indians, right? Y'all know how to live out here and do this shit, huh? Like those people were like, the Cherokees had been like hanging out with white people for so long, they were barely Indians anymore. And the Seminole lived in the fucking swamp in Florida. And they sent them to the plains with those scary ass Indians that raped and pillaged out there.
Is they're like, no, but you're all on the same team, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Like,
you've been at
no.
war with one another forever, you say. Like, well, you're all in the same car that way.
You ate his daughter. Well, y'all neighbors now.
Well, that's going to make for an uncomfortable wagon ride.
Try to work that whole thing out. You've got a daughter, don't you? Maybe.
He looks hungry.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
like
it's pretty
carve
fun.
out the worst places in Oklahoma. You're like, here you go.
like
Well,
80% of Oklahoma is protected reserve land, and I swear nobody talks about this.
Have you guys
It's
been
like,
there?
I've
no,
driven
I haven't
through.
been to. Thank God, I've not been to Oklahoma.
Texas, not Oklahoma.
Where the? I think
For what? Like
uh,
federal land?
yeah.
We're talking
So,
about, have
I
we
was in
been
that
there?
area. I don't know if it was Oklahoma. I think it was though. Anyway, near Buffalo Mountain, and there were all these Indian reserves and stuff. And it's like these areas were broke, and it seemed like there was no opportunity to improve.
Oh,
Yeah,
they're
sure there
incredibly impoverished, and they're in this system that they can't get out of. and they're genetically predisposed to all these issues that we've taken advantage of, like from alcohol to the high cholesterol foods, and we put them on those diets. We put them on that barren land where we couldn't neither hunt nor grow crops, and so we fed them like government cheese, and there's this dish they eat where they take
vodka,
and fried bread.
I can't tell if this is woke Kyle or sarcastic Kyle.
No.
On both.
Keep listening, maybe we'll learn.
Very pretty right.
They one of the dishes that's like become like a traditional Native American dish, despite the fact that they used to fucking eat like nothing but meat.
It's gonna be deep fried butter or something.
It's deep fried bread. It's deep fried bread. They eat donuts for dinner, lunch, and supper. Like it's basically deep fried bread.
You're not getting a lot of nutrition with that.
No, you get fat though. So
but
they
if
all
your
have
cholesterol's too low, they got a solution.
So they're impoverished and there's no public works, of course, because they're like, yeah, you can have your own thing. Good fucking luck in the modern world. Oh, you like infrastructure, do you? Whoops. So
it's not great.
And the worst part, if we had agreed to the first contracts we signed with them, they'd still be there on land that has like minerals, oil resources, or is just a good place to be on a lake somewhere or something like that. Real estate, gold mine
on a lake.
But every time we noticed that, we're like, holy shit, we got those savages sitting on a literal gold mine, Bob. We just went in there and was like, yo, have you heard of Missouri? Have you heard of Missouri? You're heading north. Let's go. And just trucked them the fuck out of there lately and just took it back.
Pretty awful.
Yeah. That's neither woke me nor sarcastic.
That's historian Kyle.
That's just the way that it works.
That's just a group of people getting what they deserve. They say there's no karma. They say there's no karma.
Frontier justice.
They say there's no karma. Look at the Native American.
This is what Tucker was saying pre-show.
Not what I was saying.
You always say this. This is verbatim. I didn't know any of this before that. I thought they were a good race of people before.
We were riveted as Tucker told us his anti-savage American stories.
I felt
my
like
sister's a Native American.
He says savage American pre-show.
He kept
saying.
Yeah, he kept saying, I'm not racist. My sister's a savage American.
How much Native American do you need in you before you can like go live on a reservation? If you wouldn't want to, but like, are there rules?
College.
Like some guy named like Tim O'Malley, he can't go, obviously. But
I don't know the answer to that question.
And here's my question: Can like if I'm like an Arapaho, if I'm like Part 16 Arapaho or whatever, can I go and hang out with the Comanches? Can I go over there on there? Actually, the Comanches don't have any reservations because they never signed anything. They were like, fuck you, we don't believe you. So there are no Comanche reservations.
Is that better or worse?
It's worse. It's way worse.
They definitely got beat in the wars and battles they were in.
Here's how I know it was worse.
Okay.
Who's your favorite Comanche?
Chief Walking Bear, probably.
Tucker liked that when he had to
go. Chief Killing Field. I don't know. Yeah, definitely didn't go well.
Just can't feel sorry for him.
But you never think about that. How they're just like a couple of spaces they set aside, and then just all the different tribes that had been warring forever and taking land and reseizing it and losing it and taking it. Like, nope, you all live in Oklahoma now. Good luck. Like a reality show.
Yeah. Oh, imagine. I would have been a real sad reality show, though. It'd be kind of like Roots, the reality show in retrospect.
Yeah, it's a very morbid reality show.
I don't know if I said this on the show the other day. Maybe it was a private conversation, but I was like, the American historians who were there to write shit down called it the Trail of Tears. Imagine what the Indians called it.
Yeah, probably something even meaner than that. The ones who survived being marched around in snow and shit.
Yeah, they had
that's what it is, right? Time. A lot of them froze to death.
Starving and you know, like there's no medical care or anything. You know, they're just basically like a death march to a shitty
bunch of pussies.
Dude, if you were rich as hell in that time period, what kind of medical service were you getting?
Right?
Like the wealthiest guy on earth had a doctor who didn't believe in washing his hands.
I think it depended on what had happened to you. it seems to me that anything that involves like open wounds could so easily be a death sentence back then.
For sure.
Because they were just so filthy. Because I don't know if you were I forget where I hear things, but there was this thing about the guy who came up with the idea of washing people's. No, it was a guest. They talked about the washing of the hands, right? And like, they put the guy who came up with the idea to wash our hands before surgery in an asylum and went back to not washing their hands. Yeah. Someone told us that a while back.
Dude, I don't know. Somehow this has me. We're talking about medical services. COVID's a big deal right now. Have you seen the COVID numbers and how outrageous they are?
Bro, there's like 40,000 a day in Los Angeles County, which is crazy to me.
Damn.
Because
if you just don't look, then it's like it's not happening.
I kind of believe you.
True.
Like it's.
well, I don't, because
Just
so
like
many
I
of my
ignore my
friends.
weight.
I mean, like if you live in rural America, then honestly, if you if you just never turn on the TV, it might not actually happen. But
In Atlanta,
if you live in a city,
I went to a place the other day, and they were like, "Yeah, turn left. It's the pool, and over here's the blah blah blah." And we're doing breakfast in the morning. We gave up on that mask thing a long time ago. Like they didn't care.
So look at the numbers. Like, do you remember if you look like a year ago during lockdown or whatever that is, a year and a half? That is nothing compared to where we are now.
never
And then
forget.
the big increase we had that possibly caused Trump to lose the election. Fucking child's play.
As tends to happen, you make judgments based off of the info you have available, and all signs point to whatever's happening right now is not as severe or long lasting as what was prior to.
Yeah, the Omicron
think
variant. I'm sorry I cut you off, but I want to say that
fine.
It is possible that it's a good thing. Now it's really not. ICUs are filled up. Duke University ICU filled up. 100% of the people there are unvaccinated. Just a little fact.
My mom works with Duke University for their ICU.
Okay.
Oh.
So anyway, but by and large, this is not as severe. The ideal version of COVID is asymptomatic and very, very contagious, right? It just forms this inoculation that causes no harm and heals everyone. Omicron's not quite that, right? ICUs are filling up, hospitals are having trouble. It's not that, but it's that adjacent. It's a little less severe and it's very contagious. And all these people who weren't getting vaccinated, if they stay out of the ICU, get inoculated.
This is like when they were burning trash and making stars, and they didn't know enough about stars to dispute it. That's how I feel about all of that. I feel like you made stars out of trash just now, but I cannot dispute
stars
you in
out
any
of
way.
Kyle, I love that as a saying. I feel like you just made stars out of trash.
Yeah, that was really good. Like, but he said, I bought my star. These are the coordinates.
I'm not 100% sure. But that's where my gut is taking me.
I stand by everything I said.
I agree that people.
I will do no research. It doesn't exist anymore. I will wear the mask if you tell me to.
No research.
Yeah.
But I'm going
stars.
I'm not changing my lifestyle in that. I think it is a pre-gone conclusion that almost, if not every single person, will get COVID. And if the current dominant strain is one that I know, like every friend that did not, I have yet, as far as I know, to have gotten COVID. I'm triple whatever, vax booster, whatever.
Which one did you get? Quick.
Pfizer, all of them. Never had any issues, no side effects, felt great the whole time. Throughout all of that, I have not done anything crazier than just wear masks in Los Angeles where required to. Like, I've been to EDC, which is a global international music festival in Vegas. I've been covered in the sweat of strangers throughout the entire summer festival playing. This New Year's, I spent the entirety of my New Year's Day for 9 hours in a parking lot with 30,000 people. So, like,
and I feel like it's important that people say what you just said, because I'm so sick and tired of someone being like, so and so was vaccinated. Guess what? he's got COVID.
I
want to be like,
it's
is
not,
he dead? Is he dying?
Is he
Or
dead?
is he at home with some soup?
I
See,
mean, it's not like a question of getting vaccinated for the flu doesn't mean you never get the flu. I'm just interested in, does it disrupt my life in a way that is actually inconvenient for myself and the people around me?
Well, if you're going
and
to
as somebody
EDC,
who,
it doesn't seem like it. Yeah.
Have you
I
guys
just-
seen?
yeah.
Have you guys
Go
seen
ahead,
that
Kyle.
newspaper headline from when it's after the polio vaccine has been out for a while, and they're like, polio vaccine miracle, 80 to 90% effective. World rejoices. like the problem is the people that we're dealing with now. They're like, it's not like everything's been 99.99% on every goddamn commercial for so fucking long that if you can't narrow it down to that it's a pandemic all of a sudden. And now I've got to wear this fucking silly mask everywhere.
The mask doesn't bother me in the slightest.
I don't like
Maybe
wearing
it's
it 'cause
because
it makes my glasses fog
doesn't
up.
it fog your glasses up? It fogs my
it
glasses
makes
up.
my big glasses fog up. Oh no! Like I mean, they have never removed the mask mandate in Los Angeles, and we have a vaccine mandate where you cannot eat or go into a public environment without a vaccination or a 24-hour rapid test. So for me, all of this, like, yes, I get that it is numerically awful, but we're not changing a thing, and things aren't inconveniencing me because that's kind of been the way it is. However, if you look at me in the eyes and you're like, hey man, you don't get to make the adult decision to go to the bar when you're vaxxed and boosted, like, I understand the risk I'm going to take here. It's just, I feel like a lot of people are catching up to the right here where it's just, if you want to go and do whatever you want to do, that's fine. You just got to be up to date with everything. A lot of the rest of the U.S. is catching up to us here, where that was just kind of like the normal for me. So nothing's really changing. I just don't want any more
I
restrictions.
take
I'm good.
umbrage with your insinuation that glasses fogging up, not a
Like,
big deal.
oh, shut the fuck
what kind
up.
of vision do you have?
I have the same issue, all right? But like, if you have
how
one with
bad is
the
your vision? How bad's your vision?
Did the surgeons tell you?
How bad's your vision?
-2.
Oh, dude, you have the kind of vision where you could leave the house, get in your car, get 2 blocks down the road, and go, I forgot my glasses. Dude, if I get out of the shower, and
Then
it's
wear
all steamed
contacts,
up,
you
and
pussy.
I can't put my I face back and forth. I go back and forth.
See, so what's the
with
problem?
glasses.
These contacts, I think, are extra difficult to wear. Like you need a break, right?
They weigh an ounce each.
Well, I don't have the hard ones like dirty. I have soft contacts, but like for some reason they won't give me more contacts unless I get an appointment and get my eyes rechecked every time. And
Has
so
it
I
been
try and
that
save. No, I've got a year's worth of contacts, but I've been wearing these for like 4 months.
And you make them last 3 years because you're silly.
I do.
I
Sometimes.
feel like you're like, why do my eyes itch? I don't
By the time I get to my
You're a
last pair,
Jizz mogul. You can buy all
by the time this has been repeated my entire adult life, but by the time I get to my last pair and I have them in, like I'm waking up 3 months into my 1 month pair, like, oh, my eyes, oh, they're stinging so much. And then it's like I go get my eye exam, and every time right after I'm like, that was so quick. Why don't you just do it?
When you put your contacts in, do you use your fingers?
Yeah,
Then you don't have thick contacts.
that's what I'm saying. I don't have
Dirty-
the
dirty
hard contacts.
contacts.
They're called.
Dirty's contacts are so thick that he has like this pin. I don't know. It looks like my vape
Have you
pen.
seen Clockwork Orange?
Yeah.
It goes funk and like sucks the contact up, and then he has to like funk stick it into his goddamn eye. They literally are thick enough to like examine things with. Like you could use it as a magnifying glass or something.
Oh yeah, his eyes are beyond mine.
You know, he
Like,
told me
he's
the other
blind.
day. I had a very frank
That's
conversation
LASIK.
with him the other day, and he was like, you know, I used to think I was an ugly guy. I went through high school thinking I was ugly, and then one day I got contacts, and I was like, God damn, I'm handsome. He was like, but it's true because I
He is a
met him.
handsome guy.
Like yeah, he's a handsome guy, but at night he'll put his glasses on, and he looks like bubbles. He's got his eyes are magnified by like 4-fold, and like when he looks at you, it's just like it's so off-putting. It's like, don't look at me with those. Don't do it. No, you're gonna put a hex on me. You
Dude,
fucking fool.
his glasses are horrible.
His glasses are.
He's got
looks
Coke.
like-
He's
he
got
looks-
Coke bottles.
Dude, genuinely, Bubbles from Trailer Park Boys.
Yeah.
And Bubbles' eyes might be a bit better than his.
Can Bubbles see through his glasses?
No,
Like,
he's
No.
blind. They give him headaches.
Yeah,
okay.
he
I
like
thought that might be the case.
he was miserable filming most of that show, just headache after headache. Like, can you
He
imagine
has to
that?
drive a go-kart.
You do a 9-season run show, and when like the build up to it, you're like, you know what will be funny? You hold the drink the whole time. You're always wearing a silly bowling shirt, and I wear glasses that give me migraines. Then it's like, oh,
Are
man.
you sure I can't hold the drink?
Nah,
Jesus fuck, Ricky! I didn't
I'm a
think
drink
this.
guy.
That's such a great show. As long
Yeah.
as when the original run
Just came out with a
ends,
new one.
you just got to stop watching because the new stuff is terrible.
The season 10 one that just happened.
Oh, if there's a new season, I haven't
One
seen
that they've released over this right now's Christmas.
Have you
on
watched
Hulu.
it? I didn't
No,
know
I
they were
haven't.
Still doing it.
That's why I was like, yeah, they
I would
just
assume
now
it's,
did it.
It's crappy because like if you go back and you look at the old Trailer Park Boys,
Mm.
the new the very old ones are tremendous. The ones that happened after they got back from that first break with Netflix, it's obvious that the character that plays Bubbles was a way bigger part of the writing, and he like forced Bubbles into being a main character that was like having everything at the park revolve around him instead of what it should be, which is it's clear that Julian is the main character and Ricky
Right.
is the main character.
Ricky's the other one. Yeah.
You know, it's
And
Bubbles
Julian's-
is like
and
a
Bubbles is a
side.
sidekick.
Yeah, he's a side.
Yeah, he's like
funny
Timmy.
guy.
Timmy.
Yeah.
Exactly that. Although Bubbles has some of the better lines, you know, is he the one who coined the phrase "mustard tiger"?
I think so.
We were playing Tarkov last night, and Larry called me a mustard tiger, and I laughed so fucking hard because I hadn't heard that in so long. It's shit like
funny.
that is really really funny. There's a lot of good gags.
Who's the
So,
actor?
anyone? Go ahead,
Sorry, I
please.
thought there was a break. The actor, he's dead now. He sort of ran the
Good.
campsite.
Jim Leahy.
Mr. Leahy.
Jim, yeah, thank you.
Mr.
Have you seen the
Leahy.
YouTube video where he talks about his
Officer
concrete
Leahy.
passion?
Yeah, I watched him do it. Yeah.
Yeah, I really like that man who played the character.
I'm glad he got off the alcohol and like found a passion in
Yeah.
life. After
like,
the documentary, a lot of people could have like gone astray. Whenever I show Trailer Park Boys to someone for the first time, I tell them it's a documentary, and we watch until they figure out it's not, and then I give them the whole spiel. I've had some dates that never figured it out, and
They're
that's,
like, wow,
that's a red
this is
flag.
so sad.
That's a red flag. That's right. She's
It's
like,
a
wow, he
green
lives
flag.
in the car. It's awful. That's awful. Oh, that poor thing. Why don't they get him another shirt? The camera crew's right there.
Kyle, is intelligence something you're looking for in a date?
If you can't figure that one out, then you're gonna have a hard time, like in the bathroom, like handling yourself. Like I can't do everything for you.
Okay.
Figure it out. It's one of my favorite all time shows.
He
And
plays
now
a drunk person better than anyone in the world. Or
Mr.
played
Leahy?
one. Yeah.
when he's stumbling, everybody knows the clip if they know Trailer Park Boys, but when he's like stumbling down the like steps
the
and
stairs,
like
yep.
dragging across the trailer as he comes down, and like I watched him do like 20 takes of that, and it was everything from him like being you don't look drunk enough to like just falling down the fucking steps and breaking the glass and crawling on the ground. Like he was a really good actor. Do you remember?
Still has the sticker on the back of his pants.
Does he? You know, he got him today. Did you hear him? Did you hear him mention the pants? Right. So like, have you seen Woody?
Yeah, on his back left pants, he's got the whole like 34, 34, 34.
He wants
That
you
long-
to know, like
That
Jerry
long sticky
Seinfeld.
one?
Yeah, the long
Oh.
sticky. It's like green or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
They're 36s. He colors
You
in
want
the
to
floor.
take let's take bets on where he got his pants from. I say American Eagle.
No. I'm gonna say Nordstrom's rack.
I am
Ooh.
going to say Hollister
Why do you
Oh.
both choose like
because he wears
middle-aged white people?
because he's a middle-aged white guy, and he wears Hollister and American Eagle. So I think that is a safe bet.
Yeah.
Really upsetting that's I'm now privy to this info.
I mean-
you don't wear Hollister stuff and American Eagle stuff.
Now that I think about it, like imagining him with like khakis and like thong sandals like some flip flops. Really, it's doing a lot for me.
It meshes.
I mean, you've met him before. You remember the
I know.
shorts, right? The shorts.
Yeah, but like he just dressed like. Yeah, this is all coming into play. I was gonna say he dressed like I would have dressed if I were 10, 15 years older. I think he's 15 years. I think he's 20 years older than me.
Mhm.
Yeah,
So-
he's like 48.
Yeah, I'm 28.
Yeah.
So 20 years older. Yeah, that's good math.
Yeah, that's good math. Right?
we
One's easy.
we gotta help him
Got
out.
all the zeros right. That time.
Well,
We gotta help him out with
Anyways,
this pants sticker situation.
we gotta let him know.
Do we help him?
Yeah,
Of course
Can
we,
we
help.
do it? I mean, of course we help him, but like, how do we help him? Do we just go, hey, there was a sticker on your pants, or do we have some fun with it?
We can see if he'll do a spin.
Hey, Woody, you got some cool pants. Can you show us off those pants
Yeah.
real quick?
What
See if he's-
What if you pretend like you think it's a stain and you won't take no for an answer even when he shows you the sticker?
no, it's under that. It's underneath that.
It's underneath.
Yeah,
I don't know if I have the-
It was no. You were right. It was a sticker.
Like after he's like examining it in front of the camera and stuff, you're like, oh yeah, it was a sticker, huh?
it can't be me or
I
Kyle.
could be
They'll
like,
know
hey-
we're fucking with them.
I'm like, hey, it looks like you
If we
sat
stay
down on
straight
something. It looks like you sat down on something when you got up. Yeah, from the chair on your left leg. Yeah, turn around.
That's a good one. Yeah, straight faced.
Could just tell him he's got something on.
No,
his
if you full screen him before he actively does the turnaround, he knows.
yeah, you can't do that, Zach.
So
Then he
when
knows
when he
something's
when he
up.
stands up and he does like this and he's like whoop, whoop, that's when you full.
That's when you hit him with
right
the full
here.
screen.
That's when
Then,
you hit
then he'll know that our epic prank
then
is
our
happening.
goof. Then we're epically goofing him.
Dude, this is like Mad Lads shit. Like
Impractical
absolute
Jokers.
Mad Lads.
When I made my friend.
I don't want to be mean about it.
No, we're not being mean about it. It's just
No,
it's
but I mean, you could take it to a mean place if you
It's
want.
super fucking
we could
hilarious.
take it to a mean place. If you,
I mean, if you're gonna pressure,
We're
me
just
into
laughing.
it-
I'm like, ha ha, you idiot! Like, you
Wow, look
fucking
at this-
nincompoop.
look at this fucking dumbass with his
No,
pants sticker on.
I've learned my lesson after the tent flap act incident. I won't.
Yes,
I
you
won't
almost-
prank.
You
I'll
almost
never
tasted
prank Woody
fire
that hard
that
again.
day.
Yeah, he almost beat us both up. Yeah, me and Chiz. That's great.
Yeah, but
You-
now
you
you're
know the whole
strong
thing.
enough that you can make
I
fun
don't
of
even
his
know what-
brain fly forever.
We pretended like we had disrespected a piece of his camping equipment that he was like weirdly attached to, and when he got back from the creek, like, and he saw that we had disrespected his piece of equipment, he threatened to kick our asses and like started screaming. But our cameraman was recording him from inside of a pop-up tent that has like that mosquito thing, so he couldn't see the cameraman. And then we told him it was all a bit, and he was like, oh, well then. Because we weren't like shitting on his thing. We had like brought in a duplicate and made it look like we had fucked his shit up. And
It went
It
from
was a-
like you were pranking to like, oh no.
We should mitigate
Yeah.
this problem.
yeah, it got real awkward because like I was like, man, he's ready to fight.
He's ready to beat my ass. I don't know jujitsu, and we're in the woods, so he could break my leg and leave us here.
I was like, can me and Shiz take him? I think so.
And then when he's tied up around the tree, we take his real rain felt or whatever the fuck.
That's when we'd start like tearing it apart slowly.
Just tied up. No.
I didn't want to do this, you son of a bitch.
You're making me do this. I don't just like gaslighting him into that he deserves.
What does Patrick do during the whole thing? He was our cameraman. Does he just like document, or does he get involved?
Turns it on himself. He's like, I'm so sorry. I didn't know it would get this out of hand.
Oh, he was on board. He was a fan of the show. He was down for anything. I felt kind of bad in retrospect, but like the last, that the survival trip ended, and I think Patrick thought that he was going to like hang out at my house until it was time for him to go to the airport. But I had just spent like 5 days like in the woods with him and everybody else, and I wanted to be alone with my girlfriend. And
course.
so I sent him to Holiday Inn and gave him my credit card.
And he's just sitting in the Holiday Inn for how many days?
Like 2 days, and he was from the UK. So like he's in the US, visiting the US, but like he stayed in a Holiday Inn in Commerce, Georgia. And I'm sorry, but I had spent 5 fucking days in the woods, and like it's not like hanging out at my house in Carnesville was gonna be like some big like he wasn't gonna be like one of those Japanese tourists fucking snapping pics of the cows or anything. I was like Burger King's that way, Subway's across the road, and I fucking headed home to my girlfriend. It'd been 5
Well,
fucking
goodbye. Yeah.
and
I don't
felt
blame
a
you at
little
all.
bad.
Dude,
felt a little bad.
5 days in the woods, I would want to just be alone.
I wanted to see my girlfriend, and I wanted like another shower even after the first shower. We were so filthy. We've been bathing in that creek water.
Yes.
That is gross. You're probably cleaner not bathing at all.
We had soap, but
I had soap, but the rest of them, no idea.
Was it enough soap to kill all the shit in the water before you're rubbing it all over your head?
well, see, I went down like what Woody might dispute me here, but like I went way down into the creek, like where the water was running fast and clear, and I would do sort of like a praying stance, like on my knees and like throwing it over myself because the water seemed fast and clear. And he got in a pool of water, and I was like, that's a pool of water because it's where the beavers have dug it out. They live there and they shit there. That is the reason the water is so. He was standing waist deep in like this cloudy water, and I'm like, the reason it's so cloudy is all of the beaver shit. It sinks to the bottom, and then you stomp around and you're wading in sewage. And so like I had him bathing in sewage, and I had Chiz was afraid of the snakes, so he refused to get in the fucking creek. And then Patrick and I are over there like, these guys need to figure something out. And the whole while we're starving. That people always ask if we'll do another survival trip, and the answer is absolutely we will if someone pays us a reasonable amount of money to do so. I would do it, but everybody has different ideas of what reasonable amounts of money are. And if you want a week of my fucking misery, it's going to cost a little bit, just a little bit. Like I'm not tens and tens of thousands of dollars, but
There's a couple tens,
maybe tens and tens,
maybe just tens.
10 and 10.
But I'm not going to this fuck. I mean, we get paid quite well the last time we went, but like it was awful. I did not enjoy that a bit.
It didn't look like fun.
You didn't have to do one. I don't think you can be a real RSK member until you've lived in the woods with Woody for a week.
I agree.
Until I live in the woods
rite
with
of passage.
I gotta go to his house and tell him I need to go camping. Get my full letters.
Get your letters.
My Letterman jacket.
Get your cut.
I wouldn't want to do.
What if we were so douchey we wore cuts like biker gangs do? You know that's what they call that leather vest.
I mean, I think now that you're saying it, it sounds cool.
You know, I'm going to be honest. I only said it was douchey because I was afraid that you wouldn't think it was cool. I also think it's cool, and I have one. Would you like to see it?
I would love to see it.
Can we wait? I prefer to model it without a shirt underneath. Could we wait till like after the show and we could like?
Yes. Yeah.
Do it right now.
We could just face app each other as we oft do. Yeah.
In the
Afterward, FaceTime with neither of our iPhones. With my Samsung and your fucking bootleg Korean bullshit.
with our white trash Motorola.
Yeah.
Tucker, where do you stand on the cell phone nonsense? Like I honestly don't give a fuck. I'm just cheap.
Yeah, I don't care either.
I'm a big fan of Android phones until 3 years ago when I was hosting a show with Vince Staples. And he asked me for my number, and I gave it to him, and he was like, oh, yeah, let's play some Warzone together. And I was like, cool. And he sent me a text message. He said, oh, hell nah, never mind. Talk to me when you get blue text. And so I bought an iPhone the next day.
What the fuck?
Wait, who is that?
Vince Staples. I
don't know who that is.
He's a pretty big rap artist. But did
you then get to play with this rapper?
No, I never played with him. And but like
how does that
that was the straw. I did not get it to play video games with Vince Staples, but it was the straw that broke the camel's back because in the music industry, it really is do you have blue text or not? It is easier to email, text, FaceTime, like get in contact with people who have that connectivity. And it sucks because I do like Android and I grew up through Android and I like everything about it. Android is PC.
What I like about Android? My phone does everything that an iPhone does for a tenth the price. Like this, I just broke my phone like a month ago and I got this new phone and I think this was $130 fucking dollars. Like,
what is that, a OnePlus? No, it's a Motorola.
It's a Motorola Power G. It's the longest battery life on the market. It's 3 days.
Yeah, I just didn't know you were broke.
I literally what I literally did was I googled like longest battery life because like that's my main issue with a phone is
Right.
battery dying, and I bought that one, and I didn't care if it was 900 or 130, but this one was 130 fucking dollars, and so this
Yeah.
is what
Yeah,
I want.
bigger the battery life, the better. It gets me so mad to see. Like, take me back to when we had swappable batteries, and I just carry a full battery pack in my backpack, and like right in the middle of like high school. All right, you want me to fast load into the Motorola chocolate or whatever the fuck? Tactical reload. Put that bitch back on.
I'm sure there's a phone somewhere that still does that.
No,
The I like the I kind of like that folding phone.
no, you don't.
The
The
folding,
Samsung.
like the giant screen one.
I like that it folds. No,
It
it folds
seems
really small.
so
No,
Fold-
there's two. There's one, the Galaxy Fold that folds open horizontally from like a narrow thing to a book, and then
Yeah.
there's one that folds from a normal cell phone, like it's the Motorola Razr.
That's
That
the one, yep.
is a normal cell phone that folds into a little like compact mirror that you would like powder mirror is what it always looks like. Whenever
It's like a little clamshell that
Yeah.
opens up into a regular phone.
it's
And,
the correct way. I don't want my shit to get bigger. I want it to get smaller.
yeah, I want to get smaller. I like that also because my phones have been scratched before by my my car keys, and I don't know, just throwing shit in my pocket, but that wouldn't happen if it was closed like a clamshell. I think it's better to drop that too. You probably let a lot less- that screen. I guess I don't understand that material very well. That it's like hard and like does the same like input stuff that
Well,
that
it's
this
not
can
going to
do, but-
scratch your. It's not you're closed up. It's not scratching your screen.
And I
no
saw that
matter what.
robot that like folded it and opened it
yeah.
like 10 million goddamn times and it still worked or whatever. So
Woody, you got a stain on your pants. Back left hamstring.
Is this true?
Let's see.
Are you
100%.
trick?
Are you willing to take that bet?
Yes, I'm gonna bet that there's no stain on my pants.
Okay, there's nothing on your back left hamstring.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like. Why would I lie about that?
There's a sticker. These are brand new pants. That was on my back left hand. It is not a stain. I had a
We
sticker.
know.
Hey, we take those small victories, you know.
like
I told you I bought new pants that fit.
It was
These
worth
have
it.
stickers and tags on them.
75% of the time you've been gone have been devoted to that sticker.
Yeah. How do we break it to them? How do we let them know?
Tucker noticed it immediately when you were walking away.
Oh yeah, I
Some
saw it
nonsense.
glint, and I was like, "There's something on
Right
there."
before the show, there was a big orange tag on the back pocket that I removed. But yeah, these are my new pants. They fit. I posted a picture of me because I've been working out on Twitter, and everyone roasted me because my pants were too big.
Well, the pants were big because he got small.
Yeah, I lost some weight,
Yeah.
and now my pants don't.
Wait,
fit.
hold on. We had the other side
Weight
thing.
Watchers shit where you like put your thumb in the waistband and like pull it away from you and like lean back.
I
Oh,
kinda
yeah,
did
where you
that,
do
but I
that
pulled them
thing.
down sexy to show like.
Ooh,
Oh.
you got your
Down
front
slides.
cleavage.
Whatever they're called. Wait,
What's
what
the-
brand? What brand are the shorts?
The pants that I'm wearing.
The short, yeah, you're wearing right now. We had a
Carhartt.
fuck.
Worker
All right.
man's.
0 for 3. That is a better brand. We guessed
What did-
Hollister, American Eagle.
And I
And-
said Nordstrom's Rack, which you could have still purchased them from there. But
I wasn't kidding. We spent
That's
a lot
true.
of
That
time
was
on
a-
those pants.
This was you were gone for an abnormally amount
Yeah.
of time.
I saw the button.
When
Carhartt,
Zach gives you the
100%.
like when Zach gives you like the minutes later, it'll be like pant talk. 12 minutes.
3 hours and 30 minutes to 4 hours and 1 second. Sticker discussion.
Well, I feel good. The pants are not stained. They're not Hollister. I'm really coming up roses on this. If
Yeah.
anything, these are brand new, super clean pants.
Those are
Buy a
real
brand
nice pants.
not for girls or children.
Absolutely. You couldn't have you're a real winner today. Like, your pants
Top of
fit,
the world.
your pants fit and we can't
Everything's
find
coming up,
them.
Woody. I don't remember what that's from.
Millhouse.
Oh,
Everything
What,
coming up.
Millhouse. Everything's coming up. Millhouse.
Everything's coming up, Millhouse. Yeah, that is. I can't believe I didn't remember that was Simpsons. I love the
Yeah,
Simpsons.
I've got the ironclad memory in the group.
There's like The Simpsons has been around for so long that like another show from 25 years ago will reference a Simpsons joke, and then you're like, oh, that's that joke from that 1995 film, and it's like, no, that's from a 1989 Simpsons.
Do you have a favorite Simpsons quote?
Fuck.
I'll go first because mine is when Radioactive Man. There's some kind of I don't remember the episode.
Yeah, this is
but like it might be McBain or Radioactive Man, but it's the same voice actor, so I get them mixed up a little bit. But he's like he's wearing these goggles, and the radioactive waste washes over him like a river of it. And he goes, "The goggles, they do nothing."
The goggles, they do nothing. As he's getting carried away by toxic waste. You only got $1 million
I think maybe a scientist just had said these protective goggles will keep you safe in the event of acid, and then the acid like pours out. The goggles, they do nothing.
I have my favorite Simpsons quote. I want to go next.
Yeah.
So here's the deal. I forget what happens, but somehow Homer realizes that someone is going to, I think, stop him from fulfilling all his dreams, and his life isn't going to be satisfactory like he hopes it would. So Homer says, "My dreams, they'll go unfulfilled. Oh no, I don't like the sound of that one bit. That means I have nothing to hope for, Marge. Make it better, please. Can't you make it better?" And she says, "Homer, when a man's biggest dreams include seconds on dessert, occasional snuggling, and sleeping till noon on weekends, no one can destroy them." You did it. And I like it.
No plow episode?
2 cars in every garage, 3 eyes on every fish.
That's a good episode. My favorite one.
You know that episode? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, no, because I remember, because it's, you know how you'll like go to an episode and like you see a weird name and for some reason things stick in your head. I remember that name. But my favorite line from The Simpsons, it's not directly Homer, but it's from Mr. Plow, arguably the best.
I was going with Mr. Plow as well.
Good one.
See, I was thinking Mr. Plow as well, because there's a real heartfelt thing with Marge and Homer in bed. You've broken up. We
don't have you anymore, Taylor. But Mr. Plow, if I recall, has a catchy jingle, which is my favorite. Taylor might be back. Can you test it?
Yeah, I think I am. Am I back?
Yeah.
More or less.
A little.
1, 2, 3. Am I back?
So your audio is working and your video is like a frame every couple seconds.
Okay. Sorry about that. I don't know why. But basically, I think my favorite would be when they shoot. So Homer starts his own plow company to plow driveways and such to try and make money. And he makes a commercial with his family, you know, grandpa and everybody else. And they run it on public access. And Homer's like doing the whole, you know, I'm Mr. Plow. That's my name. My name again is Mr. Plow. Mr. Plow. He's singing this. Like,
do it, sing it.
And then
do it. Do the impression.
I don't want to forget the actual line that Bart says. And like Lisa's asking softballs, like, "You will come and help us, and it's busy out, won't you?" And he's like, "You can always count on Mr. Plow." And then Bart goes, "And you are fully bonded and licensed by the city, aren't you, Mr. Plow?" And he goes, "Shut up, boy." I love that. And you all are fully bonded and licensed by the city, aren't you? Oh, it's good. There's so many good fucking Simpsons episodes. I'm gonna rewatch them again.
But then you prior to 2005.
All of them, yeah, all of them prior to. Honestly, prior to 9/11 is all the best stuff. Not that 9/11 did anything to their content, just like as a line in time.
Yeah, I need to see a recent one. I tend to push back against the idea that Simpsons isn't good anymore, because I generally just think these things stay normal good. They don't keep getting better like people want them to. But with Simpsons, I haven't seen it in so long. I have an uninformed opinion.
Yeah, it's not good.
I'm the same. I haven't gone back in forever. I'm always surprised because I think of Hulu or wherever, like you can get new episodes really quickly. And I'm like, really? Another new one? And I'll read the description. It's like, Bart gets in some zany stuff at the zoo. And I'm like, there's no way this is the first time Bart has gotten into zany stuff at the fucking zoo.
Bart is literally 45, right? Like he is old.
Oh, wow. Dude, like, they were like making jokes in like one episode.
All right, so
like,
it depends.
Marge, I'm just a big loser and everybody's making fun of me down at the plant. And Marge is like, Homer, you've been to space 6 times. Or like just because of all of his history.
Bart Simpson's 43. Oh, and that was written in 2020. He's 45.
I guess that they're
older than Homer at the start.
So didn't it used to be a skit on SNL or somewhere like that, or maybe
like it was on the Tracy Ullman show.
That's what it was. Yeah. So if you go back to then yeah, he has to be. Because what is he, like 7, 8 in the show?
Yeah, he's supposed to be 10 in the show, and Lisa's 8. If you like see Homer's original driver's license for his age, he's supposed to be 36 years old in 1989.
Oh no.
Or 88, whatever year. And so he was born in like 1951, 52. And so like early episodes, they'd be like, remember when we were dating, Marge? And it's like the 60s, like the late 60s, early 70s. And now it's like, you know, almost as much time has passed as Homer has supposed to have been alive in the first season. And so now if they have like flashback episodes, it's the 90s. Yeah. It's
Homer's
wild how long that
66
show's
now?
gone. Dude, the voice actor, I don't know how much longer all those guys can do it. Like, I assume they're just collecting paychecks at this point.
I guess so. Yeah.
Like,
I hadn't even considered that. Their voices should be notably different than the last time I watched The Simpsons.
But you
Oh,
also
yeah.
have such an iconic show that's run for so long that you could probably find almost in like
That's how Taylor leaves
indistinguishable-
PKA.
Yeah, there you go.
yeah, it's a great show. Was a great show. Always Sunny. I need to jump into the newest season on that. I watched the first 2 episodes of the newest one. It didn't suck me in.
Yeah, someone's told us the other day that the first 2 were kind of bad, and then it got better. I'm actually there as well.
I need to watch. I feel like I should step up my content, that I might enjoy it. I watched probably 20 hours of a guy on a glorified moped ride around the country, the same trip that I took. It's a YouTube channel called Some Guy Rides. He makes good videos. I like it. But there was actually points where he's like, this road hasn't changed. This is a dirt road, and it's 200 miles of this. I don't know why anyone's watching this video right now. And I was like, because that's kind of funny. I tip my hat to it, but you're not wrong. And now when the music plays, I just fast forward.
Yeah, you got to jump to new content.
Yeah,
you would
finished.
like old Simpsons. Did you watch it at the time as it was coming out?
Yeah, we used to watch Simpsons when we had TV, like prior to Netflix.
Mhm.
I guess there was a family schedule where Simpsons was the background TV show.
Yeah. But I mean, they've been prime time.
Taylor's staring into my soul with a frozen frame.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
He looks
I'm
vaguely
talking to him,
reptilian.
and he gives me one of these.
You got a game on your phone.
I'm like, did I do something? This is socially awkward.
Yeah, I'm mad. I'm all kinds of mad. And I don't know when I'm going to unfreeze.
No, you are unfrozen. You just did like
Oh.
120p now.
Oh, fuck. I don't know why that would be. Sorry.
Nah,
Hope my
can't be
audio
your
stays.
fault. Yeah. So we've gone 3 hours and 55 minutes with no fitness talk.
Yeah, we've been good.
Ooh,
Yeah.
We've been good. Well, it's time to be bad.
People
Talk about fitness talk. Tucker, are you still running a good bit?
I've reduced running, and I walk and or jog 5 miles a day now.
Damn.
Yeah. So, and that's for the last year on average. and it's been nice. I think a little bit now with the new COVID stuff, I just like am not interested in getting sick for any amount of time. So I've taken a more like, I still have all my weights at home from when we couldn't go to the gym. And now I only go to the gym like twice a week now instead of like 4 times. But a lot more running outside.
Have you
which is
thought
nice.
about like loading up a home gym so you just never have to go to the gym again?
I like the idea of going to the gym. I also like the machines and everything. It's just easier for me, right? Like I have the loose weights. I just don't want to unscrew my loose weights to do like 20 pounds this time. And then
Oh, you
screw
have
them
like the
back in it.
adjustable dumbbells.
Yeah, and it's just like, all right,
one do you
this
have?
is I just have like a very basic standard, like it's like a screw system for
Yeah.
their
It
dumbbells.
sounds like it's like
plates on and
it's
then
like it's
tighten
not
it up.
Olympic plates. They're like the
Yeah.
standard 1-inch plates, and then you have
Yeah.
to screw for 15
Screw them on,
minutes.
yeah, and then you screw like if you want to do dumbbell, then you screw both of those into the middle thing. So like
Oh,
it can do
I
everything,
ordered-
just not fun.
I ordered one of those this time 2 or 3 years ago, like before the pandemic happened. It showed up like after COVID had already stopped being a thing. A new kind had came out and had stopped being a thing again. I was so ripped when those weights came that the box wasn't heavy. Like it took so goddamn long to get them.
Shipped it to you 3 years
I
later.
don't need this.
It was absurd. That's one of the things that when you guys talk about home gyms, I'm like, yeah, but like I'm going to the gym tonight. So like I feel like if I ordered a home gym today, it would be here in time for like my next house. Like
You're totally right. I that shelf I ordered, the reason I don't think very highly of Rogue, took like 3 months to arrive, and it was in stock. Like that's the level of bullshittery that exists right now.
Supply. I mean, delivery is a huge issue. My kitchen table took 4 months from order to get here.
Was it in stock?
Yeah, it was in stock too. It's just supply chain issues. Like you have it in warehouse 1, but the problem is warehouse 1 has 30 years of like catalytic converters to deliver to Toyota. And so they're, you're just like later on in the backlog. So it's just things that are in stock are taking a little bit longer for me to get.
So you're right.
Universal.
I just feel like they're being cheap. That just has to be true because there are other people who can ship things in stock by tomorrow.
I think it's like the size, right? Like I can get a book shipped to me today, right?
Yeah,
like right now.
Right?
But like a 400-pound unit of like wood, I don't know. Like I don't know the logistics of that.
That there isn't another company that charges slightly more who can get that shit shipped now.
Probably.
Right?
But like you know how airplanes will fly empty planes to keep their takeoff and landing slots?
Yeah, I know.
Like,
about
why not just fill that with people for a fraction of the cost?
Or with gym equipment.
There you go. Kyle
Yeah.
solved
We're going to put Belgian Airlines full of Bowflexes.
Bowflexes aren't that heavy. That would work. Dumbbells are a problem. But anyway, yeah, I Kyle's right. It would take forever to get that stuff shipped to you. At this point, my gym's pretty well filled out. And if I need an extra thing, it's probably a nice to have, not a have.
You know what you need to do?
Like a
Woody,
little
now,
accessory.
Oh, Woody, I got your next thing. Forget this
Listening.
paramotor stuff. All right, sell that tomorrow.
Roger that.
Now you're going to become some sort of adventure athlete. You need to start constructing your own obstacle course in the backyard, Ninja Warrior style. Okay,
Yes.
I like this.
Colin will love this.
He
This
would.
is like Ninja Warrior style, and you're going to be out there swinging on ropes and like jumping. You know how they'll have like those angled platforms where you have to like jump off this one across the pit onto the other one and like keep that. You're gonna have those things like full Ninja Warrior, and you do it all shirtless and make videos of it. You'll have a huge
You're selling
TikTok.
it.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great.
To be honest,
We'll talk
half
about
of
it
that
on our
Ninja
new
Warrior
fitness
stuff,
podcast.
half of the Ninja Warrior stuff is hanging from things. No, that's
Yeah.
like my
Yeah.
forte.
It's all
You
upper
can hang.
body, yeah.
I'm a great hanger
It's
on
a great
things.
hanger. Do like
Yeah.
super monkey bars.
Hang with the best of them.
I don't know. So we call these the son of a monkey bars, and then you just fucking go.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I would totally use
That's
that.
funny.
I want to end on that joke. Is
Yeah.
that okay?
Let's call it.
Tucker, anything you want to pimp?
No, I'll see you guys in like 3 more months. I don't know.
All right. PKA 577.